Happy New Year! It is January 1st, 2024, and that means it is time for my annual ranking of every single 2023 new release movie that I saw, from the worst to the best. Joining me as my co-host today is my lovely wife, Jennifer. Jennifer, how you doing?
So
Are you there?
good. How are
Are you
you?
there? We've actually had like illness going through our house over the last week, so she normally is seated right next to me, like in a corner, hidden away. Today she's in a different room, which actually helps our mic situation a good bit. What about movies was the thing that you were most excited about in 2023? What's like your
Way to put
funnest 2023 memory of movies?
way to put me on the spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Um,
have I tried to get some fun banter at the beginning, and I forgot to like tell you in advance what I was gonna do. So, whoops.
yeah. I think Leo was the biggest
Leo,
surprise for me this year.
the
Yeah.
Netflix Adam Sandler talking animal movie?
No, I haven't seen that one yet. No.
Neither have I. When we say Leo, we mean the Indian film. We went opening night, and it was we actually had the worst seats in the house. We're seeing a subtitled movie. We're seated in the front row, and like huge screen, so you literally had to move your head to read the subtitles, and it was awesome. It was so much fun. It was so lively. Just a great time at the movies. So, as we go into this, if you guys can, like, we'll kick off at the worst. So, as I'm talking, let me know your picks for the worst movies of the year. Every little bit we'll pause to answer a few questions, chime in with some of your picks for the worst of the year, maybe find some movies that I missed that would have made my worst of the year. And one quick announcement for those of you watching right here at the beginning. I will be in LA this Friday doing a live recording meet and greet. The details are down below in the description, but if you're in California, the United States, anywhere on planet Earth, Milky Way galaxy, I would recommend that you make it to this. It should be a lot of fun. Hopefully we can fit 8 billion people into this little itty bitty little room I will be in. Well, not that. I have no clue. I've never been in the room before. I have no clue how big it is. But all of that said, let's get started. Kicking things off with the bottom 10. Which lower third do I need here? Trying to figure this out as I go along. Where are we at? Bottom 10 movies. You're actually in for quite a surprise on this one, because I put out my worst of the year just a couple days back. So you guys already know my bottom 10, but actually you don't. I discovered a movie that I missed. Someone brought to my attention there was one more 2023 movie that I saw that I forgot to put in my list, and it goes at the bottom. I actually saw it at Fantastic Fest in 2022. That's why I forgot about it. Coming in last place, number 100, I was about to say 301. Apparently, I'm dyslexic. In last place, number 131, Birdemic 3. I was at the world premiere of this movie. I actually forced Cody Leach to watch it with me, it was an experience. It was a midnight showing at Fantastic Fest. They literally handed out shots of alcohol to everyone in the room to try and get them like excited about it, because we all knew we were about to watch a terrible movie that's like tedious and grating. Like everything about it is just unbelievably bad. While the movie is playing, Tim League, the guy that launched Alamo Drafthouse, is running around the room throwing birds at people's heads. And I'm not joking. He's throwing these fake birds at people's heads whenever the birds would attack. They had the cast there, and they tried to interview them like, so what drew you to Birdemic 3? Which they're in one of the worst movies ever made. They know they're in one of the worst movies ever made, and they're treating it like a serious interview, and so it was just so unbelievably uncomfortable to be in the room while they're both making fun of the movie and the cast, but also taking it seriously. If you don't know what Birdemic is, it's just like this shockingly incompetent movie about like birds attacking, and they just dropped like green screened birds on top of it, like the worst imaginable. They repeat the exact same sound effects the whole movie, just awful. And then they did 2 more of them that are just as bad. They added drone shots into the new one, so production value. But 13 years after the first one, however long it was, nothing improved. it was just as bad as when they first started. I should say this as well. If someone that's watching right now, if you can do your best to like make a list in order with timestamps, that would help me out, and a lot of people will love you if you can create the timestamps for this video as we're doing this. Number 130 on this list, the previous worst of the year, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. So, Winnie the Pooh, in the original literature form, went into the public domain just a few years back, and some clever guys went, that's in the public domain, that means we can make a Winnie the Pooh horror movie. So they spent 20 minutes, wrote a very generic slasher film, but it's Winnie the Pooh. And normally I wouldn't pick on a movie like this because $100,000 slasher film, you're just trying to get started. But they cheated. They used copyright law to be able to make a big IP film for $100,000. And they made $5 million on their $100,000 movie. So the win for them, the big W they get, they made millions of dollars. The big L that they get, they made a bad movie. They made a totally generic, crappy slasher with a very bad Winnie the Pooh skin on top of it. It's like claiming that Family Guy, or Fortnite is a Family Guy game because Peter Griffin is now in the game. No, it's Fortnite. You can just put on a skin of your favorite characters, but it has nothing to do with actual Family Guy or Ninja Turtles, my current favorite skin that I'm using. And that's what this is. It has nothing to do with Winnie the Pooh. They didn't do the hard work of coming up with a clever script that did something with the Winnie the Pooh IP. It was just like, they were abandoned, so they went crazy. Now they eat people. And then it's a generic slasher. It's just really, really bad, cynical. And the worst part, they couldn't take their W and run with their millions of dollars. Anytime they went after critics that criticized their movie. So the producers got into a spat with my buddy Cody Leach about the movie. Supposedly, they might have even done a live stream where they were crapping on him, supposedly. And you go, what are you guys doing? You made a bad movie. Just own it. You get millions of dollars for it. Own it, move on, but they didn't. Number 129, The Exorcist Believer. And this, to me, the reason this one's so low on the list is because it's a movie that went after its own legacy. They made a generic, some very often crappy possession film that insults the original movie, which to me is kind of unforgivable. When you make a film that is a continuation of what's widely regarded as one of the best and scariest movies of all time, and you actively insult the original and the characters of the original, the heroes of the original, to make some sort of political agenda-based statement, that is ridiculous. Just, it's nutty as can be to do something like that. In the movie, they bring back Ellen Bernstein, the star of the first movie, and they literally call the sacrificial heroes that died in the first film, oh, they left me out of the room because of the patriarchy. What are you doing? What are you doing? There's a million channels out there that Hollywood has agendas, Hollywood has agendas, Hollywood has agendas. And it's oh, maybe you're overstating things. Nope. Well, Exorcist Believer made it pretty clear you would throw your own franchise under the bus for the sake of a weird agenda thing about tearing down the patriarchy in a context where it does not fit. It does not make sense. And then you move into the third act and they do this weird Exorcist Avengers deal where all these different faiths come together. But the producers, writer, director won't let the Catholic Church have a win. And so then they treat them like wimps, cowards, ignoring all of this. And you go, this is offensive what you're doing on so many different levels. All right, Jennifer, if you can join back in here, we're going to go to number 128. Children of the Corn. Jennifer, did you watch Children of the Corn with me?
No.
Do you have any idea what this movie is?
Yes.
It was directed by the guy that directed Equilibrium.
I heard that, actually.
For those of you watching right now, I believe the first movie that Jennifer and I ever talked about. Did we watch it that night?
We did.
We did. Okay, so the first movie Jennifer and I ever watched together was Equilibrium, from the same director of Children of the Corn. And so I'd seen the movie before. I had some issues with it. There's some cool things about it. But this director, literally our prototype pre-date movie was Equilibrium from this director. So there's actually a deep tie to this director who went absolutely nowhere after Equilibrium, so much so that he went on to do Children of the Corn, the latest adaptation of the Stephen King writing, and it's just so utterly forgettable. I honestly, I meant to roast it in my worst of the year list. That was, oh man, this was awful. I literally couldn't remember anything to roast it with. Like I couldn't, like, it was just a film that was like, oh, this is bad, this is boring, this is so stupid, but also utterly forgettable. It's not even bad in a way that sticks out in your brain. Like Birdemic is awful, but at least you remember the screeching sounds. You remember the awful effects. Children of the Corn, it just disappears from your mind. The Men in Black showed up, erase it from your mind as soon as you see it. And that's what that film was. Next one up on here, 127, Expendables 4. I feel bad including this one. I know someone that worked on it. He was so excited about it. He was actually sending me set photos before they were public. And he'd like send something to me and be like, hey, you can't share this. I don't know where I would share it. He's like, you can't share this. And then a month later, Jason Statham, he sent me a picture of him with Jason Statham on one of the sets. And a month later, Jason Statham would have posted a picture on his Instagram in that same location. Like his picture was taken 10 minutes before Jason Statham's picture was taken or whatever. So it's pretty cool. Love Stallone, of course. It was bad, though. It was just bad, and it violated the basic principle. The entire appeal of the Expendables was you've got a bunch of action stars that can't draw big numbers by themselves anymore, but it's really fun to see them together and doing an old school action movie where you're blowing stuff up, practical stunts, the whole deal. And then with this movie, it was all in front of green screens. The whole thing, which is a violation of the premise, the whole concept of what I want from this. And they spent $100 million, shot it in a warehouse in Bulgaria, though it takes place at sea, almost the whole runtime. And it looks dreadful. There's even a shot in this movie where Stallone visits Statham at his house. The door opens and you're like, I can't believe how bad this green screen looks. Like they couldn't even go out to a house to shoot Jason Statham and Stallone in front of a house. They did awful green screen. They can't even figure out how to do that right. And they spent $100 million on it, which is just like, was this a money laundering scheme? What on earth happened here that they spent so much money on something so bad? And how do you mess up just putting a bunch of cool action guys together and do cool stuff? Like Jen, if you want to chime in here, they have Tony Jaa in this movie. So another one of these like crazy early dates for Jennifer and I. We went to go see The Protector, an early Tony Jaa movie. Unbelievably cool martial arts, and it's about an elephant. And so Jennifer likes elephants. We have elephant statues in our house. So fun date, very weird, crazy fun date night watching this movie. And so Tony Jaa is like one of those like names in our marriage, going way back to the. Can you chime in about Tony Jaa? I told you to join in. Maybe I don't have anything to say.
I don't know what you to say. He's amazing. There's elephants. He does like acrobatics on his elephant to protect his elephant.
Yep.
It's a great movie.
So another person like the director of Equilibrium that you thought was going to do amazing things, and he kind of peaked with Ong Bak and The Protector like 20 years ago, and he never really lived up to the potential. So he's a legend for these two movies. They throw him into Expendables 4. He does nothing. No elephant, no cool stunts, and there's like a part where he like does like a zip line to his boat. I could not believe how bad the green screen was, but such an incredible disappointment. Number 126, You People. This is classic formula. Couple from two racial backgrounds, two religious backgrounds start dating each other. They go meet the parents, and the parents don't like, there's trouble, shenanigans. Incredible cast. Eddie Murphy, Jonah Hill, David Duchovny. Just like a movie where it felt like the screenwriter has never left LA and is too hip for his own good. So everything feels like an in-joke in his community. the music they listen to, the podcasts they care about, all of it, like all that. And if you're from anywhere else in the world, it just feels distant. The humor doesn't land. The characters are unlikable. And it just feels like we've done this movie before, but way better. And the funniest thing about it is that the movie ends with the marriage, and the two actors didn't kiss. They like got like this far away, and then they CGI'd their faces together. And so you see like there's image, like if you slow-mo the scene, it like their faces like mushed together with CGI. Hilarious. Number 125 on here, Ghosted. This is the prime example of a movie that felt like it was written by AI. That's like the most overused criticism this year. Oh, it felt like it was written by AI. And this is the movie where that really feels the case. And it's not actually far off from the truth. The director openly stated the movie was designed for the viewing patterns of someone streaming. And I talked about this on the worst of the year list, but he touched on this a little bit, but the basic idea is like when you go to the movies, you have to leave your house, travel, buy a ticket. So it takes a lot to get you to go to the movie, but it also means it takes a lot for you to leave. So you have patience if there's a little bit of a slow moment. And so you can tell a story that has depth to it. It's not designed for the TikTok generation of constantly scrolling, streaming, giving you a dopamine drip so you get something more satisfying that feels earned. These streaming movies that are all shockingly generic are designed for the reverse, which is it's very easy to get a click on streaming, but it's also very easy for someone to click away. So you have genres that people like with movie stars in them. People still click on that. Oh, there's a Chris Evans movie? I didn't realize that. Oh, Anna de Armas, I like her. So they click on it. And then they're designed to just have a stream of these little things that give people just enough of a dopamine drip that they don't leave. But they're also designed for people that are like on their phone doing this. They're movies designed to have on in the background. So $200 million, $150 million movies designed to kind of be watched. And I think this is the worst example of it. There's some other ones on the list, but they're totally fine in the sense that they're inoffensive, they have humor, they have action, they have movie stars, they have movie star charisma, but there's nothing of interest or value there. Number 124. This will be my first controversial pick. I'm gonna have some fun. I'm gonna be pretty foolish. I've got some hot ones. The last dab. So got a hot take coming up here for some of you. Some of you guys are gonna totally agree with me here, but here we go. Got a little bit of our last dab. Number 124 in my bottom 10, the Perseverance Test movie of the year. We have Beau is Afraid. Here we go. This could be really bad. We're live streaming right now.
Why are you doing this now?
To torture
so
myself.
Early.
Right. Well, but the hot take, I mean, because the hot takes will be spread out. I'll have hot takes here and I'll have one at the end. But, so, I'm good. I'm good, everybody. I'm holding through. So, Beau is Afraid. This is a new movie from Ari Aster. And essentially, we're good. Essentially, probably should get a drink real quick. Essentially, it's like a fever pitch dream. He did this short a number of years back that is actually a sequence in the movie. And as a short, as a 10, 15-minute little bit that is trying to capture his anxiety, the way he experiences the world with someone with anxiety, it's actually like pretty effective. The one sequence, you watch it in that short form, especially when you have someone like Joaquin Phoenix, it's kind of interesting. Like being able to see what a person with anxiety experiences on a daily basis. But it's a 3-hour movie. It's not 10 minutes long. It's 3 hours long. So you go, okay, I get it. Yeah, he's got anxiety. Okay, I get it. He's got mommy issues. Okay, I get it. He's got daddy issues. And then it goes on and on and on. And you keep thinking it's about to end. And it keeps going. There's a 20-minute rabbit trail in the middle of the movie. It just wanders off. And then it keeps on going. It just never, ever, ever ends. Kind of like this live stream. And And some people love it because it's so weird and different. Some people have anxiety and they're like, that's it. He captured it. That is my day-to-day experience. For me, I didn't think it was that funny. I didn't think it was that good. It kept going and going. But it was like so much talent for something I had so little interested in for so long. And then if you got little kids watching, cover their ears. And 10, 9, 8, also a spoiler warning if you want to watch it. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got their ears covered. One of the big climax events of this movie is a guy is scared to go into the attic. He goes into the attic, and there's a penis monster in the attic. Like, go upstairs, and like, that's like the culmination of the movie. And you're like, what? What is this? So some people loved how weird it was. I didn't, but so like I know a lot of people have it in their top 10. I know a lot of people also have it in their bottom 10 like me. But it was so unbelievably long. But since some of you loved it, I thought I would torture myself just a little bit on that one. Number 123. This one breaks my heart to have it in here. Rebel Moon, Part 1, A Child of Fire. This is one of my most anticipated movies of the year. Just weeks before I saw it, I said, bye. Like Zack Snyder, like Star Wars, all seems like win. I hosted the Austin screening. I was hyping it up, and then I sat down, and it simply wasn't good enough. It simply wasn't, like, quality. There, as much imagination as Zack Snyder has with the visuals and so many things, he didn't bring any of that to the script. And so it just felt so derivative and just had blatant issues with the way that it was structured. The whole middle 90 minutes of the movie, it's just go to this place, introduce a person's skill set, have a little action set piece or tame an animal, and then we find the next place to go to recruit the next person. And then in the third act, none of those people that we just recruited use their skill set. And so you're like, why did we do all of that? Like, I know it's part 1, but it's very easy in part 1 to still let them use their skills that you just spent 90 minutes introducing. So incredibly frustrating, so disappointing. Supposedly the director's cut is a different movie. Maybe it's the movie I was hoping this one was going to be that has the creativity, the energy, brings something new to the table. But even on that level, I think a lot of us are just so sick and tired of Zack Snyder director cuts. So tired of it. So it's frustrating. Final one on here, and I guess, no, we got 2 more on here for our first break because we added a movie on here. So it's bottom 10 is actually more than 10. Number 122, 65. This is another big disappointment. So Jennifer, you want to chime in? Do you know what this movie is?
I do. They asked if I could turn my mic volume down. I don't know how.
Can you turn your mic volume down?
I don't think so. I can try to talk quieter.
Yeah, you're just shouting. I can't actually get mine too much louder, but I don't know. Yeah, just I guess move your earpiece away from your head whenever you're talking.
Away from my ear?
I guess that. What do you have 2?
I wouldn't be. Yeah, but I
Cover
wouldn't be
one
able to
and then
hear
use the other
you.
one as a mic like this. That's supernatural, right?
I'm only using one
Supernatural.
right
That's the
now because
wrong.
I'll have to charge them as we go. This is gonna be so long.
Oh, see, I charged mine earlier today. Anyway, sorry everybody.
Yes, I know
But
what this movie is.
like on paper, A Quiet Place, Adam Driver punching
I
dinosaurs
wanted to
in the
see
face.
this so bad.
Right.
I wanted to see this movie so bad, and then you saw it, and I was like, nah, I'm good.
Right, and that's kind of the case with Rebel Moon too. You're like, oh yeah, let's watch that, and I was like, I don't think I want to rewatch that as soon as it's on Netflix. I'm not in the mood to rewatch that. 65. The advantage, big advantage for 65. It's only 90 minutes, which is fantastic for me. 90-minute movie, boom, cool, fine, and it's fine as something in the background, but like the idea of dinosaurs means nothing in the context of this movie because he's an alien that doesn't know what dinosaurs are. They're just the monsters on a planet he visited. And it doesn't explore the fact that he's an alien. So it's like, it doesn't do anything interesting with any of the stuff here. So it's just a point A to point B movie. So incredibly disappointing. Last one before our first break, where I probably should get a lot to drink because I started this thing off torturing myself. Number 121, The Marvels. I got myself into a little bit of trouble on the Twitter over including this one. And a lot of people would disagree with me. Hey, it was mid, it was disappointing, but worst of the year. Come on, Sean, you're overstating that. And some people were really mad I put it in the thumbnail. Here's where I'm coming from, really. The problem is this is a movie with no excuses. Like when you make a film, like Children of the Corn, you have a limited budget. Even something like Expendables kind of like had $100 million budget, but there was like how they got that about to all of that. Like they don't have the systems that Disney has. When you have something like the Marvels, you have a movie that is from the most popular film franchise in history with a budget over $200 million. That's a tremendous amount of money, tremendous amount of resources. And they've shown that they can make over 30 movies that are fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Like they have a great system in place. And they put out a movie that the idea of it, the basic premise of a planet that doesn't have air, heat, or water, but people still live on it, that shouldn't have made it through any sort of development. Like they should have gone, no, try again. Let's tweak that a little bit. That doesn't work. And then from there, like the idea of like vacuuming out the air of one planet to put it on another planet doesn't even like air comes from trees, like and plants. You get like you can suck the air out, but if you don't have plants, if you don't have lives, like that doesn't solve the problem. Once again, something it should not have gotten past the development phase. They should have go back and keep working on it, but they were spread so far thin that terrible ideas made it through. And then the movie itself, it's a bad idea to take hot sauce that hot.
You brought this on yourself.
Yeah, I did. And it's only going to get worse. I'm going to keep doing it every 20 minutes. But they don't have any excuses. And so they greenlit an idea and a script that wasn't ready. And then they made a very choppy film where scenes are missing. They just end scenes and we cut to the next. That's not good enough. That's the problem. And they have the resources to do reshoots, and they have movie stars, charisma, so that you can have a superficially enjoyable time. But it's the equivalent of overcooking a steak and covering it in A1 and like, oh, I like the taste of A1, so this is good. It's still not a good steak. It's still not cooked right just because you covered it in sauce. And that's what this movie was to me. And there's no excuses. They had all the resources. They've made good movies before, and this was not a good movie. All right, let's take a little break right here to let's take it. Spent way too long on those ones. And on this list, like the bottom 10 pretty interesting, top 20 pretty interesting. There's like 100 movies in the middle that are just so mid that I'll probably fly through a lot of those ones. Anyway, what do we got? I saw we had some super chats come in. We had some questions. I see Cody Leach. Cody Leach is in the chat. Wow.
Yeah, he made fun of you for being late.
Oh, wow. That sounds about right. Got any questions for me?
I started the super chats. I don't know what that means though. I thought they were going to pop up and I could show there. What's that?
I don't know.
Oh. Did you do that or did I do that?
Do what? Oh, I clicked on comments. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I don't know what I did.
Yeah, you're doing it again. You just showed Cody Leach. Liache. So,
yeah, if you can do whatever you need to pull some questions up for me real quick.
Okay, I will.
It's right there.
Okay.
Boom.
Where? Oh, there you go.
Pledge allegiance to Sean Chandler of the United States of America for the community for which it stands, one channel, under YouTube, indivisible, with liberty and movies for all. If you guys don't know, the Disney Nerd is one of my deputized moderators. So if he tells you to behave, you better behave.
Do it. Here for Cody. That's all. Just show me. Where's the other ones?
I don't know.
Sorry, guys. This is my new. What's the point of starring things if I can't find them?
I don't know how it works.
Hold on, I found one. Give me a second. There it is.
Yeah, we're figuring this out as we go along. As we go
Sorry,
along, maybe
everyone.
it'll get better.
It
So
should.
there was also someone that had, I believe, a $10 one.
Yeah, I mean, I starred all of them, and now I can't find my star list.
Okay. This. Thank you so much. Hey, Sean, been watching you for a long time. Just decided to pop in and say, hey, by the way, do you like the Terrifier films? Excited for Terrifier 3. So I saw Terrifier 2 at Fantastic Fest at a midnight screening, and the director was there. Art the Clown was there. So I put out a review of it when that came out, and so kind of talked about my thoughts on all of that. It was a pretty cool experience because it was like 3 weeks before the movie came out, and that I was with Cody Leach. Chris Stuckman was there. So after the movie ended, we're standing in the hallway. Cody Stuckman, I talking about Terrifier 2, and then I bump into this guy that's taking a picture with someone. Turn around, Chris Jericho is there. So it's pretty cool. I was a big fan of Terrifier 2. Terrifier 1, there's some amusing bits. It's cool what they're able to do for the budget. However, when it comes to the second one, I just loved how like over the top it went with the mythology and like dressed up like a Valkyrie the whole time and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. So anyway, quick one on here. If you can get the next one ready to go. I'm still waiting for Sean to collab with Chris Stuckman. I of course would love to. He has 10 times as many subscribers as I do. He's just crazy busy because he's making a movie and he has twins. So, and trying to keep his YouTube channel going. So I have reached out. I've tried to do some things in the past, but he's a busy guy, so it didn't work out. Next one, Jennifer. Favorite movie of 2023 is Guardians 3. Not a bad pick. There we go. This is one I saw earlier. Family Friendly Channel. I don't know if I would say the comic book bubble has burst. Sandman, Moving, Extraordinary, Gen V, The Boys, and Invincible have been successful streaming comic book shows. But I would say that's even two different things, though. There's a difference between, like, all things comic book related aren't equal and the same. So, like, that's where I kind of have some, TV shows, whether animated ones or whatever, it's just a different stream from movies. It's different when you're talking about, we had an era where almost any comic book movie, almost any one of them was profitable. And now sequels to billion-dollar films lose hundreds of millions of dollars. That's a difference. People's viewing patterns for I can watch it for free at home versus I have to pay to buy a ticket. Those are not the same thing. That's what we're talking about when we say that the bubble has burst. Disney Nerd, Happy New Year, Sean and Jennifer. Thank you so much, Disney Nerd. And there's one more that was recent. Take my money and thanks for making my afternoon. Glad I can entertain you and all of you. Some other questions I saw in here real quick. First Halloween or first Scream? Of course, first Scream. As I've said many times, Scream is my favorite horror movie of all time. And will you ever do a complete movie collection again? Of course. I didn't do another one because I did it in mid-2022. And so doing it 6 months later would be odd. It'll probably be later this month is when I'll do it. But of course, those are always successful. But they're literally 12-hour shoots. It takes me 12 hours to do my Blu-ray collection videos. So that's why they are the way they are. All right.
Wait, some of them were asking about Black Demon earlier. Is that on your list?
Yeah, we'll be the Black Demon in just a second.
Okay. Sorry, jumping the gun.
Some people are saying my mic is low. I could try and turn it up a little bit. Where I have it for live streams and where I should have it for doing regular videos, they're two different numbers. And then also trying to blend it with Jennifer's, it gets tricky. Have you seen Poor Things? If so, thoughts? No, I didn't see it. I can't fathom that that's a movie that I would like, particularly like. Everything that the people said about it sounded like not my thing at all. Final one, and I'll hop back into this. Very important question. Have you seen My Big Rat Creek Wedding 3? No, I haven't seen 2 either. Last night I listened to a chapter of a book about the history of the franchise, though. So it's kind of, it's literally last night was listening to that. Actually, one more. Thoughts on the future of the Scream franchise? Just go over to Sean Chandler Plus, my second channel. I've got a bunch of videos. I've made multiple videos about all the stuff kind of going on, should they cancel all that stuff. So just go over to my second channel, Sean Chandler Plus, and you can find out about all of that fun stuff. Okay. Oh, no, that's not the right overlay. And here, what am I trying to get to? Where am I at? I'm really good at this. See, that's the wrong overlay. Still figuring.
That was cool.
Yeah. See that? I've got production value. I'm not good with my production. Is that it? That one there. There's all these nice things about this technology that also are frustrating in their own ways. Number 120 on the list, The Outlaws. This was a Netflix streaming movie, classic little formula. Guy meets girl, really likes the girl, meets the in-laws. Turns out that they are outlaws. Hence the title. It has Adam Devine and Pierce Brosnan and some other people in it. Given the basic fun premise and having Pierce Brosnan in it, this is like the worst possible version of this movie. There's just, every joke is flat. It's not clever. It's not funny. And so it's just an enormous, enormous disappointment. Number 119, It's a Wonderful Knife. I could not believe how much I did not like this movie. Jennifer, you watched this one if you want to chime in to share some thoughts on it as well. But all of these movies that are like Time Loop movie as a slasher, Freaky Friday as a slasher, Back to the Future, I like all of them except this one. And I was like, thought I would really enjoy it, but like it wasn't funny, and it wasn't even trying to be funny. The basic setup I thought was like nonsense. The characters are all very bland. What did you think about it? You said this was your favorite movie of the year?
No, I did not.
Oh.
I'm trying to talk quiet. It's so hard.
Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't like it. It didn't help that I was super disappointed that we watched that before you watched It's a Wonderful Life.
So I watched It's a Wonderful Life for the first time just a couple weeks ago, and we saw It's a Wonderful Knife a couple weeks before that. But yeah, I mean, it didn't have anything to offer. It didn't do anything particularly well, and it did a lot of things poorly. So just so disappointing. If you want to stay on our next one, sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, forgive me for the comparison. I feel a little bit like it was like not as bad as I never saw Blood and Honey, but it was like someone just took something that they thought would be successful, threw it together, and put it out. I mean, as far as I can tell, it had more production value and everything than Blood and Honey, but it didn't feel like someone that was actually a fan of It's a Wonderful Life made it into a slasher. Like it didn't feel like an actual fan did it.
Yeah, there weren't enough ties back to it. And it's like, I don't know, it's like, what did they think they were doing? What did they think was the hook here of where they delivered something? I just don't know. Next one on here, you guys asked for it, Black Demon. So this is the shark movie, infamously terrible, probably saved from being in the bottom 10 simply because it was so low budget that it's not as fun to pick on it. But it's a bad shark movie that didn't seem to know it was a bad shark movie. And it's like tried to do all these really big, intense emotional sequences. But it's a bad shark movie. It's a cheap shark movie. Like, what are you guys doing? And there's like all this backstory about the dad and his job and him being irresponsible. And it's like, come on, guys. We are here to watch sharks eat people for the sick pleasure we get from sharks eating humans. What are you doing? Did you have any thoughts on that one real quick? You're the one that loves bad shark movies.
Yeah, I mean, I just agree with what you said. It was a super big disappointment, especially given that Josh Lucas was in it. I thought that would give it some credibility. It did not.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there was just like a bad shark movie without the fun of being a bad shark movie. Next one on here, number 117, We Have a Ghost. Now, this actually has a tie back to It's a Wonderful Knife in a sense that it's from Christopher Landon, the person that did Happy Death Day to You, and Freaky, which I thoroughly enjoyed all three of those movies. Was very excited for this one because it stars David Harbour, Anthony Mackie, and it's a ghost story, which I'm not a big ghost story person, but thought, hey, from this guy, I really liked what he did in the past, and it just didn't work for me because it was like kind of trying to do spooky comedy, but it was also like commentary on social media and also like tragic backstory about what happened to him. And so it just like had all this stuff going on that I was like, I just don't think this works. None of the pieces worked. And then David Harbour didn't talk, in which case you got this very charismatic guy with a movie that doesn't allow him to be charismatic and fun. So didn't really work for me. Next one on here, speaking of bad shark movies, Jennifer, don't get mad at me too much. Number 115, Meg 2. I wasn't always sure where to put this. Yeah, I know.
I'm leaving.
So she loves bad shark movies. We actually got to see the first Meg at a press screening that was shown on a lake. Actually, it was a public screening that was early. It was the first public screening for the first Meg. Jennifer's 8 months pregnant, and we're in a lake watching the movie, which was fun. And the second, and we had fun with it. It's just a stupid shark movie. Jason Statham punches a shark in the face. The second one, you just felt like kind of more of the same, but less Meg. And it was fascinating because it was a movie where they knew all their money was going to come from overseas. So it actually has two leads. Jason Statham is the lead in the United States, and is it Wu Jing? I'm blanking on his name at the moment. He's a huge star. He directed like a movie that made almost $1 billion back in about 5 years back. Huge star, but hasn't really broken out in Hollywood yet. And he's the star in the movie for the rest of the world. They have a movie that's like has two different leads going back and forth. It's fascinating to watch when you know what's kind of going on. When you don't, it's just weird. Number 114, Heart of Stone. Almost kind of copy and paste what I said about Ghosted. This is Netflix's AI-generated movie of the year, where you get big movie star, Wonder Woman, fun genre, a bunch of kind of other familiar faces. It's even kind of designed to be global. They have actually one of the actresses from RRR last year is in the movie. So you see all these okay, cool. Spy stuff, cool. But it's just generic spy stuff. And it doesn't develop any of its ideas that are in it particularly well. It's like the setup in the first 10 minutes is like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And then it does something different. It doesn't expand on the thing that was interesting. It introduces another idea that's like, maybe that would be interesting. Doesn't expand on it, and it goes off and does something else. And so just another one of these movies that is totally fine while you're watching it, but it is cinematic, empty calories. Just utter junk food. Not even in the Taco Bell movie sense. Just such empty calories that you don't even remember it. It's not even. It's like, okay, that happened. Fine. It was fun while I watched it, and then it's gone from my memory. Number 113 on here, Peter and Wendy, the latest. Oh, is it the latest? When did this one come out? This is not the latest anymore. One of this year's Disney live action remakes. This one was for Disney Plus only. And it just felt like they didn't have any inspiration. They didn't have anything in particular that they were trying to do with the movie. They were just like, whoa, we need more content. That just feels so cynical. And so you make another Peter Pan movie doing the same sort of stuff, but there's only so much you can do. And so then they're like, oh, well, this time she's also tough too. And I think when you do that, you cheapen who Wendy was and what she stood for in all the original previous versions. When you make it like she's one of the Lost Boys too, and she can sword fight too, and she's a tough guy too. It's like, well, I don't know. It seems like you're diminishing what made her great before and what made her timeless and classic before. And they do these twists with Hook that just didn't add up or make any sense to me. So it was frustrating. Number 112, Insidious: The Red Door. This one was very disappointing to me because Patrick Wilson directed it. I like Patrick Wilson. Wasn't the problem here. They just didn't have a story to tell. It was kind of interesting to see where this family is at 10 years later, but with the way this movie is structured, essentially the audience is ahead of the main characters all the way up until the last 20 minutes of the film. It's like an hour and 10 minutes of just reminding the audience of what we already saw. And then we finally move the plot forward in the last little bit. So it's just kind of a waste of a movie, a waste of a runtime. So super disappointing. Number 111, and then we'll do our next break. So Jennifer, if you can pull up some of these super chats, I see several of them starting to pop up, and if you can see if you can find any other, some other fun questions to throw up on the screen. Merry Little Batman. So this was an Amazon Prime original, which is kind of fascinating to me because Max tied to Warner Brothers, which owns DC, and they still licensed out Batman to a competitor to put out an exclusive original film. I don't know what Warner Brothers Discovery is doing, but I think some of their choices are foolish. Anyway, as for the movie itself, it's 90 minutes long, and it felt like it could have been like a fun 22-minute episode of like this Batman TV show. This is the Christmas episode where Damian Wayne is left at the Wayne Manor. Some criminals try to break in, and so it's Home Alone with Damian Wayne and Batman villains in tech. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun, cute episode. But it's 90 minutes long. So it's like, as soon as we do that, it's like, okay, I kind of dug that. That was kind of fun. That was interesting. Then it goes on another hour afterwards. So it just so dramatically overstayed its welcome. In a frustrating way. I don't really like this Cartoon Network style of animation. A lot of the gross out, their version of gross out humor, I don't really like. So just really not for me. All right, take another quick little break right here. Jennifer, if you want to throw up some questions for me, or if you just want to throw up in general, we can go for that as well. Or, Josh Hickey throws. Jennifer, if you could read the questions to me, I would actually like you to read the questions to me. So you bring it up. If you can read it as our host.
I'm sorry. I'm so worried. They keep talking about my volume. So I'm like paranoid to talk.
I could just crank myself up. Now, how am I? Am I toasty now too? See how they like my mic cranked up like this. Josh Hickey, good friend of the channel. Can't wait to hopefully hear Sean's thoughts on Night Swim, since that's a bad shark movie coming out this week. That I have no clue when I will be able to see that movie, since I am going to California Wednesday. On that point, if you are in California, I'm doing a live show this Friday night, January 5th. Free show, free parking, meet and greet, recording my most anticipated movies of the year, a podcast with Griffin Schiller, FilmSpeak, as well as Zach Pope, and then just hanging out talking with whoever can make it. So that's this Friday. So I don't know when I'm going to be able to see Night Swim. How do they feel about my new volume?
I don't know yet.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, got a question for me?
It's loud. Hold on. Oh. The Disney nerd says my voice is angelic. Thank you.
I wish it wasn't sending the screen up like that. I wanted to stop doing that. There. Sorry, I had to boot you out. You're not on screen anymore, which you weren't anyway. So now it's the way I want it. Got question?
Okay, sorry. I saw one. There's one. Are you still watching Attack on Titan?
So to this point, whenever they did the Attack on Titan collaboration with Fortnite, my kids started getting into Attack on Titan because they're more and more getting into anime. We've only seen, I don't know, like 10 episodes. So I guess the short answer would be no. There's no particular story there. It's just tough. With like, if my kids just watch it, that's fine. But for me to watch it, then it means I'm not watching something else, or I'm not doing something else with my kids. So watching through animated shows like that, it's just tough for me to like do a deep dive into them. So we watched like 10 episodes, something like that. Next.
Hey, Sean. Keg 2 is sadly my worst of 2023
First
for
off, let's
how.
pause right here. Thank you so much, everything. Whether that is so insanely generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Jennifer, you may continue.
Keg 2 is sadly my worst of 2023 for how fun and dumb the first film was, how bad of a sequel and shark film it was. Oh, Meg, sorry.
Yeah,
It was
I
really
assumed it
sad.
was Megan.
It didn't even feel like a logical continuation of the first film. What was it? My top three of 2023: Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Totally Killer, and ATSV.
Across the Spider Verse.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I love. So I'm of course Guardians 3 Across the Spider Verse in my top 10, but also Totally Killer. I really enjoyed Totally Killer. Watched it like back to back days or something like that because I saw it at a film festival, and then I was like, Jennifer, you gotta watch this too. And so then she watched it with me. So that was a lot of fun. But thank you so much. That is so generous. But yeah, they just made some very odd choices with the Meg 2 and where they took things and what they didn't do with the movie.
Hey Sean, loved your Indian movie reviews. When are you gonna watch and review KGF Chapter 1 and 2?
I don't know. So it's from the same director that did Solar, which I just watched, and I really enjoyed the directorial style. And then, actually, a fan invited me to go watch, gave me a ticket to see Solar with him. And there was another guy that's also a fan of my channel, so I was like talking to two different fans between the movies, and they were talking about those films to me. I don't know if I'll review them. I want to watch them. It's just there's only one of me, and there's only so many days in a week. And so being able to watch something and review it means I'm not watching and reviewing something else. So I don't know what that'll look like. It's absolutely on my radar to watch them. I don't know. There's no time frame or anything like that. Going into or now we're in 2024. The plan is to watch an Indian film every month and review it, a new release. Covering older films is a little bit trickier because you don't know how it'll do. Whereas new releases, that's when people are excited and most likely like, they want to talk about that thing. Whereas like this movie that came out 4 years ago, I don't know how many people want to hear my thoughts on it.
I'm trying to find more, sorry. Ah, I'm trying to go back to the beginning. I know we missed some.
Uh,
Mhm. Also, someone mentioned earlier they were excited to see your coworker or co-anchor that you
Jennifer,
posted
what
on
was your favorite
Instagram.
movie of 2023?
I think for your Twitter GIF thing, I did the Ninja Turtles, but I don't know if I can really say that over Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. There, the experience was so good with the family seeing the Ninja Turtles. Um, but I think Spider-Man was a better film. And I like the animation style better.
So here's a if you're following the chat, only Patreon members truly get Disney Nerd versus Daniel Skinner. So on Patreon, we do 2 live streams per week. Disney Nerd and Daniel Skinner are almost always in there, and they have these several different jokes going back and forth every single week with their rivalry. So
Mm.
that's one more reason that you should join Patreon so you can learn more about that rivalry. Have you got
Behind the
one more for me,
scenes.
and then
Okay,
we'll
I'm
get back
trying.
into it.
Sorry.
Whew, and we'll
Also,
finally get into the top 100. We're an hour in, and it's still over 100 movies to talk about.
okay,
Woo!
I think I'm so sorry. I've been Googling in between questions to try to figure it out. Did we already do this one from Caleb?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm scrolling. Sorry, guys. I have all these
There, throw
things.
this one up here. Hey, Sean, really missed
Thank you.
podcasts on the main channel. Perhaps do more this year. I mean, it's so much of it is a matter of time. Like, I haven't had any extra time to add it back in. It's been on my mind to do so, but like, it's to like come up with notes, maybe have a friend join me, like all of that, and then just even like booting everyone off the internet at my house, make it like it takes effort to do it, and I already have a routine to do other things. So it's not a lack of interest or desire. It's none of that. It's very much mid on my mind to even have multiple kind of streams of things taking place, but they're just tough to just kind of make. They draw energy out of me in a way that normal videos don't. Final one, and then I'll hop into this.
Oh, did you put one up at the same time I did?
I don't know. Hi, Sean. Love from Scotland. Hey, I love the fact that people from all over the globe are watching right now. That is so cool.
Can I put one up, or is that it?
I'm going to throw this one up right here, and then you can throw yours up. Can you please answer my question? Yes, I can answer your question. I have answered this question. There's hundreds of questions. I don't know which one I missed. Like, I don't know. And
I'm sorry, we're having problems with we're having problems with the comment interface right now. Hey, Sean, been watching you for a long time. Just decided.
Yeah, we covered that one. We did that one.
Oh, sorry.
We got two that just popped up here at the bottom.
Dang
the
it.
Disney nerd, or it's stealing me. We both have control of the interface, and so we're like competing with what we're clicking on. Disney nerd pulling a Daniel Skinner. My wife, whose name is also Sean, wants to know how much money did you make showing your legs in the best of the year video?
Not enough.
This is the stuff that you get every single week on my Patreon live streams. Just these very strange, random questions. Thank you so much for the super chat, and always bringing some fun energy to these. Last one, and then I'll hop back into the main section. Would you ever do a ranking of Christian movies? I mean, I have to know what the ranking was, because it like that. I mean, ranking what? I don't like have a top 10 favorite Christian movies. I'm not terribly likely to rank the God's Not Dead movies because I just don't like the concept. I don't like any of them. Then again, I haven't seen any of them, so I probably shouldn't say that too much, but I've watched enough videos from the Nostalgia Christian analyzing them and breaking down the plot to go, I don't think I like that. But so like, I'm not opposed to it. Like, I've even thought of maybe this spring with the new season of The Chosen dropping, potentially playing catch up on the previous seasons and then watching them there. So it's on my mind, but it's always a matter of what is the ranking, what's the video. The one that seems obvious to me at the moment is catch up on The Chosen and finally talk about that, since people ask about it all
Chandler.
the time. Yeah, what?
There's people watching from New York, Egypt, Hungary, North Korea. They're all saying where they're from. And you've got one from the UK.
If you would just throw them up here, throw all these ones up here.
There's one.
I love that like people from all over the world, all sorts of different backgrounds, speaking different main languages, and we're all here talking movies together, having fun. That is awesome. I love that. I love that so much. But it is time to continue on and talk about a few more movies that I did not love. Let me try and find my right lower third. I think it's this one. Oh, excuse me. Right. No, that's my overlay.
Let me get the comment. There we
go. Don't click anything. Find my right video. No, that's the wrong one. Find my right video. There it is. Oh, fun times.
We're so good at this.
We're like professionals. Coming in at number 110, Kids vs. Aliens. This is a movie I saw at Fantastic Fest 2022. It is an expansion of a segment from one of the VHS movies that I haven't seen. It's from the director of Hobo with a Shotgun. It wasn't for me. It was kind of had a little bit of the Stranger Things vibe of kids being kids and kind of coming of age and that sort of stuff. but like with a meaner streak to it, like significantly meaner streak. And if you've seen it, there's a pretty mean. Actually, Stranger Things too. Like those are already have a mean streak in the bullying side of some of the stuff that goes down. Just taking that so much further in Kids vs. Aliens, and then it's also like the production was kind of so cheap at times that it was like you're watching Goosebumps or like people in clear spandex suits and stuff. So it just didn't really work for me. Number 109 on here. I saw at Fantastic Fest this year. Speaking of VHS 85. I've only seen the last two VHSs. This one I'm talking about now and the one from last year. Both of them I saw at midnight screenings at Fantastic Fest. Where at Fantastic Fest, I show up at like noon, watch 4 movies in a row. I'm eating greasy pizza, popcorn all day long, and then we go stand outside in the hot sun all day. And at midnight, after filling my body with grease, sitting down to watch a movie that's like shaky cam, like the concept of VHS is they're all like movies shot with a VHS camera. Old, like just all handheld footage, these little shorts. And so it's all this, it's grainy, it's choppy intentionally. Both of these movies made me feel nauseous. Maybe if I watched them at home at a normal time, not after eating greasy food all day, it would have worked better. However, not for me, as is. 108, Spy Kids Armageddon. This is the latest Spy Kids movie, kind of a reboot deal. I was at, I think, the world premiere for it at the Paramount Theater here in Austin. Got to take my kids to it. It was actually, the Paramount Theater in Austin is on the same street that every Spy Kids movie shoots on Congress Avenue in Austin, Texas, right in front of the Capitol building. Every single one of them, at some point in time, they drive down that road. They show the Capitol. Sometimes they show the Paramount Theater. And we're at the Paramount Theater. So it's kind of fun experience to be in this theater that has a balcony. We were up in the balcony. Robert Rodriguez was there. He brought the suits from the different movies, and you could see the props. All of that was very cool. It's just another Spy Kids movie. It's more of the same. It's harmless. My kids had fun with it. They didn't go home and go, can we watch that again? But they enjoyed it. They enjoyed the experience. They wanted to walk up and get their picture taken with the suits from Spy Kids 3, and they got their picture taken in front of the scooters. Like, it was fun, but it's just kind of disposable stuff. We've seen it before. We've seen it better. So, it is what it is. Number 107. The next couple on here are kind of ones where I didn't know. They're not exactly movies, but they're kind of movies, so I just kind of threw them in here. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Once and Always. This is the 30th anniversary Power Rangers reunion thing. It's kind of like a movie. And I mean, I was at the top end of the age range of Power Rangers when it debuted. Like, I was at the top of it. Kids older than me were a little bit too old to start watching it, and then it was prime for the people, but I was still in there. And so I watched the first season or two in its original run, and then I aged out. But so that means there's enough, and for me, it was like my friends and I all watched Power Rangers, but we also were trying to be cool middle schoolers and didn't want people to know we watched it. So like, I didn't watch that. Oh wait, you have the Megazord toy? Can I play with it too? Not that, I mean, the show's stupid, but I would just want to look at your stupid toy, but I'd love to play with it. There's that sort of stuff. So there's some nostalgia of kind of returning to it. But the problem with something like Power Rangers is that it's designed for younger ages, and I think there's certain limitations on, for it to be true to what it is, it's designed for 11-year-old me, not 41-year-old me. So, and there are even some stuff in there where they weren't able to get the fan favorites to come back, Kimberly, and then Tommy, and then of course tragically, what happened with the actor there, very tragic, but the character's still kind of in there. There's some choices that are just a little odd, played a little strange in light of the real life tragic events surrounding him. So it didn't really work for me. Number 106, I don't even know what this one exactly is called, but that Demon Slayer thing they put out, where I've never seen Demon Slayer before, but my friend Andy, he got married a couple weeks back. Andy is huge into it, so he invited me to go with a group of people to see this Demon Slayer movie event. But it's not a movie. at all. It's not at all a movie. It's like the last 1 or 2 episodes of the previous season and the first 1 or 2 episodes of the new season. And they're not even edited together into anything. It's literally, we went to this deal, the opening credits played 3 or 4 times, and the end credits played 3 or 4 times. And so I'm just jumping into the deep end of Demon Slayer, no clue what's going on, no clue what's happening. And so it's kind of nice to, experience something different. That's not the right way to be introduced to Demon Slayer. Number 105. I hate to have a movie like this low on the list, but In My Mother's Skin. This is one I saw at Fantastic Fest this year. I think it's a Filipino film. I believe it's a Filipino possession film. I could be wrong because they show movies from all over the globe, and since I don't know the language, I don't know exactly what it was, but I think it was Filipino. And so it was essentially a combination of possession genre, Filipino folklore, and a little bit of, I think Catholicism a little bit in there too, kind of all merged together. And it's the sort of movie where I appreciated experiencing something different, but it wasn't for me. Like, it was too slow, and I didn't really connect with much in it. And there are other movies. There's one that's I believe a Brazilian one that'll be up there later on. It's also a possession film with the lore of the local area that I really did like. When Evil Lurks, that'll be much higher on the list, but also saw that at Fantastic Fest. But as for In My Mother's Skin, pretty disappointed. Or I wouldn't say disappointed because I didn't have expectations. It wasn't for me. Speaking of disappointed, number 104, Till Death Do Us Part. So this is a movie that when I saw the trailer for it, I thought it was going to be excited because I thought I was going to really like it. So I guess it's like about a team of assassins where one of them on her wedding day, the team goes to like hunt her down and kill her. And so she's like locked in a house while all the other assassins are kind of coming in to take her out. It's a little bit of a Kill Bill flavor to it, but not at all like Kill Bill. So I was excited to check it out. The trailer looked like it was going to have some cool action. The lead actress is a top like stunt woman, so knows how to like do choreography really well. Very much my kind of movie on paper. The actual way it played out, it was like an hour and 50 long movie, hour and 50 minute long movie that felt like it had about 40 minutes of plot and 40 minutes of fight scenes. Like it was like a film that you're watching it and the plot is these guys trying to get into a house. And that takes an hour and 20 minutes. And then we have a final fight somewhere else. And there's some flashbacks, some other stuff, but it was just like so stretched out, underdeveloped, and they keep alluding to like stuff that was like, oh, I feel like I should like this more, but I just didn't like it. Jennifer, you want to chime in? You watched this one with me, right? Did she disappear?
Yes,
there
I
she
did.
is. She's back. And stay on for the next one on here as well. Did you like it? Do you remember anything about it?
I remember it had the guy that was a vampire in Twilight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cam, he's also in Violent Night. As there's a couple familiar faces where it's like, oh, it's nice to see that person, but it just didn't. It felt like it never kicked into high gear. And
I mean, it's not really my type of thing, but it didn't even meet my expectations.
Yeah.
Is it your next? Is that what I thought it was going to be like?
Yeah, You're Next, or so that's the one from like 10 years ago, and then the one with Samara Weaving.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. What's that one?
But both of those ones, like, that's what I was expecting. I love those types of movies, and so I was hoping that's what this was going to be like. It just wasn't. It lacked the oomph in wit or anything like that, unfortunately. Next one on here, another one you watched with me, Jennifer. Your Place or Mine, with was that Ashton Kutcher and Reese Witherspoon? And like I was going through this list, putting it together, and like I enjoyed it like enough. It was like fine, passable little film.
I'm a worse critic than you.
but like I didn't remember who was. I was like, oh, Ashton Kutcher. Who was with it in it? It was Reese Witherspoon. Which, if I forgot,
how do you possibly forget with Reese Witherspoon?
Yeah, how like Reese Witherspoon's in the movie, and I forgot. And then I don't like it. Even the basic idea of it, like someone's watching one of the other one's kids or something like that. I was just very odd setup, and a genre that, like, for date night for me and you, Ashton Kutcher, Reese Witherspoon, this feels like this is a easy to get on base, easy win. Nope.
Nope.
It just wasn't. Do you remember why you didn't like it? Why you thought it was the worst movie
It
you've
just
ever
wasn't.
seen?
It wasn't memorable. I mean, I didn't say it was the worst movie I've ever seen. It just
Oh, I made
like
that up.
you did.
Oh.
It just was a
See, I
non-thing.
distracted myself. Out of the blue, I grabbed my tortilla and I just started sweeping my desk. That's how you know I've already started to lose my mind. We have 100 movies left to talk about, and I've lost my mind. I'm sweeping my desk with a tortilla. Just thought you guys should know. Sorry about that. I cut you off.
Do you want a question since you're
Oh, no. We got a couple more. So anyway, totally forgettable. Number 102, The Machine. Actually, someone sent this to me in my fan mail. So I was trying, I really try and watch through this. So I was going through the movies what movies did people send me that were from this year so I could catch up on some movies. So I apologize that I don't remember who had sent it. I do get a lot of fan mail. So they sent me The Machine, comedy that came out back in May. Watched it just a few weeks back, and it just wasn't quite for me. And a big part of that, I'm not familiar with the comedian that is the lead character in it. And the premise of the movie, I guess, since I'm not familiar with him, I'm kind of guessing. But I guess in his stand-up routine, he tells like this crazy story about being in like Russia when he was in college and getting involved with the Russian mob or something like that. Something wild. And so basically the movie is, what if that was true, and following up with him now in his current age, and Mark Hamill is his dad. But because I don't know who the guy is, I don't know his stand-up routine or anything like that, the whole thing kind of felt like it was an in-joke that I wasn't in on. I also watched it alone, like in my office right here on this television right here. And comedies work better with other people. Like if I'd seen it like with a packed crowd opening night or something like that, it probably would have been a better experience. But like watching it by myself, it wasn't the best way to watch it. But I did watch it, and now I am slightly more familiar with this character or this comedian, and I have seen Mark Hamill do drugs. Number 101 on here, Jennifer, you can chime in on it. Shotgun Wedding. This is with Jennifer Lopez, Die Hard comedy with Josh Duhamel.
That wasn't it, Jennifer Lopez. That was with the movie in general.
Yeah, because it should have been better.
It should have been way better.
Another one of these movies where you go like, yeah, it's like a wedding, but it turns into Die Hard, and it's Jennifer Lopez, and you go, yeah, I mean that sounds stupid, but I'll have fun with it. It's ridiculous, but yeah, let's do it. Sure, let's make it happen. And a big part of the problem is Josh Duhamel is like horribly miscast and like out of his league. And I read like the Wikipedia page about it, and the project's been around for years, and apparently like Ryan Reynolds was supposed to be the groom. And even the dialogue, you're listening to it, and it sounds like Ryan Reynolds' humor and delivery, except it's Josh Duhamel, who is not at all Ryan Reynolds. And so all of it just falls entirely flat. But even as like an action movie, as comedy, it didn't really deliver. There's like all these scenes where it's like wasted opportunities, stupid ideas, and I don't know, just the whole thing just felt like wasted potential. Why did you groan at this movie, The Wife?
I mean, same thing as the other one, really. It was a little bit more memorable than the Your Place or Mine,
Yeah.
but just it should have been an easy win. I mean, it didn't have to be anything epic. It had all the right pieces, and it just flopped.
Yeah.
Lame.
Oh,
I just said lame. That's all.
oh, lame. I thought you said something else. I didn't know what you said, but I didn't hear lame, which was a end of a sentence. I thought it was a start of a sentence. Anyway, we've made it to the top 100. I'll take a little break, or I'll answer some questions, and then I'll take a little mini break where I'll do some cartwheels or something, and then we'll get back to it. I'm going to try and go faster, as if that'll happen. What question do you have? Bring up some amazing questions for me, like life-changing questions. I want to change lives.
I've got one for you. Just a second. I'm almost there. You're not going to believe this.
Okay. All right.
Happy 2024, Sean and Jennifer. You get to make $100 million buddy film with the Disney nerd and Daniel Skinner as leads. What do you pick as a genre and the story for this potential masterpiece?
Okay. So, I mean, right off the bat, like my brain, when you said buddy film, my immediately went to buddy action film. I mean, I'm an action guy. So if you give me $100 million, I'm going to make an action movie. I'm not interested in doing like a big. I wouldn't want to do like a big spectacle Marvel movie, big spectacle Star Wars. Those I love those franchises, but that's not what I would be interested in doing. Like I like old school kind of action. So buddy movie, buddy cop. I don't know if they are cops. I think with the two of them, I want them to do a buddy heist movie, and for some reason, these two people are forced to do a heist together, and shenanigans ensue, and there's a tremendous amount of action. I believe we've actually had multiple conversations on Patreon about whether Disney Nerd or Daniel Skinner would win in a fight. And they've literally told us what martial arts skills they have, their heights, their weights, and everything. That's how weird Patreon gets. So it basically, they've already written this script for me in my mind, but it's a heist film.
I'd like to
Heist
vote that it
action buddy
be
film.
I'd like to vote that it be a Bollywood remake of a heist buddy action film. That's
I've
what I would
actually
like
been
to see.
pondering that. Watching a lot of Indian films recently, there's just like such a difference in the way that they perceive of, like they treat regular action movies the way that we treat superhero movies, and they have superhero logic for regular people.
Mm.
And so you just watch them generically, like, why can that guy beat all those people up? Like, well, why can Batfleck beat all those people up? Like, but they put it without putting a mask on. And fascinating if you did that with the Disney Nerd and Daniel Skinner, and they're like throwing cars around and stuff
Yep.
like that.
I mean,
I think that's what people want.
Mm.
But it's a heist movie.
Hi, Sean. Big fan. Are you looking forward to Argyle?
I believe I will pass this one off to my wife.
Why?
I don't know
They asked you, though.
what am I pointing at? Let me throw you back on here. How do we get me back?
You're just
There.
going to throw my avatar on there?
There. Your turn. Are you looking forward to Argyle?
I am super stoked for Argyle, but they weren't asking me.
That's fine. So I think she said that was her most anticipated movie of the year. Then again,
I don't know. Then there's
she hops
Beekeeper.
around. Yeah, Beekeeper.
Beekeeper.
Like she
Oh.
couldn't believe how excited she was for Beekeeper. But there's all these
I
movies.
just found
That's
out,
my most
though.
excited. What?
Someone said that the guy that did Equilibrium and
Yep, he wrote the script.
That's not good. That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's actually that I wrote. That was some. I think I cut it, but that was something I actually recorded in my worst of the year video as I talked about that. Like I was excited for Beekeeper, and then I saw who wrote it. So, but it's.
I mean,
it's
I
from
love
David Ayer,
Equilibrium, but
he did Expendables 4 and Children of the Corn, but like he's done other stuff. It's weird when you have those guys that have just like crazy quality level. Anyway, back to Argyle. Yeah,
cannot wait.
It's from the director it's coming from. I know a little bit about this movie that is not public information, which
Ooh.
it's kind of fun to know something. I know someone that watched it a while ago, and so I know something. So I'm fascinated to see how that plays out with people and stuff like that. But you look at the cast, the director, these are all wins for me. And like I saw it and I went, dude, Henry Cavill, he's got the dude that maybe I should go for in 2024.
No.
And
No.
that's a yes.
Mm-mm.
All right, next question. We got several of these super chats that I've seen pop up.
Okay, well, grab them.
So, well, no, I mean I don't have them in front of me. I just know that they're in there.
Well, just wanted to show some love from the Playback Squad. Most anticipated movie this year is Mickey 17.
Yeah.
Hope it
I
holds
believe
its
it's from
release
Bong.
date.
I believe that it's from the director of
I don't know.
Parasite. Yeah.
Good luck
So
today.
my guy that goes to a lot of test screenings, he's seen Mickey 17 and he seemed to really like it, and he said it's very different than from what you just have to go in with right expectations. Like it's definitely not Parasite. I think he referenced one of Bong's other films that was like. Let me make sure I'm saying the right person, just in case. But don't want to say too. Yeah, it's Bong. He said it's like one of Bong's other films, but I don't remember which one it was, and my phone is projecting that, so I can't. I'm projecting my phone up onto that TV, so if I were to look up that text information, then you would learn the name of my source. But yeah, my friend said that's a good one. Anyway.
Sean, did you skip Best Christmas Ever in your ranking, or did I just miss it?
Coming in at number 116 on your Best Christmas Ever. You are correct. Thank you, sir. Best Christmas Ever. This is a Christmas movie with, was it Brandy? Is that who it is, Jennifer?
Oh. Are you
Brandy,
talking about
right?
the one where, yeah,
And Heather Graham? And
yep,
Jason Schwartzman? Or,
yep.
yeah, I think that's right. Is that the right one? American Pie.
I don't know. Yep.
Brandy, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I didn't know that when we were watching it, because I'm not the one that was obsessed with her Cinderella movie from the 90s. So I didn't know that she was someone. And then you're watching the movie and she breaks into song. I was like, oh, this is probably. I said,
you
no,
didn't know it was Brandy?
No, I didn't know at all. We watched the whole movie and I was like, who? And she starts singing.
I don't think we can be friends anymore.
Yeah, but like, you don't listen. Like, is the only reason you're like a big fan of her because Brandy's your favorite song?
Brandy's my favorite song. What did you even just? Oh no, it's from Cinderella.
Yeah, but you don't listen to her stuff like driving down the road or anything like that. But anyway, this is 25 years later, so seeing her, well, my age and with kids like me, just a little different. But anyway, back to the movie. Yeah, it's it feels like a leftover script from 1995 that they adapted now when it doesn't make any sense anymore because it's all about sending out a yearly newsletters that people aren't on social media. It's very manipulative, and like they use like a dead child as like an emotional reveal. And you're like, I knew where this was headed, but come on now. The characters are pretty unlikable, and it feels like there's supposed to be a super smart kid in it, and it feels like a really dumb person writing a really smart person where they don't know what smart people are actually like, and so they're like, they're going to Harvard. They know stocks. Like stuff like that where you're like, that's just because a child is smart doesn't mean that they're only talking about the stock market. What are you talking about? And then it does this, like, it like ends on a note that makes you think that like they think that we're all morons, where they have a hot air balloon with a sled underneath it, and so the town thinks that Santa showed up, including the genius
solar powered
hot air balloon at nighttime.
At nighttime.
Anyway, there we go. 116. There it is. Sorry. Thank you, sir. We almost ruined this entire live stream.
Almost.
We had quite a few super chats. That
I'm working on it. I found one.
Just like I always say I'm gonna go faster, and I never do.
I know it's late for Kate. Oh, you got it.
Sorry.
You do it, and then I can look. That helps.
I know it's late for KGF2, but it ended as a very big cliffhanger for Chapter 3. For Part 3, 80% portion will be shot in the U.S. with 10x the giant budget. Yeah, so like that helps me a lot. That like for me, because there's so many movies I'm trying to watch, and I have to watch movies for rankings. It's tough for me to just watch something older if it's not towards something. When Chapter 3 comes out, it's very easy for me to like go, oh, I'll do a ranking. It gives me the reason. It gives me the opportunity with urgency to justify doing it. So I'm now anticipating Chapter 3 so I can watch Chapter 1 and 2.
You gonna read that one so I can keep looking? Or do I need to read
24. If there is a crowd fund, would you do a ranking of 1993 movies? My favorite movie year. Well, first off, thank you so much for the super chat. So the thing is always, we say, what is the ranking? Like, are you wanting my 10 favorite movies of 1993? Or, I have to know exactly what you mean by ranking. Like, it'd be very difficult for me to do this for 1993. Like, even if I went through and I picked out all these movies that I saw and went and had a list of 100 movies that I've seen from 1993, I haven't watched all of those movies in a reasonable amount of time. With this list, I've seen every single one of these movies within the last year and a half. I saw a few of them in fall 2022 at Fantastic Fest. Everything else I've seen in the last 12 months. And so it's fresh enough on my mind. And even still, some of them I'm forgetting. And when you're like, well, is this one at number 89 or number 88? Like, I don't know. It gets kind of arbitrary. And so it's tough. But if you said, what are my favorite movies of 93? You start picking out, like, what are the movies from 1993 that I actually rewatch a lot? So something like that would potentially be on the table. And I've thought about, going through past years to just see how some of that would work. But it like, if it was crowdfunded, or if someone was like, I'm being paid to do it outside of views, then it's easier for me to justify it. Like, I'd be fine to do something. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing it. It's just doing that video right now. I don't know who would click on it. If you're trying to think, what's the video that the most people are interested in that they'll click on? And 1993 doesn't hop out as like, yeah, a ton of my subscribers who were born in 2002 are wondering about 1993. So, and that's the logic that kind of goes into some of it. Me. Books and best movies of 1993. What do we have from that year? Jurassic Park, True Romance, and Fist of Honor. There we go. Those are the three big movies. And Look Who's Talking Now. Those are the big movies of that year. Hey, Sean, on vacation, so I can't join the entire stream. Wish I could, but wanted to say Happy New Year's and keep up the amazing content. Thank you so much, Stephen. Greatly, greatly appreciated. There are so many. Do you have one for me? She disappeared. She muted herself. Where did she go?
Well, Rhodey's snoring.
Oh, the dog. I have a dog that's snoring. That's fun.
I have a not super chat question.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine if you have a good one.
You should check out Iga. It's from the director of RRR, and it's a thriller with a fly.
I don't know what that means, but I've heard only good things about that director, as well as the Bahubali 1 and 2. Heard great things about that. And I guess the guy that started Solar, the one I just watched, he's from the Bahubali as well.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
Sean says he'll be faster. He gets slower. That is objectively true.
Did you just rub your nose?
I touched it real quick. It's not
Okay.
itching me like crazy. This is an important question, and then we'll have a mini break. But Marvel Wholesome says, did you name your dog Rhodey because due to Rhodey from the MCU? No, but yes. We did not name the dog. We adopted the dog from a pit bull rescue, and the people that were the foster parents for Rhodey before us, they just cycle through lots of dogs. And if you see, there's a super chat that just came in. We can grab it, and then we'll do this next deal. But and they named all their dogs that come through after MCU characters. So Star-Lord.
Is that true?
Yeah, they said that. I mean, these other names I'm saying is not true, but I don't know what the names were. But that, like, Rhodey is named after War Machine.
Well, I knew he was. Yeah, I knew he was from War Machine. I just didn't know.
But they named all their dogs after MCU characters.
They were very happy we kept his name.
Yeah. So we so we did not name him at all. However, his name is from the MCU. That's exactly where it came from. So sometimes we call him War Machine. If you can throw that one up here, and then we'll take a quick break after that one. I actually have one more. Well, never mind.
Do you want me to read this?
I don't know. My brain is jelly. Hey, Sean, if you had to guess now, which movie do you think will win Best Picture this year? My prediction is either Past Lives or Oppenheimer. I mean, that is not my expertise. I'm not great at that sort of thing. I mean, I would think that Oppenheimer would be the front runner. it's hard for me to even understand why Past Lives would be the competition with Oppenheimer. And I liked Past Lives, but that level I just don't see it. Oppenheimer has a ton of things going for it. Obviously, it's a success, but you have a movie that made a ton of money, critics loved it, Oscar buzz, and and a director that everybody likes that doesn't have enough statues. So everyone wants him to win, and he has a movie that's in a genre that tends to win, and it's worthy of winning. Like, whether you think it's the best or not, like, if Oppenheimer wins, it's not like, oh, what happened here? How did this garbage win? And it's not even like, last year Jamie Lee Curtis won for Best Supporting Actress, and everyone was like, I mean, this is a Lifetime Achievement Award. No, like, she shouldn't have won for this. She's not even the Best Supporting Actress in that movie, but we want her to have a statue, so you gave it to her. That's not even what Oppenheimer winning would be. Oppenheimer is a perfectly reasonable winner for Best Picture for this year. There's a great argument to be made for it. So I think that Oppenheimer is very likely the front runner, but we shall see. All right, everybody. We'll have a little mini break at the moment, so I can hop up and down, and we will be back just a second. Hey, everybody. Sean Chandler from the past here. You might not have recognized me because of my youthful glow from just a few hours back, but while future me, or present me to you guys, is taking a mini break, probably running to the bathroom, I thought I would let you know about some upcoming events I have. The first one, big gigantic one, this Friday, January 5th, I'm doing a live video recording and meet and greet in LA. I'll be recording my most anticipated movies of 2024, as well as a podcast with my friends Zach Pope and Griffin Schiller, where we'll be looking back at 2023, talking about what didn't work, but also what did work about last year's films, and then what we're excited about and what we're worried about for this next year. And then we'll be there to meet and greet for as long as you guys are interested in talking to us. We'll be there to hang out with you. That is this Friday, January 5th, in the Los Angeles area. If you're anywhere in California, the United States, planet Earth, you would be wise to be there. I'm really expecting 7 billion people to show up in this small meeting space at a hotel in the Los Angeles area. Anything below 6 billion people in that room, and I will be devastated. So book your tickets, rent your cars, learn how to fly, travel to Los Angeles this Friday night. The details are down below in the description. January 5th. Live video recording, meet and greet, all that fun stuff. Also, I will be in Florida for MegaCon, February 1st through 4th. A lot of different panels, a lot of guests joining me. But that's enough delay. Time for me in the future, or the present to you guys, to come back and continue ranking stuff. Unmute. Okay, there we are. There. Whew! That was scary right there.
That would have been bad the whole time.
Yeah, Liam.
Hi.
Tell us something about movies this year.
I like FNAF.
Buddy, move so we can see your face. You're behind the mic.
Yeah. There. Yeah. Try to be visible.
There we go.
I like FNAF.
Anyway, yeah, they've all been downstairs playing Minecraft and stuff like that, and they wanted to join in for a little bit. Karis, what was your favorite movie? Trolls 3. She's been trying really hard to get to watch that one at home, which I'm telling her is not an easy thing to do. Chloe, anything you wanted to say real quick?
My favorite movie of the year is Wonka.
You have to talk loud enough that a microphone can hear you.
My favorite movie of the year is Wonka.
Wonka? You like Willy Wonka, you say?
Yeah, because it's a musical and it's really fun. Does it well too.
Very cool. All right, thank you. Power shake. Power shake. All right. See you later, everybody. Close the door behind you. There's 100 movies left to talk about. We're already descending into utter chaos. Where are we at? Nope, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Number 100 on the list, we have Pet Sematary Bloodlines. This is another one that I saw at Fantastic Fest at the world premiere, and it's a fine, forgettable continuation of Pet Sematary, where it's slick enough. There's some actors that you like in there. But there's just nothing that really justifies its existence. There's kind of an interesting idea of taking this little segment from the previous versions and diving into it. But for the most part, it's just feels too just like a rehash without the heart. And in particular because it's where it misses the thing that made their main story so gut-wrenching, which was the choices that a parent would make to save a child. What would you do to bring back a dead child? That's very compelling and emotionally resonant. And this doesn't tell this from a perspective where that's allowed to play out. So just kind of there. Number 99, The Nun 2. A sequel which is better than the original Nun on virtually every single level. That's just not saying very much at all. It's just still a very bland possession movie where it's like, okay, there's a couple cool images in there. There's a couple moments where it's like, I dug that. But generally speaking, it's just too... I just don't feel like the characters, the lore, the atmosphere, the ambiance, anything about the Nun movies pops at all. Number 98, Haunted Mansion. Haunted Mansion. This is the latest adaptation of an amusement park ride at Disneyland, made into a film. And it's another one that's kind of superficially enjoyable enough, but it's not good enough at any one thing to stand out. So it's kind of like a horror comedy, but it's not that funny. There's a couple jokes, but not that many. It's supposed to be a ghost story, supposed to be spooky, but it's not that spooky. And then they choose to make the central story for our lead character super depressing. And so you have this very weighty story, but it's also a comedy. It's also kind of silly and spooky. And the pieces just don't go together. They start to cancel each other out a good bit. And so another one that I was not crazy about. All right, next one on here. Next movie on the list. Let me look this up real quick. Where we're at on this one. Okay. Next one on this list has a 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, and I have it in the 90s on my list. So we got another hot take. Also, the viewership at the moment has dipped since our last little break. So I got to do something to win the views back. So we are going to have another...
Is that how that works?
What?
If they're not watching, they won't know that you're doing something different.
Yeah, but the people that are currently watching won't leave. Actually, the numbers have dipped since I said I'm doing this. So maybe my logic didn't hold up. All right. I'm trying to get more to come out, but I guess there's some on there. A splashdown of horror sauce. Keeping things interesting. Yeah, just shut up. We're almost at 400 viewers. We gained 50 viewers by I'm good. 500! It shot up 150 viewers as soon as I did that. Yes, let's do another one. Let's do it again.
Don't you dare.
I haven't even told you what movie it was. Hey, Jennifer, it's all about the views. It's all about the views. I've been watching all of these YouTube commentary channels, and the most important thing in life is views and subscribers. That's what I'm going to teach my kids because I'm a good parent. I'm responsible. Coming in at number 97, a movie with a 90% on the Rotten Tomatoes, Joyride. Joyride. This is a comedy. Apparently, my wife wanted to watch it with me, which I didn't know that. She didn't tell me that. So I watched it without her. I don't think she would have liked this movie.
Yeah,
But,
I don't think I would have either.
So the big issue I had with the movie is that it's like a very raunchy comedy that raunchy comedies work because they're about people behaving badly. And this movie doesn't want to present the people as behaving badly. It wants to present this crazy wild behavior as empowering and good. So much so that one of the characters is a sex positive expert, artist or something like that. And so they're trying to rationalize and justify all the crazy wild behavior, which is certainly a choice. And given my background, I was a pastor, so naturally, this is not a genre I tend to gravitate towards. This one rubbed me particularly the wrong way because there's even a Christian character in it that is written to be a moron that is superficial and an utter hypocrite. And another one's kind of in the same ballpark that's also a liar. So I found that just rude, offensive. What are we doing? And not R-rated comedy. Comedy's supposed to push boundaries, but it wasn't clever. It was just I've never actually met a Christian before, but here's a stereotype. By the way, they're all hypocrites. Okay, well, if you're going to just overtly step on my toes, then you're offending me, and I don't like you very much. Next one on here, prestige film, also getting awards nominations. A lot of people are mentioning this one as one of their top 10 of the year. Film Twitter was going pretty wild for this one. I had a different reaction, so another hot take.
Gross.
That was too much.
I don't think you should do that. Oh,
Hey, we got this one. We're good. We're good. Cast iron stomach. Not a cast iron mouth. But. So, number 96 on here, May, December. So, this is one that is fascinating. Bunch of people watch it. One group of people see this compelling character study with amazing performances and dark humor that's subversive. And a bunch of people like myself watch it and go, this is a really tone-deaf look at something that really happened. It's based on real-life events. And it chooses to focus in on the actress and make it primarily about how far actors go for roles, which Tropic Thunder already did that. But this is about real life events. And so instead of making it about this incredibly actual criminal relationship that turned into a marriage that ruined lives, I'm starting to cry a little bit thinking about this movie, not because of the hot sauce. And they make it this weird satire comedy thing with the most bizarre soundtrack choice of the year. Some people love the soundtrack choice. It's literally an adaptation of a movie from 1971. They just took the score from this other movie, dropped it on it, and it's way overbearing. It's wild. You're at the beginning of this film, and it's playing this very thriller piano music, somber, dark, and then Julianne Moore opens her refrigerator and it goes dong, and she goes, this is how emotional this scene gets me, there's not enough hot dogs for all the buns. Something like that. She says we're running out of hot dogs. Which is odd. And it's and there was a whole point why they did it. I just thought it was tone deaf. There are some fantastic performances. Of course, Julianne Moore, Natalie Portman, of course. But then they have a guy from Riverdale who also has a great performance. I made a bad choice. Number 95, Malum. This is a indie horror film. Clark Wolf, who's done some stuff in the movie YouTube space, was an actress in it. I didn't watch it in the best context. It was actually Cody Leach, and I watched it on a laptop in a hotel room during MegaCon. So, less than ideal way to watch it. I haven't seen. It's a remake of a movie I haven't seen. It didn't do too much for me. It's not really my type of horror film. So, a little bit disappointing for me. Number 94, Blood Relatives. This is one I saw at Fantastic Fest 2022. And the director was this. It's kind of funny story. So, watched the movie, Director does a Q&A, lets out, we all go to the bathroom. Walk into the bathroom, urinals and everything like that. The director walks up to use the urinal. The guy walks up, puts his arm over him, and is like, hey, man, I really enjoyed the movie. That was really cool. Thanks, man. Trying to go pee. Which, yeah. If you're at a premiere for a movie, maybe let the director go to the bathroom before you compliment him, and don't touch him while he's at the urinal. That's weird. Some pro tips right there. It's basically a vampire family dramedy road trip movie. And I felt like it didn't know when to end, and it didn't know what its like finale was. So it reached a point in time that felt like it could be the end, and it kind of kept going. It wasn't quite funny enough for me. And there's some things in the production where, because they're vampires, they can't go in the sunlight, but it's very difficult to film a movie at nighttime. So some of their day to night filters got pretty distracting in certain sequences and certain ways they did it. So it wasn't fully for me. Next one, 93, The Boogeyman. One of the a movie that when I watched it, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I like the sound design in that movie. But as time passed, it was just kind of one more forgettable horror film that came out. Like, yeah, it had good sound design, but the characters, the plot, the method, how does it even work? All just kind of slipped from my mind. So, yeah. Number 92 on here, No Hard Feelings. Another raunchy comedy that this one to me is frustrating because there's parts in it that I think are really funny. And it's a movie like I really want to like. I just think the basic premise is so unbelievably creepy and weird. And it's the sort of movie that you just, as soon as you like swap the genders, it doesn't work. You know, really hot guy in his early 30s trying to seduce someone fresh out of high school, and her parents are paying this guy to try and sleep. Like, you go, but as soon as you do it and it's Jennifer Lawrence and this nerdy guy, for some reason that's somehow more acceptable. And so, like, the way that it all kind of like just, there's funny bits, there's elements that really worked, but I just thought it was so like such a bizarre concept, and the way that they try and play it out as like a friendship afterwards, like I'm not seeing what you guys are, whatever you're going for here. I'm a no on that one. Number 91, Wish. This is several of these kind of Disney movies fall into the category of, much like the reason Marvel's is very low, and a movie we'll get to in our next one, when you have a $200 million Disney film, you have no excuses. Like this isn't a scenario where you had limited resources, rushed, or anything like that. You had everything at your disposal, and you just made something very mediocre. When you get the movie Wish, it's designed to be their 100-year anniversary film. Speaking of 100th anniversary and early years of Disney, as of today, Steamboat Willie has gone into the public domain, so Cody Leach and I are going to go off and write our Steamboat Willie slasher. Just wanted to mention that real quick. But with Wish, it just feels like Disney doing a cover of Disney without any of the inspiration. A bar band cover where it's not as good. It's hitting the right notes. It has all the beats it's supposed to have. It's got the villain song. It's got quirky sidekicks, but none of it's as good as it should be. None of it's as good as what it's homaging. And then it gets so heavy-handed in the references of like, we're going to go form Zootopia. Look, it's Peter Pan. Look, where it just gets silly and goofy. So a movie that, like, it has moments. There's a couple songs I kind of like, but there's no fantastic songs. There's nothing there that it's the Disney 100. It should be better than it is, unfortunately. Alrighty, we'll pause shorter on this one because we got to just kind of keep going. But if you can throw a couple questions up on there. Whew. You want me to read it?
Mm-hmm.
This is telling me that your internet has like a red exclamation point on it. Are you still on the internet?
Me?
Yeah. It says you
As
have
far as
no
I know.
internet. Yeah. Quack on the back. Happy New Year, Sean. Greetings from Slovenia. I love your channel. Keep up the great content. Hey, thank you so much. Happy New Year to you as well. And once again, I love that people from all over the globe are able to connect with movies because of my channel. Oh, wait, got a little ahead of myself here. If you don't call the Steamboat Willie horror movie Screamboat Willie, what's even the point? I better write that down. Screamboat Willie. That's a good one. And I really think we've got some inspiration here.
I'm looking for more. Sorry.
There should be at least two super chats that aren't too far, or one of them we already put up, but one that shouldn't be too far back because it's still on my interface over here. And a new one just came in. The moviegoer. Hi, Sean. How you doing? My tongue hurts. How did you watch 131 movies that come out this year? I watched 41 movies that came out this year and thought that was crazy. You took it to a whole new level. Well, I mean, you got to keep in mind, this is what I do for a living. And so I watch movies for a living. Some of it comes from going to film festivals where you watch 20 movies in a week. And whether some of them, I watched 25 movies in a week. That's a big chunk. Some of those won't come out till next year, but also I went to the film festival last year, so some of the ones that came out last year are dropped into this year. And if you do the math on it, that 50 weeks in a year, it's 2.5 movies per week, new movies per week. And you think how many streaming movies are coming out now? Plus, I get invited to press screenings with the film festival. That's kind of how you can get to that number. Where the one where it gets crazy is because I'm the ranking guy. I'm watching all these movies to prep for the rankings. And so I watched about 450 total movies this year. That's where you start going. When you're averaging over one movie per day, woo! Plus TV shows, woo! It's just... I have to be disciplined. I schedule things out. It's pretty wild to get it all done. The Disney Nerd. Since this section had so many comedies and hot takes, did you see Bottoms from this year? Heard it was great. Thought it was nowhere near as good as I had heard. Yeah, so I like... So I'm in a critics group now and voted in a critics association. And so I got sent screeners, nominations, and things like that. Bottoms was one. Made a list of everything I needed to watch to cover everything. And I had to make choices as to what did I think was potential that I would actually pick as the winner in the category. So that's when I watched Joyride. That was one of the ones that was in the category for best comedy, and some other ones in there. And that's where I watched Theater Camp. Bottoms was on nominated in there as well. I only had so much time. I did not watch Bottoms, largely because I watched the trailer, read kind of the review synopses, and thought, in light of who I am, how likely is it that a movie about high schoolers like forming a fight club so that they can try and hook up with other people, how likely is that a movie that I would pick as my best comedy of the year? And it's pretty low. Movies, raunchy comedies about high schoolers. I've said it many times before, like Booksmart, the Get to the Party, To Do Drugs on Each Other, anything in that genre. Some of them I have found funny, but it's just not where I gravitate towards. So I did not see it. It was kind of a conscious choice of like, I doubt that this would be the one I would vote for. So I'm going to choose to watch one that I might vote for. Theo Harris, do you think the streaming problem is a bigger issue with animated movies? I'm not sure what you are asking. I'm not sure what you're seeing there. Or what specific... streaming problem could mean a lot of things. So I'm not sure what you're referring to. What I know is a couple years back, Mitchell's vs. the Machines was like my number 2 movie for the year or something like that. Netflix original streaming movie. It's a fantastic movie. I know Disney has had some very, call them cheap quills that they've done for streaming movies. But I think Netflix puts out solid animated movies. I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't rush towards animation as much as some other people, so I haven't noticed them. But I don't think so. But I'd need to know more exactly what you're asking. I one blessed one eye. Hi, Sean. Who are your 3 favorite ghost faces? So, there's 2 in the first movie. Pretty easy. Who's the next one? I'd probably go Emma Roberts, the Scream 4. I think some issues with that movie, but I think I liked a lot of what they were doing there. I think that's what I would go with. Off the hand, I the Scream movies that have come out this year and last year and the year before that, it's no longer this year. I meant to do more rankings because obviously I love Scream, but when Scream 5 came out, I had COVID. I literally took a COVID test just as like, I'm feeling a little bit down, better take a test just in case. It came back positive. And I took the test because I was about to go to the press screening. I was like, well, I guess I can't see it for 2 weeks. And then when the one came out this year, it was just in a very busy month where I was traveling a lot. So I want to do a lot of those rankings. And unfortunately now we're never going to get Scream 7. Every once in a while I cough and there's some a little bit of that's kick in my throat. Sebastian, hi Sean. I recently saw 2001: A Space Odyssey and absolutely loved it. I'm curious if you're considering making a Stanley Kubrick ranking in the future, and what are your opinions on 2001? So, this is one that people ask me about all the time because, of course, Stanley Kubrick is a legend and one of the most celebrated directors of all time, and one of the more interesting directors of all time. The problem is with the way YouTube works, the way viewing patterns work, I have absolutely no clue at all how a Stanley Kubrick ranking would do on my channel, because there's not going to be any new Stanley Kubrick movies because he's been dead over 20 years. And normally I sync up rankings to when a new release comes out. So no new releases are coming out, can't do that. But that's not a reason to never do it. So, but I just don't know, like, because I'm not a big Kubrick fan, I haven't built an audience talking about Kubrick movies, and a lot of my audience are younger, much younger than me. They were born after Kubrick died, or they were 5 when Kubrick died. So it's movies from before, some of them are 30 years before I was born, 50 years before some of my audience were born. I don't know how that'll do on my channel. And I'm not specifically a Kubrick fan. So it's not one that I just want to do for me, or I'm not rushing to do just for me. If there was some context, I would be very game to do it because I think he's got 13 movies. That would be good for me as a person that loves films to like go outside my comfort zone and watch some movies that aren't what I naturally gravitate towards. And some of it, like I don't think I've ever seen Spartacus. Like some ones that I probably would like in his filmography that I've just never seen. As for 2001, that's the Kubrick movie that you've seen.
You've never seen Spartacus?
Man, I did not know saying that was going to get me in trouble with the wifey. I did not know that.
I'm just surprised. You're not in trouble. I'm just surprised.
I
think I watched it in school.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Westwood, and we read books and were taught things. We didn't watch movies at school. So whatever you did in Cedar Park, Texas.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Westwood, right. That's not how we rolled. So, 2001, I think I've only seen it once, and it was a while ago. So I can't really comment too much on it. Like it's like a movie that you remember it. I've seen it one time, and all these images stick in my brain, but it's not one that I've revisited. So, anyway, there's some thoughts. Okay, I'm going to try and rush through these next two, and then rush through the next set of these ones on my list. Jordan, is James Bond a movie character too non-PC for today's movie audiences? I think he's a very difficult character to stay true to what he historically has been and what he was in the original novels in today's setting. It's very tricky to stay true. And you've already started to, I mean, it's for about 30 years, they've been aware of it. Like they made jokes in GoldenEye about political correctness. But the fantasy of this man that just goes around seducing and sleeping with a different woman every night, using her, that is just like this fantasy doesn't play as play like it did a while back. And even rewatching the old films whenever No Time to Die came out, some of them are rough. I mean, like, you have a scene where Sean Connery rips a girl's bikini top off and starts choking her with it. Like, whoa, that's the hero of our movie just did that. Roger Moore does some like unbelievably creepy stuff. Like, just like unwatchable levels of like, ugh. What was wrong with humanity in 1970? Like, what are you guys thinking? So, it's tough, like to know what that looks like and figure out how do you stay true to the concept, the escapism, the fantasy of James Bond in the 21st century, where a lot of what he did before, the idea of being a womanizer as a fantasy, not the same as it used to be. Zachary, hey, Sean, hey, Zachary, see you in the chat all over the internet. Nice to see you. Hey, Sean, how do you keep track of all the movies you watch every year and make it into a ranking? I use Evernote. I've been using Evernote for about 13 years now. When I was a youth pastor, I used Evernote to track notes for my sermons, write stuff in there. And that's what I've always used. So whenever I watch my first few movies this year, I'll start a new note. It'll be it'll start there. And so I all year long, I have that, and then I each month have the running list of all the movies, and then I have a ranking for the months where I do my monthly rankings. And then I try and I keep adjusting throughout the year. But then over the last 2 days, I've gone to that list, and I keep going back and forth through the list, like rethinking everything. And like which ones actually stuck with me. Because some movies, they don't leave a good mark when you first watch them, but you think about them and you go, that was really great. Or I kind of dug that. Other movies, a lot of blockbusters, they're designed to be a fun experience in the theater, and then there's jokes, there's action, they move fast, and then you forget them entirely. And so then you go, which one's actually stuck with me as time has passed? So yeah, if I wrote Wish, I'd have a Sean team up with many past Disney characters, and the King has zombified versions of dead Disney villains. What do you think? That would be very hardcore if Disney went for zombified versions of dead Disney villains. If they were doing like Disney Elseworld, there could be something pretty wild and fun about that. I don't see them going for it, but I mean, I think in general, as soon as you're like telling the story of Wish, and it's like, by the way, this character started Zootopia. By the way, that's Peter Pan. By the way, it's that. It just starts to feel very fan fiction-y. And so I think inherently trying to like have this is the origin for the Disneyverse. It's all in canon with each other. I just don't like that. I don't want it all to kind of tie together like that. So that's kind of my issue with some of that. Sorry for the confusion. I was referring to animated movies making less money due to them coming out on streaming. Oh, yeah, so I took that in a totally wrong direction. So the streaming problem with Disney
Disney movies recently is that for 2 years, 2.5 years, however long it was, they put their movies on streaming, sometimes exclusively or 30 days after they released in theaters. Thus, you don't instead of taking your whole family out for $100 to go to the movies, you just wait till it drops on streaming. Like, I get to see most movies for free at press screenings. And I'll take my kids to go see the animated movies, and we'll go buy popcorn and everything. We don't have to buy movie tickets, and it's still over $50 just because we got drinks and popcorn. And we bought tickets, all of a sudden it's $100. That is so much money. That, like, why not wait a month? So absolutely, I think that Pixar is the biggest victim of it. I think Disney just in general has had problems with it. But they've had quality control issues as well. But like Encanto, mediocre at the box office. Month later, drops on Disney Plus, cultural phenom. And so, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff like that. Absolutely, I think that streaming hurt animation. Is that the last one? Is there?
I'm looking. I'm trying to.
Okay, then I'm gonna
see if
hop
I
into
missed
it.
any.
So we're 2 hours in, and we got 90 movies left to talk about. I'm legitimately gonna go fast on these next ones. Let's see.
I think we're caught up on super chats. Fingers crossed.
What number do we need here? What? Oh, take the comment off. Thank you. Oh. Something like that. There we go. Number 90. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. One of the, if not the most disappointing film of the year. Supposed to be the big kickoff for Phase 5. Introduction to Kang. And it's superficially fun. There's jokes. There's big action set pieces. But a movie that loses all of the unique charm of the first two Ant-Man movies and replaces it with generic MCU stuff. And it just had no bite. It had no teeth. You get to the end of it and there's no consequences. The trailers teased a better movie about Ant-Man needing to lose to cause Kang to lose. They don't even stick to that in the movie. They apparently reshot the ending. I've been rallying against the Parliament pretty much the last 6 months. It is one of those movies that just, anytime it feels like you're watching an MCU movie directed by committee, that Parliament, and in the credits on What If, someone sent an image to me that they even have like a credit, like the MCU Parliament. They have their own credit on these projects. Apparently,
You're right.
I'll be okay. I'll make it. Apparently, Apollo the Last Dab plus this NOS that Benjamin Diesel puts in his car. It's not a great combination inside the human gut. But it's just, they feel so generic. They lose anything unique. And it feels like they're optimized for the broadest possible audience. And in doing so, they don't appeal to any one person in particular. Number 8. Oh, speaking of hot takes. Sorry, I got to do it again, Jennifer, for this next one. Because you guys, get ready.
You don't have
ready,
to do it again. You are choosing to do it again.
Get ready. Some of you guys are about to get mad at Sean Chandler for what I'm about to do. And I'm being generous with this placement. Coming in at number 89. This year, we got a new movie from Studio Ghibli. Some of you guys adored this film. Some of you guys love Studio Ghibli. I've got it number 89, A Boy in the Huron. Latest Miyazaki film. Boy in the Huron, whatever it is. I keep mispronouncing the word. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't like the animation style. Like, I know that it's well done. I'm not denying the quality of what they're doing. The way that they do faces and like the head coming out of the bird head mouth, I find it creepy and unsettling. I thought the plot and themes were just all over the place. I have not seen a Studio Ghibli film that I've been able to connect with at all. They're all endurance test movies for me. I don't get it. I'm so not wired Studio Ghibli, and it makes me cry. And every time I say that, people say, what? What I don't understand, it seems like it would be really obvious why these movies would not appeal to a lot of people, why they'd be a little bit more niche, and why the people that love them or like them would love them. I get why this would be something that would be a top 10, top 5 movie for someone. If that's your thing, I get it. And it's different, it's refreshing. Likewise, it also seems pretty obvious why this would be something that a lot of people would be like, what? What is this thing that I'm watching? I don't get it. So I didn't like it at all. Like at all. I didn't get anything out of that movie. Number 88, Shin Ultraman. This is one I saw at Fantastic Fest, or I actually saw it at home after Fantastic Fest, via Fantastic Fest online. The latest Ultraman movie. Back in the early 90s, I saw a little bit of Ultraman when they ported it over to the US during the Power Rangers craze. And I actually went to Hong Kong when I was in the 5th grade. Because my parents and sister had lived in Hong Kong before I was born. So we went there for spring break and bought some Ultraman toys, I think before I even knew who Ultraman was. And so I was just curious to check it out. And, kind of like Boy and the Hero, just not for me. Like a version of kaiju action that just didn't really resonate too much with me. So kind of lower on the list for that reason. Number 87. There's actually a bit of a this section right here is kind of weird because it's I just talked very negative about several movies, and I'm about to talk very positive about a movie, and it's all a matter of perspective. So when it comes to Studio Ghibli, a lot of you believe Studio Ghibli is like best animation studio out there, and I don't like it, so I'm talking down to something that has a tremendous amount of talent that went into it. Or Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, you expect kickoff of a new phase to be up here, and it was below that. Number 87, Puppy Love. This was I think a Freevee original. So Amazon's second streaming service that's like Tubi, their version of Tubi. And it stars Grant Gustin from Flash. I don't remember who the girl was in it. But, and it's like a rom-com where they're like puppy sitting and stuff like that about dogs. Derivative, formulaic, but also
Lucy Hale.
Lucy Hale. So what was she from?
Pretty Little Liars.
Pretty Little Liars. Okay, that's why I don't know who she is. All right, like I'm aware of her existence, but that's why I'm not. Flash, I've watched a lot more of that than I have of Pretty Little Liars. But so take two people from two shows with different fandoms, rom-com with them, puppies, and it doesn't do anything fresh, new, or anything like that. But it also is like a cheap direct-to-streaming rom-com, which on a Friday night or whatever night me and you watched it, it did what it was supposed to do. Like, I got everything that I wanted out of Puppy Love. My expectations were like here, and it came in right about here. And so I was pleased with it. And that's where you get into these ones like Ant-Man and the Wasp. My expectations are here, and they came in here. And the resources for this movie are up here. They came in here. Then you talk negative and disappointed by it. Whereas like a cheap rom-com that delivered the experience that you wanted, that's where these rankings get kind of weird. Did you like Puppy Love? You said it was your favorite movie ever?
You liked it more than I did. Like, I didn't dislike it necessarily, but there are parts of it that just...
I don't think you like movies. Seems like you're negative on everything. Of course, then again, we're still in the bottom 40.
Right? I mean, come on.
All right. Well, sounds
I really
like
didn't
I was
like
more
the
puzzled.
vet. He was obnoxious.
Yeah. It was like a kind of a syrupy sweet rom-com, but it was also like very crass with the dialogue. And that there's a little bit of a disconnect there. Number 86, Knock at the Cabin. I think I liked this one more when I first watched it, and I'm still kind of torn on it. With time, it just didn't leave an impact. So latest M. Night Shyamalan film stars Dave Bautista, probably Dave Bautista's best performance, where he had a lot to do. He's been in some small roles in some higher profile films, but a movie where he's like carrying it. This is probably the best performance that he's given on like a dramatic level. And there's an interesting idea in it of like, would you kill someone if it could stop the apocalypse, and like, what would you do in this scenario? And then you get to the end of it. It was like, as much as M. Night Shyamalan gets picked on for his twist endings, and every movie has to have a twist, it's like this is the movie that needed a big twist and doesn't really have one. And so it just kind of, it's like it just happened, then you kind of forget about it afterwards. 85, Suitable Flesh. This is one that I saw at Fantastic Fest. Odd mix of a film. It's like H.P. Lovecraft, based off H.P. Lovecraft. And kind of, it gives it this weird kind of interesting body swap vibe to it. Weird creatures and spells. Part of it played like a 90s Skinamax movie, except it wasn't actually that raunchy. So it was very confusing because it was like wanting to allude to a lot, but not show a lot. And so it was the sort of film that, I don't know that I loved it, but it actually like caught my attention. Where there's a lot of these movies, it's like, what was this movie? Kind of forgettable. Suitable Flesh was memorable, but it wasn't necessarily great. 84, this is one we actually watched just a few days ago. Family Switch. It seems like Jennifer Garner, her career now is doing like family comedies for Netflix that are movies that my kids, we sit down, we all watch them together. They're fine. They're enjoyable enough. They do what they're supposed to do, but they're just totally formulaic, high concept family comedies. So family family members switch places. That whatever, or was she the start of Yes Day, right? Just all these like high concept ones that they don't really stick with you. They do their job. Like, we had fun. The whole family watched it. It was like, yeah, okay, cool. And then a year later, a kid's like, we should watch Yes Day, and then we should do a Yes Day. Or in the case of this one, we watched it, and then the kids are like, we should go to the Griffith Observatory during some sort of lunar event that'll cause us to switch places so that we... Okay, our kids didn't say that because that'd be awfully specific. But I don't know. They just feel kind of... They're fun. They're fine, I guess. 83. Well, actually, what did you think about Family Switch? I don't remember if we talked about it afterwards.
I thought it's just like what you said. It was relatively forgettable, but the kids had fun, so it wasn't like a wasted evening. But
yeah,
it's not like a new favorite.
Yeah. 83, Family Film of the Year, Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear. You know, I had enough cocaine and enough bear kills to be entertained enough by Cocaine Bear. I also didn't get enough cocaine or bear kills in Cocaine Bear to think it fully lived up to the potential of a movie titled Cocaine Bear. They had a pretty good cast, and a bear on cocaine killing people is so stupid, so wild, that it just kind of sets expectations that I don't think this movie fully lived up to. You're trying to like find that specific exact tonal spot with the insanity, the fun, the comedy, the horror, and it wasn't quite there. It was close enough. Like I wasn't mad at it. If Jennifer wanted to watch it tonight, did you want to watch Cocaine Bear tonight?
Sure.
I was not expecting that answer. That didn't go where I was expecting at all. I thought, no, I don't want to watch Cocaine Bear. It looks like we're watching Cocaine Bear tonight. While we snort powdered sugar, because we don't keep cocaine in the house anymore.
No.
Oh, no, I was misread this. Did I misread the
Can't
moment?
say things like that.
Oh.
It's just not okay.
Edit this part out of the stream. 82, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Man, it is so frustrating that we got a new Indiana Jones movie, and it's this low on the list. We got a new James Mangold movie, and it's this low on the list. And I think some of that inherently, it was always a flawed idea to try and bring back 80-year-old Harrison Ford as a 70-year-old Indiana Jones. There's just, that is a hard sell, because the escapism of Indiana Jones is this handsome, intelligent adventurer battling Nazis, and then when you bring him past his prime, it loses that spark. And there's things in it that I liked. Just even, there's flaws in the opening, question, like, does his voice match his face, and does the de-aging fully work? There's questions to be raised there. But the idea that we're getting this mini movie of Indiana Jones battling Nazis during World War II, I like that we got that. I like that that's a thing that exists. And then seeing Harrison Ford in the fedora again with the whip, there, and the music kicks in, some of that really worked for me. But I don't know that I need to see my childhood hero deconstructed. And I definitely don't need a smug woman talking down to a sad old man. And that's like a major point in the movie, that this old man reconnects with someone that he knew when she was younger, and he tries to help her and be generous to her, and she takes advantage of his generosity and puts his life in danger and then laughs at him. Like, who wants, like, that's, nobody wants that. As soon as you describe what actually goes on with this side character, you go, that's a bad idea. That was not the way to handle this. And so just that kind of really derails a lot of the movie when you have such an unlikable character with such unlikable characteristics, but she's not really a villain. She's like kind of the partner in the film. Like, it just doesn't really work. And so, yeah, it just had a lot of issues that held it back for me. But I think the worst, the thing I can say about Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny that probably is the ultimate negative is that Jennifer still hasn't seen it. Like, I saw it twice in the theater, and she was like out of town, so just the timing didn't work out for her to go see it. And even though it's on home video and Disney Plus and all that, she still hasn't seen it. We watch Last Crusade every year, a couple times per year. If they play it at a local theater, we'll go see it. And she still hasn't seen a new Indiana Jones movie. That she doesn't want to, and that I'm not in a rush for her to see it. That is really sad and frustrating. Number 81, Wrath of Becky. Once again, this is this weird section of the list where I just talk all about how Dial of Destiny is like bad. But that's because Indiana Jones is up here for me. And Dial of Destiny is down here. Wrath of Becky is the sequel to the movie Becky, about this teenage girl that when the first one battled like skinheads or something and battles neo-Nazis, I think, on the new one. And she, like, it's just like, it's like the novelty of just watching this teenage girl be crazy and kill awful people. It's kind of, it's like a, yeah, and they're, the schlock value of that is what they are. And so I expect a Becky movie to be like right here. And that's what I got out of this one. It didn't exceed my expectations. It didn't come in below them. It's kind of, yeah, that's fine. It was enjoyable enough. But yeah, Becky movies. All right. We got some super chats. I'll take a break. I got to get another one of these. I'm running out of beverages. As it turns out, when you're chugging Apollo throughout your live stream, you go through your drinks faster. Any advice for someone starting their DVD Blu-ray collection this year? I don't know. Some of these questions I always find a little bit interesting because I never really thought about it that way, of like advice on how to start. Because it was always a matter of like, what movies do I want? Do I want this in this format? Or that's always the way that it kind of came for me, rather than like a strategic way to do it. I mean, if you're trying to build out an archive, then go to used bookstores, any place that sells used Blu-rays and things like that. You can find them very discounted. You can go on Amazon and you can discover all these things that are much cheaper than you're expecting. I mean, I used to go to Best Buy and they have these whole racks of like, here are the ones that are under $10 and you collect them. But, I mean, I don't have any specific strategies that I ever used or anything like that. That's not the way I ever really thought about it. Hayden Holiday, have you seen the Flash TV show from 1990? Just got it on DVD, planning on binge watching it this week. Don't know where it's at. Yeah, I mean, I saw it when it came out. the night that it premiered, I wanted to record it on a VHS tape. And the only tape that we had available was the my mom's copy of Flash Dance that she recorded off television when it premiered. So I recorded over Flash Dance with the Flash 2-hour TV pilot. And I watched that on loop back in the day. The first Comic-Con I ever went to, I went to Star Trek conventions in the 90s, but actual Comic-Con I went to was because John Wesley Shipp, the star of that one, was going to be there here in Austin, and I got my picture taken with him. Actually bumped into him while he was walking behind the stage, and he talked to my son for a little bit, which was pretty cool when that happened. But yeah, I mean, I bought the DVD set whenever it came out, like 15 years ago, maybe more than that. I watched through all of it. I watched it during its original run. And I think that the original pilot movie holds up really well. I mean, there's dated elements, but the score is like a Danny Elfman score. So it's really good. It's very, very reminiscent of Batman 89, but also different enough. So it's really good. The suit has its issues when he moves because you can show where some of the padding is. Otherwise, I think it looks really good. So I'm a very big. It was a very big part of my formative years. Oh, and what I was looking for when I started like awkwardly doing this, whenever you mentioned it, I was trying to figure out where my picture is. I don't remember where it is at this exact moment. It usually is right over there on that shelf, but I've reshuffled some things around and moved some things around recently.
We're caught up on super chats.
Throw something else up on there. I can hear my child in my head.
Yeah, sorry. We're yelling at each other.
Will this top 100 be a video? This is it right here. The whole thing is the video. The whole thing will be up. So I'm not sure that the stream isn't disappearing. The stream will be up.
Sorry. I don't like the way this is organized.
I'm sorry, I didn't develop the technology.
I didn't say.
None of them have a good interface. Like, all of them are frustrating.
Yeah, the other one was a little easier just because I could cue the comments. But
So you want me to go back to StreamYard?
not necessarily. I
haven't had as many issues with my internet.
Don't change. Why would you say that?
Well, no, I mean, my point is, since I switched to this technology, it's been much better.
Oh.
And with StreamYard, like, maybe it wasn't connected. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe so. Have you seen Modern Family? We watched. What on earth? That's messed up. That's messed up. I think we've seen the first 4 seasons of Modern Family. It was like one of those ones we really enjoyed it and then just kind of got bored with it and stopped watching it. But the first 4 seasons or so were fun. If anyone wants a good, unique switch places film, Your Name is my recommendation. Freaky Friday and Back to the Future join as one into gorgeous. It's gorgeous, in my honest opinion. I've heard a lot about it. I didn't even know it was a body swap. I've heard people say good things about it. I did not hear anyone say anything specific about it, so I did not even know it was a Switch Places film.
Same.
I think they're doing a Hollywood remake of it. Slice Dude, are you looking forward to Mean Girls? No. There's things about the original one that I'm fond of, but trying to pull Mean Girls off in the modern climate, maybe I'm too old for it, but the trailers are hitting all the wrong notes for me. Would you watch Doctor Who? I mean, the assumption being that I haven't tried to watch it. I mean, I have tried to, like, I've watched the first series of the one that's back in 2005, whenever it started off, Chris Eccleston. I watched Torchwood series 3. So I've watched things, but like I just never connected with it at all. Like Torchwood, I liked a good bit more than I liked Doctor Who, and people said, "Well, try it with this doctor," and maybe so, but it's kind of like doing homework to. Like I don't want to do homework. to get into enjoying something. So, and then there's so much of the negative talk about what the show is like. I've only heard negative things about the last few series, or I don't even know how long because I'm not close enough tied into all of it. But and it's just messy. Starting to get more into Indian films because you're busy. I've seen RRR and J1 so far. What would you recommend next? Well, Leo is one that was my favorite Indian film from this year. Was Leo. J1 is Bollywood. RRR is, I don't remember if it's Tamil or Telugu. But like in the United States, you have Hollywood. You have the one. India has a bunch of different ones. Bollywood is the biggest and most well known, and those are usually Hindi films. That's the language, and then they have different languages in India, and they have their own studios. So RRR is from one of those other studios. Leo is also from one of the other ones. I think I tend to like the non-Bollywood ones a little bit more, but Leo is the one that comes to mind. As the next one, it's inspired by a history of violence, the David Cronenberg film from 20 years ago, as well as the graphic novel. Marcus, character looking really impressed, saying, "Whoa." Character looking really impressed, saying, "Whoa." My brain might be fried, but I'm not quite sure what that one means.
I took it to be your Bollywood.
Oh.
Your Indian film knowledge. I could be totally wrong.
The amazing Chris F2. Can you please answer my question? Please, 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 pretty please. Yes, I can answer this question. Yes. I don't know what your other question is, but I can answer. This is a problem.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, we don't like, it's not you. She might be filtering out because she knows I won't have an answer, or there's some reason like I don't, but then again, it might just also be that there's just a lot of questions kind of coming in. Star Wars and baseball. Do you think the director's cut of Rebel Moon will be any good? I mean, if you've watched my review of Rebel Moon, I discussed that a little bit in there. That I hope it'll be what I hoped this version would be. I'm like, the more time passes, the more cynical and skeptical I get that it'll live up to anything. And maybe that's just the frustration of, why are we having another one with the director's cut? But I mean,
I gotta take care of the kids real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna do my own little break. If you guys need to take a bathroom break, here's your time to do it. We'll be back in just a moment, when I'll try and talk really fast this time.
Hey guys, Sean Chandler from the past here. You probably didn't recognize me because I'm wearing glasses. If I take these off, you're probably like, hey, that's Sean Chandler. But actually, I'm Sean Chandler with glasses on or off. Kind of like that Clark Kent Superman thing. Anyway, coming up, I got some live events that I want to tell you about. Coming up, February 1st through the 4th, I will be at MegaCon in Orlando, Florida. I will be there all 4 days, leading multiple different panels. I've got a whole set of guests that are going to join me for different panels. They'll be hosting some, and I'll be the guest on their panel. Bunch of fun stuff planned out. It's not all locked in place just yet. Cody Leach will be there with me, and some other people we're contacting, trying to make it another cool set of panels like we had in the past. But it's fun. We lead panels, and then we do meet and greet, stand on the side, and it's always just great to get to meet fans, talk to people, have people walk up to me and like, how dare you not like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 as much as me? It's always fun when that happens. Actually, that's never happened. Everyone that meets me in person is just wonderful, delightful. It's so much fun. Love to meet you, all that fun stuff. That's February 1st through the 4th at MegaCon. All 4 days. I will be there all 4 days. There'll be some meet and greet thing where you can, well, meet me. Also, coming up this Friday, just 4 days from now, I'll be in LA doing a live video recording for my most anticipated movies of 2024. My friends Zach Pope and Griffin Schiller, FilmSpeak, will be there as well. Details on that one in LA this Friday are below. Time for present me to come back in here. Whew!
Got back just in time. All righty, let's just dive straight into this. I'm not even going to try and find my my overlays and stuff. Number 80, Renfield. This is the movie where Nicolas Cage played Dracula. And it's kind of as fun as you want it to be. Also, squished into like a generic cop drama. Actually, make sure I'm not muted. Okay. Last time she muted me, I just want to make sure I wasn't muted. Okay. Got scared. So it's like a generic cop drama about like a crime in a city and stuff like that, with Dracula squished into it, with Nicolas Cage's Dracula. And there's a lot of fun with that. There's a lot of over-the-top violence, but the overall experience wasn't one that I was like, oh, like Renfield, that was awesome. So it's like one of those films that maybe if I rewatched it, it would go higher up on the list, but it just feels like it kind of got lost to me in the mix. And someone's saying Renfield's too low, and you might be right. Sometimes when I'm making these, movies just kind of get lost they literally get lost in the crowd of all of it because there's just so much stuff that you're looking at. But so it probably is a little bit too low, and one that if I'd had a little bit more time to develop this, it would have been higher. But even the fact that it got kind of lost in the mix kind of makes my point. Tiger 3, this is a Bollywood film. It is in a specific shared universe. And I caught up on some of the other movies in it before I watched this one in the theater. There was a lot in the movie I really enjoyed, and it would have been 20 spots higher. It just makes some choices in the third act that really soured me on the movie. Where it's like a big action film and people take it hostage and the team's put together to try and all this stuff and all these things that really worked. And then there's a choice in what they do with a character and how a person does a sacrificial, dies a sacrificial death to save everybody. And the way they do it, I thought was so distasteful. And they do some twist reveals with some characters and you just cheapened some stuff I liked about the last movie. And so it literally just knocked it way down on the list in a frustrating manner. Xmas, I believe this is another Freevee original with Robbie Amell and...
It was on Prime.
Well, yeah, but Prime is Amazon. But,
yeah.
So I think it was a Freevee, though.
It doesn't. I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt.
This is super important. Was it an Amazon original or was it a Freevee that's on Amazon because they own them and they have two services? This is how will we ever find out? Anyway, this would be forever if I look everything up. Someone else figure that out and put it in the comments. Anyway, kind of like Puppy Love, just kind of a formulaic rom-com setup where two people broke up. The parents invite the ex thinking that the son's not coming. The son comes anyway. And so then these two people that broke up end up at Christmas together. And I mean, you know exactly where this is headed. And it's charming.
Comment say Freevee.
Yes. But we watched it on Amazon. So you weren't wrong in what you said, but it's
Thank
because
you.
Amazon has two different streaming services that are merged. It's an interesting choice. But it's fine. Like it like if you want a rom-com from streaming, it gives you what you want. Number 77, Silent Night. This is one that delivered some of what I wanted. It's an interesting experiment, but it's disappointing. So this is the first Hollywood John Woo film in 20 years. First one since Paycheck. Literally 20 years ago. And you got Joel Kinnaman in there. Actor I really enjoy. And it's a revenge thriller. My thing. But the gimmick for the film is that it's a silent film. Where the lead character gets shot in the neck and so he can't talk. But the whole movie has no dialogue. Like there's parts where maybe you hear a radio broadcast or something, but it's not a dialogue film at all. And that kind of is interesting, and it provides a little bit of creativity, but I don't think that gimmick actually amplifies the genre. It doesn't make the movie better or anything else like that by doing that. And so it just kind of was like, okay, that's an interesting experiment that I don't think really worked. There's some cool action sequences, some of it that I liked. I liked that they took a chance. I liked Joel Kinnaman's performance. It's not long. So there's a lot of things that really worked here for me. But in the end, a little bit underwhelming. As tying back to something I said before, as I'm talking right now, I will now say Renfield should have been higher up. Definitely in this moment, it got overlooked. And as I am processing, talking through all these movies, I will look at not a ton higher, but in the segment we're at right now, I think it definitely needed to be higher up. Next on here is Naughty 9. 76 Naughty 9 is a Disney Plus original Christmas movie that just came out. Watched it with Chloe. You know, it's like a charming enough little family film about a heist at the North Pole. And, you know, it's not really for me. It's for my kids. Chloe said this was her number 2 movie of the year. So Chloe really enjoyed it, had a lot of fun with it. It's also the movie she watched a week ago, so that might have affected that a little bit. But the target audience really enjoyed it. And as for me, I was like, yeah, this is good enough. I'm not going to sit down and watch Naughty 9 on my own. But as a dad, yeah, it's a solid little film. A Haunting in Venice, the latest Hercules parallel film from Kenneth Branagh. And I feel like all of these are good enough, but not as good as they should be in another sense. Given the casts, the source material, the budgets, there's just something a little bit flat in the overall experience of these movies, where I just like every one of them stacked cast, and they're not done cheap either. And I haven't read Agatha Christie, but it just feels like there should be something sort of more oomph and life to them. This one had a little bit because it added the horror element into it, and there's a little bit of a crisis of faith with our lead character. But I don't know. I feel like they never fully kind of come alive. Number 74, Sick. This is a COVID slasher, which by the time this one came out, it felt like, we're just kind of tired of like COVID-related films, even though there haven't even been that many, but we're just so tired of COVID. But so it's from Kevin Williamson, the screenwriter, Scream, Dawson's Creek, Faculty, I Know What You Did Last Summer. And so then he wrote a slasher related to COVID. And it was like 50% the movie I hoped it would be, and 50% just kind of like a generic home invasion film. And I wish that it had balanced that out from beginning to end, because it felt like it bookends COVID, but the whole middle is just home invasion. Like it's a chase movie. It's just a girl being chased for 45 minutes in the middle, and then COVID stuff on the 2 bookends. And I wish they could have balanced that out a little bit more. I saw that one actually at Fantastic Fest 2022. I saw it several months before it came out. And then along the same lines, number 73, Living with Chucky. It's a documentary about the history of the original run of Child's Play films, Chucky films. And you watch through it, and it's just kind of how the movies were made. And then 2/3 of the way through, like the camp, they're interviewing people, and then they like pan down, and it gets very meta. And you realize that the people making the documentary are the children of the people that made the films. Like they're the children that grew up with their parents making Chucky movies are now making a documentary about growing up while these films were being made. And it was a really cool twist, but I think it would have worked. You gotta always wonder, is it better to use it as a twist that's like 2/3 of the way through it? You're like, oh, that was kind of cool. Or just admit that's what the thing is about from the beginning and balance it better, because it feels like two-thirds are like this by the numbers, here's how this movie was made. And then the last third is like, my dad was this, and my dad was this, and I did this on set with... And it feels like a pretty jarring shift. And so it was really interesting. I enjoyed it, but it was just kind of awkward the way they did it. Number 72, Shazam! Fury of the Gods. And this is another one kind of like Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, where my wife, I believe, really enjoyed Shazam, had fun with it. We've watched it with the kids, and she hasn't watched the second one yet. Just there's no interest. And I think that just so embodies Shazam 2, where it just felt too late, and by the time we got it, it was like, I don't think the movie does anything overtly wrong. I don't have any gigantic problems with the movie that like stand out, like, oh, that frustrated me. I'm mad about that. It's just by the time it came out, it just felt like we've seen all of this before. And what made the first one unique, which was big as a superhero movie, we've aged up Billy, and enough of that's gone that it's just this generic film that we just kind of have. I enjoyed it. It's fine, but it's just another one of these movies. It's just too bad. And like I said, it's been on streaming. Haven't pushed my wife to watch it. She hasn't been interested to watch it. The kids have been interested in it. And so it just felt like superhero stuff. 71, Trolls 3 or Trolls Band Together. I think this is by far the best, for me, the best of the Trolls movies. The first two really irritated me in a number of ways that this new one didn't. And, which, like, a lot of other people seem to like the other ones more. I liked this one. The themes in it, they dialed back some of the crass humor, stuff like that. So it just kind of leveled out for me. So I liked it more. Still, am I going to sit down and just watch Trolls 3 on my own? Of course not. But I watch a movie like this as a dad. And how okay am I with my kids watching it? Other fun one about Trolls 3 is my 5-year-old is obsessed with it. Really, 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 really wants to get to rewatch this film as soon as she can. So whenever that can happen, she will be very happy. She sits there, wants to watch the songs on YouTube all the time. We're in the car, Trolls 3, Trolls 3. That's my impression of Karis. So that's where we're at. All right, if we can go real quick on these little pause right here, and then we can fly through, and we'll cross into the halfway very, very soon. Are you there, Jennifer? Did you disappear? What?
I'm
There
here.
she is. Oh, okay. You scared me.
I'm tanking a little bit, but I'm here. I need caffeine. I don't have any.
Do you want me to go make you a coffee? I can put on one of my ads. Make you a coffee.
No, that's very sweet, but no.
I can get a funnel and then pour it down your throat, and it'll wake you up because it'll burn. And the pain.
Yeah, that sounds dreadful.
Like you'll be very.
You know
awake.
what? I'm feeling fantastic now. I'm revitalized just from the threat of you pouring coffee.
I'm just a loving person.
Absolutely, that's what everyone says.
Do you have any question for me? What we got on here?
I just put one up there. Did you watch Candy Cane Lane?
No. The press. This is actually kind of funny. The press screening was at the same night.
Oh, I watched it without you.
Yeah. I don't remember how that played out exactly, but we went to go see Godzilla -1, and that at the same theater was the press screening for Candy Cane Lane, and so we walked up and I'm like I kind of know those people, the Fonz PR people right there, and then cut the other way to go watch Godzilla. So I didn't watch it. I guess you watched it. You didn't even tell. Oh, it was really fun and cute, and you should watch. You didn't say anything like that, so. I sat there.
I fell asleep, but I think it was late.
Well, sounds great. You fell asleep. Sounds amazing.
Chloe really liked it, but I don't know what kind of metric that is anymore.
Well, I mean, she gives negative reviews, so you can.
She does, and to the PR people's faces.
Some of these PR people are not they don't actually like the movies they're promoting because it's just their job sometimes. Which is kind of interesting to see. Well, you picked the same two questions from the same person in a row. There's a super chat version of that same one. Jacob Brown, are you caught up on What If Season 2? If so, what are your thoughts? No, I am not caught up on Season 2. I've watched. I think we have three episodes left. So I think 8 episodes, 9 episodes? We've seen 5 or 6 episodes. So we've seen over half of it. And as I was watching almost all of the episodes, I was thinking to myself, yeah, this is just as good as I remembered. I really like what they're doing here. Like these Elseworld stories, being able to run off down a rabbit trail. There's some really cool stuff in there. I've been saying for years, I want to see Hank Pym in the Avengers. They gave us that. And this wild, crazy thing that takes a movie I'm generally not crazy about, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, and then plays it out in the late 80s as an Avengers movie. And like a bunch of stuff that I thought, that was cool. I dug that. There's a couple of them that I'm like, okay, this is why some people don't like this show. This is, okay. We're racing cars, whatever. I don't care about this. But generally speaking, I really enjoyed a lot of this season. I'm very curious how I'm going to feel about the last episode. I made some comments on Twitter, and some people were like, what? You weren't bothered by this? Like, I haven't seen that yet. Maybe whole season. Marvel Wholesome, have you ever watched Blue Bloods? No, I've seen 0 episodes of Blue Bloods. What is that? Is that Tom Selleck? I haven't seen that at all. Uh-oh. Getting an error. My internet might be slowing down a bit. This question is both Sean and Jennifer, so you got to chime in on this one, Jennifer. Which one was the better theater experience for you, Endgame or No Way Home? I mean, for me, it was No Way Home. Some of it was because it was. I had three different times. I went when I saw it at the press screening, and so my experience of and then I went the next day or 2 days later, and it was my kids' opening night, packed theater. And I did like a fan meetup, so it was a ton of fans. There was like 20 people showed up for this one. And so like 20 fans are in the room. My kids are there, and they were old enough that they could know that they were in something special, but they didn't understand it. They're like, why is everyone cheering and clapping? And they'd seen the other movies, but they didn't fully get why that was special. But so being able to watch their reaction, and then a couple days later, I think Jennifer had been out of town, and so then we saw No Way Home like on a Saturday afternoon. And so then I got to watch it one more time just doing this, staring at her during the big reveal. So I got to experience it 3 times. Endgame was cool too. It was cool too, where I wasn't Hector with us and some other people. So that was pretty cool too. And I mean, and Andy was there, and Andy was like jumping up and down. And which one would you say, Jennifer? Like, you didn't get to go to opening night for No Way Home, so you didn't get
Endgame, hands down.
You didn't get that energy that like when we saw it.
Well, and sitting next to Hector in and of itself is a movie.
And Andy.
I don't think I was next to Andy though. I was right next to Hector. Hector and I were freaking out together.
Yeah. So Andy, of course, Andy's been on my channel, and he's very reactive. Like when you watch reaction channels, there are people like, whoa, hop up and down. So I wondered, like, do people really do that? And then I watched a trailer with Andy at home with cameras not rolling. And he reacts like that when just watching stuff. And then Hector was my supervisor when I delivered paint for a living. And so he's also can be very, reacts strongly to things. So I haven't seen a movie with him since Halloween Ends. I need to see if we can see another one with him. But anyway, there's our answer.
This one.
There's a pizza roll. Well, I've got one. I'll answer yours, and I got one from Pizza Rolls. I'll throw up.
What?
There's a.
I thought
throw up Pizza Rolls. That's the username is Pizza Rolls. I also have been eating pizza rolls, and then I've been eating this, so I will be throwing up pizza rolls while answering Pizza Rolls' comment. Nolan, next attempt at Chandler talks about. Have you ever heard of silent slapstick comedy winter epic from 2023 called Hundreds of Beavers? It's the most hilarious film I've seen in a long time. It's a gem. Your comment, I did see the word beavers showing up in the chat quite a bit. So finally, we did pull this one up. I have absolutely no idea what this is. So I not only have I not seen it, I have not heard of it. You are the first person to ever mention this to me as far as I'm aware. So unfortunately, I do not have anything for you. Now, throwing up pizza rolls what are some movies in general you came around the biggest? What are some movies in general you came around the biggest? Say you were negative on those films and now they're amazing, or
You
what are those films?
change your opinion.
Yeah, change your opinion. I don't know. You know what? When it comes to like, I don't feel like I have gigantic swings. I think what you see more from me is a lot is in the mid, and then maybe I do or mid positive to mid negative, or oh wow, that was really cool, but it's just like a movie that plays well in a theater, and it drops down to, yeah, I mean, I really liked it, but maybe it was a little bit more forgettable. I don't feel like I have a lot of gigantic swings on movies. And even ones where people kind of perceive of it that way, again, it's more because people misread my rankings and what they mean, because I'll put Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 very low on my MCU ranking, and that means something very different from them than it does for me, because I have more issues now, but like, what Guardians Volume 2 low on my ranking 3 years ago meant, it was still like a C+, B-. For them, that low on the list means like an F, but that doesn't mean an F for me. So I don't know. Do you have any that come to mind of, maybe if you can look in the chat, maybe some people are throwing some up there of ones that I've had big shifts on? Like, I don't feel like I have a lot. There's like ones where, I watched The Thing 25 years ago and I was like, that was cool, and didn't think much of it, and then rewatched it a couple years ago for a 31 on 31 and went, oh, that was really good. I liked that a lot more. But it wasn't like I was negative on it. I don't know of ones where I've had like, or I think what happens a lot of times is there's stuff like Justice League or Rise of Skywalker where maybe they're a genre, a franchise where I love The Thing. So I love going to the world of Star Wars. I love being in the world of the Justice League. So being there in the theater is like, oh, this is cool. Oh, this is enjoyable. And then I go home and I go think about it a little bit more. I was like, oh, maybe there's some issues there. And then you read what really went down, and they become offensive to me. Where Star Wars means a lot to me. DC means a lot to me. And then they were handled in such an irresponsible manner that it bothers me that happened. Did you have a... Here's an odd one. Do you know Austin Burke? Yeah, I mean, I stayed at his house last year. We went to Fan Expo Philadelphia, and we drove in his car, did a 12-hour car ride there and back, and then I stayed at his house for a few days. And then we went to Fan Expo Cleveland this year with John Flickinger, and then he flew out to MegaCon with me, flew out to Florida for MegaCon with me. So I know Austin Burke quite well. The car rides when we went to Philadelphia was so fun, so enjoyable. Like both of us tired in a mischievous mood. It was so fun. He's awesome. He's great. And we will certainly be doing more things. But we've done collaborations, my podcast. These panels are out on the internet. So I know him well. I really like Austin.
We got a super chat from Frank, but there is no question. So Frank, if you have a question, let us know. And then I saw someone say that we won't respond unless it's a super chat. We try to hit the super
That's
chat
not true.
in particular,
Yeah.
but we
Alex
will
plays right
cover
here.
as
This is
much
not a
as we
super
can.
chat. To state the obvious, if someone is putting money in, then we're paying attention to that one a little bit more for the obvious reason. But we're pulling up other ones. It is not true that we're only, like, literally when you wrote that, I was answering a non-super chat one. Have you watched Reacher? I have reviewed both seasons of Reacher. I haven't seen all of season 2, but on Sean Chandler Plus, I did a review.
I was just going to get really upset. I thought
and
you finished it without me.
Oh, it's not over yet, but
good.
No, of course not. But then I did a review of the first 3 episodes over on my second channel, Sean Chandler Plus. So I've posted videos about it. We love Reacher. So much so that my wife threatened me just now. She thought when I spoke in a manner
I didn't
that,
threaten you. I was just unhappy.
She was threatening to. I ran
wasn't.
out of room on that.
Nobody
my
believes.
bit Bit ran out there. Didn't work. Awesome Artie. Thoughts on Jack Black wanting the Mario movie sequel to be a musical? I mean, if he means in the same sense that the first one was a musical, fine. If he means something different by it, not cool at all. Where's Frank? Where'd you go? I know Frank. Frank is a supporter over on Patreon. I have talked with him many, many, many times. I can't find him. So be on the lookout for Frank's question. Have you watched Squid Game? Not a super chat. No, we have not watched any of Squid Game. I guess if they do season 2, I'll probably catch up on it to try and be a part of it. Sean and Jennifer, do you know about the YouTuber Zach King? Yes, we watch a lot of his stuff. He is incredibly entertaining.
I just shared a video of him with you yesterday.
You did, him at a ball game or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him speak live in October at Vid Summit.
You didn't tell me that.
I think that happened. My brain is pretty fried right now. Yeah, I saw him live, so we kind of did like a retrospective on success and how he did everything. It was pretty cool. All right, last one. I'm going to dive back into it. Hi, Sean. Big fan. Just joined. So sorry if you already answered this, but what's your most overrated movie this year or biggest disappointment? So I did a video on biggest disappointments, so I'm not going to elaborate on this here, so I don't.
It was hilarious. Please watch it if you haven't. It's so funny.
Yeah, so it's a whole video on my biggest disappointments. Most overrated. I think overrated is always tough in my mind because there's so many different ways to measure that. But like some of the prestige films that I had way low on my list, May, December. Let me look right over here. Yeah, May, December, Joyride, just not for me. I'm not crazy about Barbie, but I really struggle to call it overrated. Where I have my issues with Barbie. I don't think like I didn't get the trailers. I didn't fully get the movie, but its target audience got the trailer and got the movie. So I don't think Barbie was overrated. Even though it wasn't for me. Like I watched May, December, and I go, this movie's off. Something's not right here. Like even the case of Barbie, like it's shot up my ranking despite having not rewatched it. It sat well in my mind in the sense that I think it did what it was trying to do, and I can respect that. Whereas like May, December, I was like, I don't get this. I have to say, A Boy in the Huron, Studio Ghibli, I don't get it, so I kind of have to say it's overrated. Those are the ones immediately kind of coming to mind. It's always tough. Like
Maestro,
like device. So like Maestro, I think it has fantastic elements, but the main story is not as strong as the elements. The story's not as strong as the direction. So those are some of the ones. A lot of those prestige ones that aren't in my top 10, top 20 are the ones that would come to mind. Or here's a quick one, and then I'll hop back into it. But are you more excited for Megan sequel or Five Nights at Freddy's sequel? So I'm a big fan of Megan. Five Nights at Freddy's was okay. That it's elevated because of my son, so easily Megan. See what they're getting, what more they want to do with Megan. Alrighty. Where are we at? Where am I even at in my list? I'm trying to get a break to get my brain get healthy and normal. Nope, that's not it. Nope, here we go. 70. Whew! Coming in at number 70, Genie. This is directed, I think it was directed Peacock. Melissa McCarthy. This is kind of fun enough little Genie story. Not really a rom-com per se, with a little bit of a romance element to it. I don't know, just good-natured. Like, lighthearted, not cynical. That, the kind of movie that feels like you expected it to have more of an edge to it, and it didn't, and I appreciated that. It wasn't like blowing me away, or it wasn't like the craziest, awesomest thing ever. It's from actually a script from Richard Curtis from something he did like 30 years ago on the BBC, and I think you can feel that when you watch it. But yeah, just charming enough, good enough. Number 69, Five Nights at Freddy's. We were just talking about this one, and I it probably helped a lot that my son is obsessed with Five Nights at Freddy's and obsessed with this movie and watches it on loop and theory videos and all of that. So his excitement amplified my experience. We're in the theater, and you would think that he was watching Spider-Man No Way Home. So we're watching it, and there's some reference to the games that at the time he hadn't even played. He stands up during Five Nights at Freddy's and starts clapping. Like, no one else is clapping. Just he's clapping like crazy. Like, hey, buddy, I love your enthusiasm. Maybe dial it back just a little bit. No one else is clapping, buddy. So that helped a great bit on that one. But, as for me, it was a film that felt very much made for the fans and underdeveloped in other ways. So it was kind of interesting, kind of an awful lot of backstory that was unexplained. I don't know. Number 68, Pathan. This is a Bollywood film. I believe it was the return of Shah Rukh Khan after years away. And he put out like 4 movies this year. 3 where he was the lead. And he was in Tiger 3 that we mentioned earlier on. This is in the same franchise. Of the Indian films I watched this year, this is the one that I felt gets lost in my mind the most. Where I remember having fun with it, but it felt kind of like a Fast and the Furious movie to me, of just like big, flashy set pieces, globe-trotting, charismatic people, pretty faces, just kind of throwing everything at the screen. And then I thought back on like the individual action set pieces and plot points. Like, I don't remember the specifics. I had a lot of fun with it, but I don't remember the specifics. Whereas the other Indian films I saw this year, I remembered a lot more distinctly. Number 67, speaking of Fast and the Furious, Fast X. And, I don't know, like, I always have fun with Fast and the Furious movies in the theater, and this one was no change. Like, they're very much Taco Bell movies to me, and this one I thought did a nice job of having a more focused story that zeroes in on being about something specific and dialed back the goofiness. There's no cars in space this time. And so it did some stuff that I think was moving in the right direction for the franchise. I think it simply has the problem of being the 11th movie in the series and the 10th movie in the main series, where there's only so much you can do that stands out. And so I had a ton of fun when I left the theater with this one. And I don't have like any like negatives, but it's just kind of like, oh yeah, we had another one of those, didn't we? Yeah, okay. All right. And the novelty of Dom and the family isn't as strong as it used to be. It's a lot of fun, but the novelty is diminished. 66, we've got Sly, the documentary about Sylvester Stallone. There's actually, they did a mini-series about Schwarzenegger on Netflix as well, so both of them got something this year. And I like the Schwarzenegger one more because it was actually like multiple parts. I think it was it bodybuilder, movie star, politician, I believe it was 3 episodes, each of them an hour, so it was 3 hours long. The Stallone one was just 90 minutes, and I felt like you felt that it didn't. It spent a lot of time on the early years, and then it just flies through him being a movie star and rises and falls and stuff. So I think it could have been 2 hours and been better. So it's like I everything there I liked. Of course, loved to hear stuff about Stallone. I wish it was longer. There was more there that I would have paid attention to. 30 more minutes, 45 more minutes of Stallone backstory. 65, Napoleon. This is another one that's a little frustrating because it should have been better. And things in it are really great. And there's things in it that really entertained me. The battle sequences are big and awesome. But the through line wasn't as strong as it could have been, should have been, unfortunately. And that's disappointing. When you have Ridley Scott tackling one of the most interesting men of the last 500 years, played by one of the best actors of our time, Vanessa Kirby thrown into the mix, you want it to be something more exciting. And moments live up to that. Moments do. But the whole does not. Like it's just too scattershot, covering too many years, and I think maybe there's a director's cut or something like that, and maybe they'll fix it. But it felt like we're doing like a greatest hits of Napoleon, and I love the individual beats, the battle sequences, and so like the individual bits elevate it for me. But it feels like this is a movie that easily should have been top 20. 64, Beanie Bubble. This is one that was kind of interesting to me because my wife was really into the world of Beanie Babies in the 90s. I was not. I was not in that world at all. And so she's kind of told me these tales of tracking down Beanie Babies, and had nothing to do with it. And this year had a bunch of these product movies about the backstory of BlackBerry, Air Jordans, and Beanie Babies, and some other ones. This wasn't one of the better ones, but it was entertaining enough. And like all the weird, wild characters involved in all of this stuff that informed of that Beanie Baby craze that I missed. Number 63, Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. And I felt like this was a Transformers movie that was so distinctly kind of like right in the middle, where it didn't make the glaring mistakes of the bad Michael Bay movies, but it also lacks the strength of the good Michael Bay movies or the strengths of Bumblebee, or it's not quite as spectacular, and it has that problem of we've already done a bunch of these over the last 15 years, and so it like I didn't have like another movie like I didn't have any big glaring issues with it. I had fun watching it. But amongst movies, it just kind of gets lost a little bit. And that's like this whole section from like number 40 to 80 on here. Just a lot of these movies that are very mid. Good enough. Solid enough while you're watching them. But not enough that they like really stand out. Well, at least to me. So, like, I rewatched it at home because my wife couldn't go to the press screening. So we watched it as soon as we could at home because she watched Beast Wars growing up. So she was really interested in it. It's fine to rewatch it. It does everything it should, and it's solid, but it's not great. And doesn't do enough to like stand out amongst Transformers movies. The thing it does really well, it has the clearest plot of any Transformers movie, which I very much did appreciate. But then with the superficials of stuff, didn't. 62 Champions. This was a sports movie from the Farley, I think not a Farley brothers. I think it was just one of them. Let me look that up real quick. Champions 2023. Just I believe it's one of our Farley brothers did this one. Yeah, Bobby Farley. These are the guys that did Dumb and Dumber. There's Something About Mary. And so then one of them wanted to do this movie. And then I don't remember all the specifics on the backstory of what drew him specifically, but it tied into his something. I guess what their mother does for a living, kind of informed what drew him to this project. But it's kind of like an uplifting sports movie about a team that has disabilities, but it's also a fairly raunchy comedy, Fairly Brothers raunchy comedy, and I don't know that the two mixed all that well for me. Did I just mess with my image? There we go. No. Right there. That's no. There we go. I liked it, and it worked, and it made me laugh, and it was uplifting, but it was also just the wrong mix that I couldn't be higher up on the list, where you'll have like this like uplifting bit about them succeeding in a basketball deal, and then like a very random dick joke. That was kind of weird. And I don't know, it just didn't go well together. Like if they could have dialed back the Fairley Brothers trademarks and just lean into the unique thing that made this story pop, the inspiring story about this team with disabilities, that's where it had its opportunity. We didn't need the crass stuff. Number 61, Saltburn. And this is one that I still don't know what I think about. Like such a wild, weird experience, and a movie that just keeps redefining itself every 15 minutes and throwing a twist or turn in there that makes you reinterpret everything you've seen up to that point in time, to where I almost feel like I need to rewatch it to even know what I fully thought about it. And I know I didn't love it. I know I didn't hate it. I kind of enjoyed the weirdness of it. Kind of really was weirded out by the weirdness of it. It was all of those things all at the same time. So not quite sure where I land on it. But yeah, it was... if you want something that keeps you guessing as to what's going on, that will weird you out, check out Saltburn. All right. I'm going to take a little break take a break for some questions right now, drink more of this, and then I'm going to do some jumping jacks to get my brain flowing again. Jennifer, you there? You there? You got some questions for us?
I am barely here.
What happened?
Our children are insane.
What?
I know, shocking. Poor things. They really are great, but goodness. I can't find it right now, but someone said, what's your favorite thing you got for Christmas?
Favorite thing I got for Christmas.
Me.
My brain is so shot right now that it's tough to even.
You can't even think of what you got for Christmas?
Well, picking favorites on the record of what I got for Christmas.
Liam got you that really cool Funko.
Yes, I got my Predator Funko, Dutch in Mud Funko. I got my hoodie that matches my Air Jordans. My egg, I got a pan to cook eggs. I used it for the first time today to make myself some eggs right before we started.
Did you really?
This. I did.
Nice.
But that's it's tough to think through what I got.
You got a lot of spoons.
I did. I got a lot of wooden spoons. That was a major theme this year. TJT Reviews. Hey, Sean, thank you for watching The Machine. I enjoyed your thoughts. I'm glad I was able to watch it and squeeze that one in just in time. Watched it just a couple weeks back. Appreciate it. Did you have any other ones for me?
I'm sorry, our children are being loud. I'm here. I'm just distracted.
Me too. I'm distracted by low energy. Maybe make a break and snort some pre-workout.
Stop it. I was going to order some coffee. One. There you go.
Yo, Sean, thoughts on Pixar making Cars 4? So I saw the headline. I haven't read the article. It's extremely difficult for me to not interpret this as Bob Iger is back. And they put out a series of movies over the last 2 years that dramatically underperformed. And so they're just trying to green light a bunch of extremely safe picks. Like just super safe things. Frozen 2 and 3, Toy Story 5, Cars 4. That's what all of this feels like to me. Just what all of our things that, all of our things that gave us big hits and sold toys in the past, do another one of those. I'm not a big fan of the Cars movies, so in particular, I'm more cynical towards that one than even most of the other ones. Gabe Itch, when will we get Jen Chandler Talks About? First off, 2 N's in Jen. Is it 2 N's in Jen? Is that how that works?
That is my preference, yes. But
yeah, 2 N's.
So nobody knows. Like
important details here.
No points lost for one. You didn't know.
But this is a question for you. You threw it up here, and you gotta answer this one. When are we getting that YouTube channel?
Never. Sorry.
What? There's a reason she's not on camera. Well, there's 2 reasons. One, she's locked in a room because we're trying to get her healthy, and we're going to L.A. this weekend. If you're in California, come on out for our live recording this Friday. We're going to L.A. and some award shows this weekend, so I can't be near her since hopefully she'll be healed, and hopefully she won't get me sick. I got one.
You didn't finish. There's one reason that she's not doing a YouTube channel, and you said,
that's one. Second one, she doesn't like to be on camera. She doesn't like to be on camera. That's why she's not she just doesn't like to be like at all. Sawyer Stern, are you going to be back on the John Campea show soon? I don't know. I'm not like in regular rotation. He had me on as he needed someone. Like, hey, Sean, want to come on? Like, it was very last minute. It was literally first time I was on, he messaged me the night before, like, hey, can you come on tomorrow? Yeah. So every time I was on was very last minute. I'm heading out to LA, as I keep saying, this week. I'm reaching out to see if I can get invited on in person while I'm in town. I would love that. I would say yes in a heartbeat. But I'm on whenever he needs me, and I don't know when he needs me. So, yeah. Anyway, there's not any there's not really much that I can share there that I don't have additional knowledge or anything like that. Are you still there, Jennifer? I see a super chat in front of me. Are you?
Get it.
Okay. Hi, Sean. Why don't you like Lord of the Rings? Love the channel. This is a mischaracterization. Like I get it all the time. Like, why don't you love Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings is one of these franchises, much like Harry Potter, where it's this very odd thing where you either have to be a super fan, or it's like, why don't you like this? Why don't you like this? I don't get it. So if I do my favorite trilogies of all time, I can in good conscience put Lord of the Rings in there because it's not one of my favorite trilogies of all time. So immediately people, why don't you like Lord of the Rings? Why don't you like Lord of the Rings? I have never said the Lord of the Rings movies are bad. I think some of the Hobbit movies are bad, but I've never said Lord of the Rings are bad. I've done rankings of where I've talked about them, and they've ranked very favorably. I've seen all of them many times. Many years back, I read the books, but I'm not specifically a Lord of the Rings fan. And when I say that, a lot of times people are into Star Wars, are a big Star Wars fan, Lord of the Rings fan, Harry Potter fan. And so when you talk about being a big into that thing, the way that I'm into Star Wars, the way I'm into Marvel, the way I'm into DC, I'm not into Lord of the Rings. I'm not into Harry Potter. But that doesn't mean I dislike Lord of the Rings. It's not like I'm negative on Lord of the Rings. I watched Rings of Power. I had many issues with it, as many other people did, but went into it optimistic, trying to give it a fair shot. And like I said, I've been very positive about the movies. I'm not like, why on earth did Return of the King win all these Oscars? What's going on here? I get it. It's just not my thing. That's not in any way to say that I'm negative on Lord of the Rings or anything like that. And like I said, but for whatever reason, there's these specific franchises where it's like you have to think it's one of the best, or it means you don't like it at all. When there's everything in between one of my favorites and being bad, there's a lot of room of like, yeah, I like that. That's really well made. I'm not like specifically into it, but yeah, that's really well done. That's very much where I would put Lord of the Rings. And it's also the sort of one where like if I watch the movies, I don't have like a list of reasons why it's not one of my favorites, but for whatever reason, a thing that I love, you might watch it and be like, yeah, that's well made. It's just not my specific thing that I love though. Yeah, did that, you know me, Jennifer, did that capture what I'm trying to say well? It's always tough for me because I always feel like I'm being negative on Lord of the Rings, where I don't have any negative feelings towards Lord of the Rings. I'm just not into it the way that people expect me to be.
You're just not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, like it's like
by definition fan.
Yeah, like yeah, right. Or say when I say I don't like Doctor Who, I haven't enjoyed Doctor Who. The Doctor Who I've watched, I haven't really enjoyed.
Same.
Like actually, and it's like that didn't work for me. That's not what I would say about Lord of the Rings. Like Lord of the Rings, I think I get it. I can watch it and enjoy it. If my kids got into it, I would love that. But it's just not one that I'm just like that fan that I want to like be into the world and expand and watch the extended cuts. It's like, no, the 3-hour cuts, those work for me. I enjoy them. Throw them on every couple of years. I'm fine to rewatch them if there's a reason or whatever, but I'm not drawn to that world.
I think, I don't even know if I can articulate this properly, but it's like, I feel like the comic book fans and the fan service that they started getting from Marvel and DC, like that excitement level, I think just anyone who's a fantasy fan, their Lord of the Rings is that entry point for them. Like that was the first big, huge, you know, well done, big budget dive into fantasy in a while. Like there's always like little films that are fantasy, but Lord of the Rings is like the first big thing. So I think a lot of people that are fantasy fans resonate with that most because of that. Yeah. You're a comic book guy. That's okay.
Yeah, and Star Trek but like fantasy, I haven't.
Sci-fi.
Yes, like sci-fi and space fantasy. I'm drawn towards. Kind of Lord of the Rings fantasy, I'm not as much into. And like sometimes it's like I didn't even know that really about myself until I like was like, oh, that's interesting. A bunch of these things that I feel like I should be into, I'm not all that into.
Sorry, I had to put that out. It was funny.
All right, I'm gonna all right, had one. Frank had his question. Any chance of ranking your older films you saw for the first time in 2023? I don't think so because it's probably it'd be a very long list. Because I saw 450 movies this year, and so you even think like some of those 31 on 31s, there's 20 movies in them I'd never seen before. So just from 31 on 31s, there's like 30, 40 movies, just that. And it just be an extraordinarily long video. And so it's where it's tough to do. I wonder if there's some version where I could do my favorite movies that I saw, but most of the older stuff I watched in a context to cover it. So they're in the 31 on 31 or It's a Wonderful Life. I watched it and I reviewed it. There's not a lot of like, oh, I watched Casablanca for the first time and I just didn't tell anyone about it. There's not something like that. There's some video out there for these things that I watched most of the time. And the ones where they're not, it's like I watched a Battle Beyond the Stars like when I was going to bed because people told me Rebel Moon was like a remake of Battle Beyond the Stars. So, anyway, we had one more super chat come in and then, I gotta throw I'm gonna throw Primo up. Someone asked to see more kids in this. So I'm gonna throw a video up. And then I'll come back after this one right here. Guy John Loves Jesus. Thank you so much. You've sent in multiple super chats. Truly, thank you so much. You're incredibly generous. Top Gun Maverick had been released on the schedule in 2020 or in its next planned date in 2021. Would it place higher on your list than Love and Monsters and Zack Snyder's Justice League? Love and Monsters easily clears Love and Monsters. Love and Monsters, great movie. Check it out. But it got the advantage of coming out in 2020 where there was little competition. It wouldn't have been number one in a normal year. Probably would have still been in top 10, but not number one. Trying to think through what movies would... I don't know. Top Gun Maverick, it is way up there for me. Like if I redid when I redo my top 40, 50 movies, favorite movies of all time, it's in there. I was going to do a joke in my top 10 this year, and I was going to say number one movie, Top Gun Maverick, and I was going to do that as a recurring joke every year, that Top Gun Maverick's my number one until a movie tops it, because Godzilla -1 didn't top Top Gun Maverick for me. I ran out of time editing, so I didn't do that. It would top Zack Snyder's Justice League. Maybe just on rewatchability, it's a much more consumable film where Zack Snyder's Justice League is such an event. But I was in a hotel and Top Gun Maverick was on TV in January, and we just sat and watched it. It was picked up. And I'll just watch the beginning, I'll watch the middle sequence, I'll watch the end, or I'll watch it from beginning to end. It works on all of those levels. Where Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's like you have to watch. It works as just like a watch through the whole thing kind of deal. If not for like Endgame being such an iconic event film, I'd probably say Top Gun Maverick is my favorite movie to come out as long as I've had my YouTube channel. Endgame might be just, Infinity War might be such, because the MCU is so important to me, that they top it for that reason. But as a standalone just thing, independent of a broader franchise, obviously it's a sequel, but it doesn't, like it, so many people don't even like Top Gun and they love Top Gun Maverick. I hear that a lot. I think my wife said that way. And I grew up on Top Gun. Top Gun Maverick is dramatically better. Weird how much better it is. So I think it's just a standalone thing, independent of really a broader franchise. It's in a
Quick
franchise
correction. I like Top Gun, but I love Top Gun Maverick.
Right. Oh, okay. She does like it. But, I mean, Top Gun Maverick, I think it is a really special film that is so rewatchable. It's so entertaining. And I think the thing that's so wild about it is it's the most formulaic, predictable film you've ever seen. And it doesn't matter one bit. Doesn't matter that can predict almost every single thing that's going to happen. It's so satisfying. It's so good. All right. There's one more quick one came in. I'm going to talk real quick. You asked me about Top Gun Maverick. I actually had something I wanted to talk about. I had a lot to say about that one. Blazing Asian, if you had to pick someone to play you in a movie, who would it be? My pick would be Sam Rockwell. Keep up the great content. Happy New Year's. I like Sam Rockwell, but there's only one person that can play Sean Chandler in a Sean Chandler biopic. There's only one person that understands the world that I grew up in, that is almost good looking enough to play me, and that's a little bit younger than me, so then they can play younger me as well as grown up me. And that, of course, is Glenn Powell, my close personal friend that I've never met in real life. Glenn Powell is the only person that could possibly play me. In what? What do you mean?
Denied. No, he can't play you. That's weird.
We went to the same high school. We're friends. He gets me. He gets the world that I grew up in.
Okay.
All right. So this is one that we've heard this one a lot. Dax Shepard. I like this pick because he's a couple inches taller than me. He's real tall. I'm just tall. He's real tall. So I appreciate that pick. I've heard that one before.
I say that.
People.
Yes.
Yeah, she's. And has a little bit of that same kind of goofy energy that I bring. So that makes sense. I think some people have mentioned like a Chris Pratt before. I don't think I've ever heard of this one before. I think Sean looks like Hugh Grant with a beard from afar. I've certainly never heard that one before, but I really like Hugh Grant. I thoroughly enjoy Hugh Grant in pretty much everything. I'm listening to this book on rom-coms, since there's a lot about him in there. And he is so funny. And then he's now in all these Guy Ritchie movies that I also really like. So he's worked really nicely for me. Glenn Powell can truly transform into Sean Chandler, maybe even be more than Sean Chandler could. Before his marriage looks Steve like from Blue's Clues. Did I? I've never heard that one before. All right. Be right back. If you got to take a bathroom break, here's your moment to do it. Here we go. Hey guys, it's Sean Chandler from the past here once again. Might not have recognized me because I changed clothes. Me in the future, or present to you guys, is smarter than me in the past, and he learned don't wear this very thick sweater thingy with all these lights and with this guy in the background occasionally setting my office on fire. So, he's freezing. See, that's why I need it, because it's freezing at the moment. Sometimes it's fire, it's hot, and other times it's cold. It's very confusing. Anyway, while I'm taking a break in the future, or present, thought I would let you guys know about my Patreon page. If you don't know what Patreon is, it's a membership site where essentially there's a bunch of exclusive content. I do 2 different weekly live streams. Last year, 2023, I think I did like 70 live streams across the year. One of them is a weekly Q&A where I try to answer everybody's questions. On normal weeks, they're normally over 90 minutes, sometimes over 2 hours long. The other one is a box office show where I kind of break down the box office, talk through some stuff. Join Patreon at any level, and you gain access to a bunch of exclusive videos. Since I've been doing it for like 6-7 years, there's literally hundreds of exclusive videos over there, hundreds of live streams over there, and then 2 weekly ones. So little as $2 per month or $21 per year. So you sign up today, $21 per year at that lowest tier. You get all of the exclusive videos. You get access to all the live streams. $5, you can have your name on my end card on my videos. Like you see those names at the end of my videos. Those are my patrons in the middle tier. And then at the top tier, $40 per month, you get a one-on-one video chat with me. So if you want to talk about movies, awesome. Some people do that and they want to talk about YouTube. Like they literally use it as a way for me to like review their YouTube channel, ask advice, tips, things like that. If you like my channel and want to support it, Patreon's the best way to do that. If you like my content and you want more of it, Patreon is the place to be. The link is down below in the description. All right, that was probably enough time for me to make a run to the bathroom and come back, or whatever I might have been doing. So, back to you, me in the present. Wait, she muted me. Anyway, I'm back. I was muted. I didn't realize that. Liam came up. Anyway, my favorite tweet is the post where she stares at Ramcharan RRR during the HA Awards. It is so memorable. That got me in a lot of trouble. Jennifer does not like that kind of attention, and it went viral. Has hundreds of thousands of views, thousands of retweets, and it still comes back up and gets reshared, and every time I get in trouble for it. Alrighty. Number 60. We have Equalizer 3. I like throwback action movies. I like Denzel Washington, and he's got his own little franchise, and we got a new one that was good enough, enjoyable enough. And the big standout, actually the star of Equalizer 3 was, the Italian village they were in? They like set it, in Europe, as if like Denzel Washington was like, I just want to go on vacation to Europe. Like, done, let's do that. And so the village itself is like the star. It's like a character in the movie itself that kind of elevated some of the other stuff that maybe a little bit would be, a little familiar. We've done it before. That was kind of what elevated. There's some villain problems that weren't fully elaborated on, but overall, like a nice addition. Denzel Washington, of course, is always so watchable and can be intense. He can be affable, and he can switch, and you can watch the switch go off when he goes into violent mode. Is nice. Number 59, Maestro. This is the latest Bradley Cooper film, where I loved A Star Is Born back a few years back. Was in my top 10 of that year. And so this is his follow-up film. And he spent 4 years between movies, or 5 years between movies. So in that sense, it was much anticipated, but the specific subject matter was significantly less interesting to me. And then having seen the movie, that kind of played out to be true. Where the movie feels like Bradley Cooper trying really, really hard to get an Oscar. And it feels like it exists solely for that purpose. And he immediately, like, this is a transformative performance. Like, you see him, it's like, this is weird. Because I know that's Bradley Cooper, but this feels so much like someone so not Bradley Cooper. And a lot of the direction and the way that it transitions between scenes and sequences, you can only do it if you have a clear vision for what you're trying to do before you start. But it's like a movie that doesn't really have like what are we trying to say about Leonard Bernstein? What are we trying to explore with his complex marriage, his bisexuality, all of these different things? What are we trying to say? What are we trying to do with it? You're just showing things. And amazing performances. Directed wonderfully. But what is the point? Other than to get nominations and hopefully some awards for Bradley. So that was the frustration of it. And I actually watched the first half of the movies in black and white, and I watched the first half with my wife. And it switches to color, and she goes, "Is it almost over?" I'm like, "No, there's like an hour and 20 minutes left." And she goes, "Oh, I'm done." Stops watching, which was pretty funny. And she didn't come back, so I finished watching it the next day. There ties to the way that when I had to watch it at a deadline. But yeah, she didn't watch it. Wouldn't finish watching it. She's like, "I don't want to watch it. That was boring." It's like I kind of get what you're saying, but it like I don't know who I would recommend it to that's not a movie critic. Like, I don't know who the audience is outside of awards show voters. Number 58, Barbie, a movie I have a pretty complex relationship with because I don't get it. And all throughout the promotion, like trailers, I don't get it. This you can watch all year long videos me saying I don't get it. And the movie came out and I watched it, and that was somewhat true. Like I still kind of fully don't get it. Some of it is so funny. The production design, incredible. The performance is fantastic. Parts of it really insightful and witty in the way that it tackles certain ideas. Other times, way too heavy-handed for me. And in particular, when you move into the third act, and there's like 10 minutes straight of monologuing. Anytime a movie does that, whether I agree with what they're monologuing about, disagree, whatever, anytime a movie pauses to just air grievances and have a character state what the writer-director wants the audience to know, that that's not the right way. And maybe there's like, even the way they did it, I would don't even think it was like a particularly clever way. Like, yeah, this girl just monologues at Barbies to snap them out of it.
Are you supposed to be eating hot sauce now for your hot take?
Now you're trying to get me to eat more?
They're saying it, and I think that is a hot
fair.
take.
You're right. It is a hot take. I am significant. First off, we are well into the positive category. My line is probably somewhere in the 70s, maybe 80ish. So we've been in the positive zone. We're mixed positive zone. I went negative. I think I'm a negative review on Rotten Tomatoes. Maybe I should go back and change that. But obviously I'm way far off from the general consensus. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I don't think what I'm saying is particularly crazy, that monologuing at the camera is not the best way to do it. But you are correct. I'm off base. Yes, I do have another one of my diet beverages. So if you guys are mad at me for not liking Barbie enough, I'm about to torture myself to make it up to you. This also maybe will wake me up a little bit. But thank you. Good call. Jennifer, while we're at it, what were your thoughts on Barbie?
Why do you do this to me? Just like
this one makes sense though. It's Barbie. I'm a cranky man. You're a woman. Made for you. Remember, you dressed in pink in the unitard.
I did not.
With all your friends. And
I
you
did
took
not.
A poodle. None of that happened.
No. I liked it, and I understand why it resonates with so many people. I know not all movies that are based on toys or have something to do with toys have to be for children, but I really wish that Barbie had been a little bit more geared towards kids. Yeah. And I think that's a very unpopular opinion because, of course, grown-ups can have things that don't have to include children. But with all of the positive thoughts about women and what they can do and what they can be and all that, it seemed like a missed opportunity to share that with a younger audience.
To have like a message that you want Chloe to hear.
Yeah.
In a movie that's not really for her, or has so many jokes over her head, or it's communicated in a way that's not really on her level. That struck me as so odd.
And I hated the end. I hated it. Like, I would have probably liked the movie a lot more if not for the very last scene. I didn't understand that at all. I was like, what? And maybe that makes me basic, or, what are you doing? Are you going to choke on a tortilla?
No, I'm trying to do something to make my life livable at this moment.
It's really
Good
hot.
luck with that. I just was really disappointed, both that it wasn't accessible to younger audiences and the last scene just really, I felt like was ridiculous.
I had on my 1 minute short out of the theater reaction, I had people come in 1 minute. So there's not much in there to get confused about. I was called a woke idiot and a Ben Shapiro clone on the same 1 minute. And that's the craziness of the internet. The lack of the interest in nuance, balanced takes, like I like some, I didn't like some. Just like, are you on this team or are you on this team? And so like I'm confused in the middle, and people on both sides got like, oh, I think he's an enemy because he's not with me. Ugh, the internet. They're great. Love the internet. Number 57. This one we watched just a little bit ago. This one's become quite the ordeal in our house. No One Will Save You. This is the second silent film on our list. I think there's 5 words spoken in the whole movie. Alien home invasion film. Hulu original. And there's one part where they're like an alien does this crouchy thing in it. Freaked my wife out, and now the kids just do it in the house randomly. Yeah, I like a solid little alien film. It ends on kind of an odd note. Like I wasn't crazy about where it left things off. Like I got what they were going for and how it thematically kind of closed things out, but I don't know. Didn't love the end note for it. But yeah, like a nice, if you want something different that's a silent film, aliens, it's effective, it doesn't overstay its welcome, and it creeped my wife out a little bit. If you can send Chloe up, if you can find a way to do that real quick, I would appreciate that. So she can make a little cameo to talk about one of her favorite movies of the year. Did you have anything to say about No One Will Save You?
I am in the middle of the last favor you asked me. I'm trying to get Chloe upstairs.
All right, fine.
I mean, it's just creepy. You already kind of covered it. It's going to haunt me for the rest of my life.
Number 56, Theater Camp. This is one I only watched because it was kind of in my for your consideration movies that I was voting on for stuff. So I let her murmurs about it, not too much. Like I didn't go to theater camp. It wasn't one I was naturally gravitated towards. So not specifically for me. Real enjoyable little film. Some super quotable lines. Some really funny bits. It's a little bit of a faux documentary style of movie about this theater camp. And I don't know. For a movie that is not for me, not my world, not one I was naturally drawn towards, I had a lot more fun with it than I was expecting, and a lot more little bits that was like, that was fun, that was clever, that was witty, that was interesting. Like I said, not one that I'm like just gonna rush back to on my own, but a pleasant surprise as kind of an outsider, kind of joining in on it. Did you have thoughts on theater camp? You were a big theater kid. Was this exactly like your experience?
I never went to actual theater camps, so I don't really have anything.
So you loved theater camp?
No. I wanted to.
Oh,
but no.
I was hearing the kids screaming in my ear, so in the background. There's like a whole adventure kind of going on. All right, you'll be up in just a second if you want to take a seat. Number 55, J1. This is a Bollywood film. Another one from Shah Rukh Khan, who did Pathaan, also in Tiger 3 a little bit. And then he was another movie that I wasn't able to see that came out a couple weeks back. But this was the first Indian film that I saw opening night. Like with a packed, crowded theater. Because they play at our local theater. And opening night, they're packed. And it's like Spider-Man No Way Home, Endgame, every time. They love their movie stars. And then... So, like, I don't know what to, just sitting there watching this movie, and they're just, like, freaking out. They're whistling, cheering. I was like, whoa, this is cool. This is fun. This is wild. And the movie itself kind of it was a little tough to follow at times because, like, the lead guy is playing multiple characters in different timelines and different ages, and they de-age him sometimes, and they age him up. And it's like, it took me a little bit to catch on to everything kind of going on. And it's a little bit of an adjustment, but I had a lot of fun with this one. There's some catchy tunes in it, and but yeah, just like a film with a lot of elements that stand out. Number 54 on here, Chloe, if you want to join me. Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Cabin Fever. So last year I was at other side's better because you're behind a microphone. Last year I had the.
I can't get it off my face.
Okay, I don't know what it is, but it's stuck there. Last year I had Roderick Rules, the animated film, in my bottom 10 because it just felt so lifeless, uninspired. I didn't know what to expect, but I was excited because Cabin Fever is not one that has been adapted before. And I enjoyed it. This was, of the animated ones, easily my favorite of the bunch. They listen to the audiobooks going to bed every single night. They have all of the physical books. They have like all the audiobooks. They've got like all of it. That's their obsession and has been for several years now. So I'm very much in the world of Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I thought that fit really well with a Christmas themed one. I asked you to mark your favorite movies for the year. Cabin Fever was your number 4 if you want to like scoot in close over here. What did you like about Cabin Fever?
Well, I like that it was Christmas because that's my favorite holiday.
Not my birthday?
No, not really. And, like, instead of like all the other ones where it's like, Greg is like really like
A jerk.
yeah,
Selfish.
This one like
The
it
worst.
still has his character where he's that, but it's not as much. So he's much
More tolerable.
sweeter, and it's just more fun. The story.
And he grows and changes. He learns more of a lesson this time than
Yeah.
usual.
It's called a character
Because,
arc.
like one of the other ones, it was like this lesson that he definitely shouldn't have learned, but it's just much more enjoyable than the other ones. It's also one of my favorite Diary of a Wimpy Kid books,
Okay.
and then they made it, so
How close is it? Is it
it's like the story about the snowball. Like,
Yeah.
that's not in it, but
That's like the whole plot.
well, yeah, but like there's a lot of other things in it too, like little details that make it
Okay.
good.
So sometimes in my videos, sometimes people comment like, hey, your kids seem to like everything. Number 53, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. We went to go see this one at the press screening. Credits started rolling. Hey, Chloe, what'd you think about the movie?
It's bad.
It's bad. Did anything positive?
Oh.
Anything specific that didn't work for you?
Well, it's like also
Is
like,
Jason Momoa not your type of guy?
well, it's that Manta. He's also
She didn't pick up on my inappropriate comment.
probably
Sean Chandler, let her talk.
appropriate, then you wouldn't have shown me. But anyways, Manta, like he's also kind of shoved in there. It's not super, but like shoved in there. But it's like they have this other guy who's controlling it, which is fine. But like they could
It's
have,
underdeveloped.
yeah, they could have easily put a different guy on there and then changed the story just a little bit, and it would be the exact same.
So the funny thing is, while you're talking, your mom is talking, responding to what you're saying, but you can't hear any of it.
Oh, I
It's
thought
just
she could hear me.
Now, I mean, well,
No, don't do it. It'll echo. Oh, okay.
here, no, this won't. Here you go. Put this. Not that now that you're done and you're
Please
about
hold.
to leave. Actually, we picked
Hey,
the
baby.
perfect window. Like I invited you up at the perfect moment.
Can you hear me?
But so yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a good follow up to the first film. It's unfortunate that it's the end of the DCEU. It's a bad conclusion to the DCEU. It's not a great DCEU film, but it's just a good follow up to the first film, in my opinion. Jennifer, I didn't even realize this about you. You go to bed every night watching the first Aquaman film. You seemed a little bit more mixed on the film than I was expecting.
Not true.
What was your
I do
your
like.
take?
I like the first one. I didn't like the second one very much either. But for some of the reasons I didn't like parts of the first one, I think Chloe's right. Manta was super underutilized. Like his whole mission wasn't even his.
Because it's not him.
Well, yeah, they robbed him of his. Like he
Yeah,
wanted
his
revenge,
volition,
and they
yeah.
leveraged it, and then they basically possessed him with someone else. It was just weird.
Yeah.
I also don't really like Blue Beetle.
Well,
Oh heavens!
The siren.
this is why we're sticking around. It worked out that was like 4 movies in a row that you went to the press. You would have an opinion on. All right.
I think the biggest thing that hurt Aquaman 2 was that it was the end. That they announced that it was the end of the DCEU before Aquaman 2 even came out. And so I feel like even though it was already probably going to be a hot mess, it made it even worse. And then they were scrambling even more.
Right. It
feels
so hollow. Like it just feels hollow because it's not like a fantastic film. I still think it's good, but it's not fantastic. And it's an unfitting finale, and it was never meant to be a finale, and so it just feels like ending on such a whimper. And if you're just not excited in general, there's a lot of issues. Number 52, Elemental. So you guys both went to the press screening with me. Before the movie even started, Jennifer turns to me and because it has the Doug short, the date short on it. What is it? Did I say Doug? Was it Doug?
It's
Doug is the dog. Ed
is it Doug?
Is it Ed?
Okay. Ed Asner is the voice actor.
Yeah, the old man from Up.
Carl,
there it is.
So they do this short. That ends, and Jennifer goes. Taking Jennifer to a press screen is normally there's a little bit of whether get babysitter like it's tougher to take her because we got a family and everything like that. As soon as it ends, she goes, even if the movie is bad, am I boring you?
No,
I thought I was being. Did you want me to chug this in front of you to keep you alive and wait?
Fine.
I'm starting to feel my insides on fire.
Also, why do you just have a tortilla to eat?
Well, because I put the hot sauce on it.
Oh, okay.
Have you not been watching?
No.
No, they've been fighting each other downstairs.
At Liam and Kara's house.
Yeah, the two bad kids downstairs, not the good kid over here that's the aspiring movie critic. Movie hasn't started. She says, just based off that short, this was worth coming. So we get that was Jennifer. That's always a fun sign. We get the movie, and it's Pixar's rom-com. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I kind of something different. They've done 30 years worth of movies, and they finally do a rom-com. And I think one of the biggest things working against it is that it's a $200 million rom-com, so it needed to make $600 million, $500 million to be profitable, which is a genre that rom-coms there's not very many of them that make $500 million. And so then it put a burden on its shoulders that was tougher to live up to. It ended up having good legs, but like it's a solid Pixar rom-com. It's kind of interesting with the way that it uses the elements and stuff like that. It's not a top-tier Pixar film, but top-tier Pixar, you're literally talking about the greatest animated films of all time. And they've put out like they have a lot of the greatest animated films of all time. What did you think of Elemental?
It was good. I like rom-coms, and then also the.
You don't even watch many rom-coms with us. We got a project. You want to join us for a rom-com watch through the classics?
Sure.
Have you seen Pretty Woman?
No.
Oh, you'd love it. Jennifer, if you wanted to explain, was that not a good one to say? There's a movie called There's Something About Mary, and
Sean, here's a question. I know we're not really doing those, but what was Chloe's favorite movie of 2023?
What's your favorite movie? Yeah, Wonka. She said it earlier, and we'll get to it, but yeah, Wonka. That's a fun one because she got into Wonka watching the old one at her grandparents' house, not even from me, and then we went to the press screening, so that was a lot of fun.
And we saw it at our school in 2nd grade. We did the end of the year, the whole entire thing was Willy Wonka themed, and then we watched the original Wonka at the end of the year. We had a Wonka party.
Somehow I missed all of this. Anyway, back to Elemental. You liked it.
Yeah, I liked it. It was like really cool, like the Vivisteria thing.
Well, not the coal fire people. They weren't cool. They're very hot. Dad joke.
Okay, but the Vivisteria scene was really cool because they're really
that was
coming
awesome.
up, and they're really pretty flowers. The graphics were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, really good.
I was like,
$1 million probably better be better than pretty good. So anyway, Jennifer, what's your take on Elemental? While we're doing,
you already covered it.
Okay,
you already covered it. It was
last
like
one on
cute,
here.
Wholesome rom-com.
Number 51, Blue Beetle. I thought it was a solid enjoy. Like it's kind of like DCU's kind of, in a sense, like their version of Spider-Man, in the sense that it's a more youthful superhero that's kind of like very naive, joining into it, very much about the character's close community of their friends and family, very much join in on the fun. And so it has, but at the same time, wildly different from Peter Parker, very wildly different from the context, with the way that the family ties into it, very different energy to it. Some of it's a little bit derivative of Iron Man and Ant-Man in quite a few ways, but I thought the family stuff in particular gave it its own unique vibe and energy to make it stand out. You said this is the worst movie you've ever seen. How dare you?
No.
I thought you liked Cobra Kai. That's how we
Cobra
bond over
Kai.
Cobra Kai, and you just said Zolo's film is awful.
I didn't say it was awful. I just don't really like it. It's not my kind of movie.
What? It says the live broadcast will end in 6 seconds. What? What just
hit,
happened?
just close, just hit the X. It showed me that on mine too, and it didn't stop. I know.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! How devastating that would have been if this had to be 2 parts. Oh, Chloe, you hit a button over here. Yeah. So you got you tap your ear and it pushes play. So now One Direction's "That What Makes You Beautiful" is playing in Chloe and I's ear.
Cannot hear it.
We tried.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm too distracted. My brain is too fried. We were talking about why you hate Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
What happened? Where did I get?
It's
It's not good.
just-
Oh, so much like this started playing. That said the live stream is going to be canceled. I am too jello brained right now.
some screaming going
Now
on
there's
downstairs.
screaming going on downstairs.
Yeah, Liam and Chloe are gonna have to be, or Liam and Karis are gonna have to be separated.
They go back and all the 3 kids. They go back and forth between being best friends and driving each other crazy.
Very
We've reached that phase of the kids with kids. Any final thoughts on Blue Beetle?
It's just not my thing. It's like the plot to it. It's like
I remember the question I was going to ask. What is a superhero movie you do like?
processing.
Wonder Woman, Captain Marvel, Endgame,
Well, like
Spider-Man.
all those things, but like that's all Marvels or any not Marvel movies.
Wonder Woman's not Marvel.
Well, Marvel and DC.
Are you?
I know that's like the
that's
main
almost all of it.
thing, but
The
Disney
Boys. Have you seen The Boys?
No, I have no clue what that is.
Oh man, there's this sequence in the first episode of season 3 of The Boys. It's pretty
John,
wild.
I'm distracted. You need to stop it.
Making sure Jennifer's still paying attention. All right, thank you so much.
Well, that's
Thank you
like
for
kind of
joining
Good
in.
job, Chloe.
Which in that case it would be My Hero Academia because that's
Oh,
not
Wait, okay, so we lost something.
What did we lose?
We lost Instagram. We could only go for 4 hours.
for hours.
Oh.
No,
Okay,
I'd say
just
it's
keep
not
going,
too-
honey.
Okay. She said My Hero Academia is her favorite. My anime kids.
Yeah.
They haven't been
Good
able
job,
to get
baby.
into their world yet, but in my mind, it's fun anytime my kids get into something I'm not into. I don't want them to just copy me, and I want them to get into stuff that I like, but I also want them to be their own humans. Woo! All right, where are we at? I just started One Direction up again in my ear. I'm gonna announce in the room and what? You? Sorry. This is my One Direction moment. That's how you know my brain is fried. You guys got little discussion. Okay. Do you have a question for me, Jennifer? I'm waiting for you. Are you still there, Jennifer?
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All 3 kids just
Hey.
came into my room.
I just saw -1. It was awesome. Yeah. What a pleasant surprise. So good. Hey Sean, it's my friend Connor's birthday. He's a film buff and a filmmaker. I bet it'd make his day if you could wish him a happy birthday. Hey Connor, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Connor. Happy birthday to you. Hope you have an amazing year. And what a convenient birthday. Makes it really easy to know how old you are when your birthday's on the 1st. My mom's is on the 2nd. That helps that too.
I'm scrolling. I know there's another one. I'm sorry. There's chaos down here.
Yeah, it's chaos in my head too.
Isn't it the opposite of chaos?
Benjamin Shelby, love watching you through the years. Hinio Tiol.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. That's use these abbreviations like what does this one mean? Oh, Happy New Year. It's a new year. So often in these live streams I read them and I'm like, I hope that's not inappropriate. I don't know what that means. I'm pulling one up.
Oh, I got one. Sorry.
Film Squad,
would
would you
we
want a dark, gritty Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie? I would be totally game for it. I don't know how dark you go because you think, I don't think you go R, but I think you go hard PG-13. You marketed it as going to be that way, and the original comic runs were pretty dark. But you even think the 1990 film, it has that cowabunga pizza in it, but it also has like Raph gets the crap kicked out of him to the extent that he's like in a coma for 2 days in a bathtub. And there's dark elements in there, like Splinter's like chained up and like dehydrated, like and I think you could do. I would very much be interested in a return to that, maybe a little darker. As someone's throwing in there, like Last Ronin, this graphic novel from a few years back, where only one of the Ninja Turtles is left, who's the last Ronin in this post-apocalyptic story. Like, I'm all for it. And I think they're doing a video game out of Last Ronin. So I'm for doing some dark Ninja Turtles. We've had a lot of kid-friendly Ninja Turtles, and Karis loves it. Like it's so much of it is great, but I'd be for like part of the appeal of Ninja Turtles is that you can go dark and gritty, and you can make it for my 5-year-old. Like Karis loves the Ninja Turtles. Disney nerd Sean, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. I don't know if there's footage of this, but there was a time when I don't remember what it was. It was one of our youth retreats where I don't even remember what the exact gimmick was. But every student in the room was, I think, shooting Q-tips at me and 2 other people while we were singing karaoke to That's What Makes You Beautiful. It's like 50 teenagers basically spitting at us. And maybe we're covered in like duct tape and reverse. And so as to see who would get the most like stuck on us while we were singing it. So I have a long history with Mr. Styles and his music. Zachary, what's the most embarrassing thing to happen during a family Christmas? Ooh, I know why Jennifer's bringing this one up. I think it knows. There was one year, so in my transition from being the way that you think about Christmas as a child versus the way you think about it as an adult and what you prioritize and what you request and things like that, there was a transition period for me. Figuring out what that looked like. And it was right also as I was like kind of in college, about to move away to like go off to, I don't remember the exact time frame for it, but about to go off to college away. And it was a weird window in life. And so one Christmas I asked for a bunch of stuff that I didn't really want, didn't really need. And then I ended up throwing it in my closet and I didn't do anything with most of it. I didn't mean to be so dismissive of things where people generously gave me something. It's just the way that it worked out. And then next year at Christmas, my mom saw, we didn't even open these ones, so let's give it to him again to see if he likes this year. Which seems like a funny joke until you realize that not all the gifts that were put in the closet were from my mother, some from other people. And so then I like opened up this thing from this family member over here, and they're like, wait a minute, didn't I give that to you? And you realize half the presents I have under the tree. And it was, so the next year I fixed it. And basically I said, I only want these 2 things that were much more expensive rather than a bunch of random things I wasn't interested in. And so I only had 2 things under the tree, but my mom wanted to have a bunch of presents. So she rewrapped all these presents from the year before. And it got so awkward. Incredibly awkward. It was classic. It was a great family Christmas. Blitzman, hey Sean, not sure if you have, but you should watch some more South Korean movies. They have a certain style I think is missing from Western movies. Yeah, I haven't I haven't specifically ever done like a deep dive into Korean movies, so I probably should at some point in time. Be more intentional about it. Like I've seen some, and like at Fantastic Fest, they play movies from all over the world, but that's not quite the same thing, and so that's something I probably should do. John Acosta, I saw Malum wasn't your type of movie. Welcome Villain was released. Hunt Her, Kill Her. Did you see that? I thought it was way better than Malum. No, I don't think I don't think I've heard of that. So I'm not aware of that one, unfortunately. So I can't chime in on it. So, I don't know. Yeah, if you can let me know about it, that'd be helpful. Or thanks for letting me know about it. That's a good bad sign. My brain is hitting that point in time where I can't even put thoughts together anymore. All right, if we can do one more, and then I'll rush through this next little bit. Hayden, Sean, did you ever watch that movie that was released last year called All Dirt Roads Taste of Salt? A24 made it. No, I don't think I've heard of this one. I'm not a big A24 person, generally speaking. I guess they did Iron Claw, which I adore. Fantastic movie. Made me feel awful. Loved it. I don't really like a lot of A24. It's not. As someone that wants more original stories being told, I'm very supportive of A24. The specific ones they make are not the ones that I gravitate towards generally speaking. So I like A24 for the industry, not as much for me specifically. Alrighty. Where's my videos at? Where are we at? What number are we on? Oh, there's so much left. Is that right? Nope. Nope. Here we go. There we go. Big victory. Alrighty. These streams. There's like a minor. Whenever I go to like look at these lower thirds to see which one it is, it both covers the screen so I can't see what you guys are seeing, but it also doesn't to preview it for me, but it also doesn't preview it for me. Very interesting, very frustrating. That's the right one. Okay. Number 50, Scream 6, a movie that I probably would have guessed would have been higher on the list at the beginning of the year, but as someone that really likes Scream, a movie that leaving the theater with time, I was more frustrated by its mistakes than I was glad for the positive things it specifically brought. Obviously, I really like Scream, so I don't want to be too negative about it. But because Scream is a horror franchise that I love, my favorite horror film is Scream, and they brought Hayden back. I was excited about that. Put it in New York City. I was excited about that. I think this one just strained a little bit too much credibility. There's a few too many people that like get gutted and then are fine. There's one person that gets gutted for a second time and it's fine. Come on now, come on. So there's a few too many things like that in the movie that kind of held it back for me a little bit. But, I like the formula works for me. So I still really enjoy it. But, with time, it's kind of dropped for me. 49, Animal. This is a Bollywood film that apparently was incredibly controversial in India because the lead character is the way that he's presented. This is kind of like, it's kind of like a Scarface kind of movie about this guy that's out for revenge about as they're raising his family empire and doing bad stuff to protect his family, and he's like a real super shady guy. It's a lot of that, and took me a little like to decide if I liked it or not, because it's so different from other Bollywood films that I've seen, and in the end, I kind of appreciated just a film kind of going into the darker side of things and sleazier characters and stuff like that, more moral ambiguity. And so, very different type of film, but dug it. Number 48, Jennifer, you might want to chime in on this one. Much Ado About Nothing. Excuse me. Anyone But You, starring my close personal friend, Glenn Powell. This is a rom-com that we saw at a date night about a week back. Hey, you haven't unmuted your mic. Are you there, Jennifer? I think she's gone.
Yeah, I'm here.
She's back.
I'm here.
She's back. Okay. So Anyone But You, it does the rom-com formula, and it works a lot better than I was expecting from the trailer. The trailers didn't really capture the heart of the movie, and they sell it in a manner of like, oh, why would these two people ever end up together? How ridiculous is this? And you're like, why would these two hot people like each other? What am I missing here? And like, what, hot people in an exotic location doing interesting things at a wedding, and what? Why would they ever end up together? And the movie itself, it makes it very clear from the beginning of the movie that they do belong together, and we know that. But that kind of shows you where there's a bit of a falling out, and it, like, all those scenes that are in the trailer are dramatically interpreted differently, where it's their posturing and their egos were hurt, and they're like, so the movie worked much better. Been an interesting one because it's essentially a loose adaptation of Much Ado About Nothing, and they have like, they'll put like Shakespeare on a wall behind the characters and stuff like that. Two leads have great chemistry. Some of it gets a little bit silly where I don't know, maybe this is just how Sydney works, but apparently it's really easy to get free helicopter rides in Sydney, Australia. And apparently that's how they
You just pretend to have a medical emergency.
Yeah, like, can you just fly me over to the theater? Like, just fly me over there. Do me a solid. I don't know how that works, but it worked as a rom-com. Like, it delivered what I wanted, and as someone, of course, rooting for my close personal friend that I've never met, Glenn Powell, he was funny and charming. What did you think, Jennifer? You keep muting yourself. We're trying to hear your thoughts on it.
I had to cough. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I really liked it.
Okay, good. I was fearing I was going off on a limb there. Because your recommendation was to my sister. And because
yes,
it's a little raunchy,
that colored it a lot.
She's more of a purist, and like, I remember like my introduction to Shakespeare was my sister watching the 90s Much Ado About Nothing, and so you're giving her recommendation was like, all right, where does Jennifer exactly land on this one?
Yeah, no, I don't think she would like it at all, which is why I didn't recommend it for her. But I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. All right. Good.
All right. I'm baffled by their marketing techniques. Like, I don't understand. I didn't want to see it at all initially. Like, the first trailer that dropped, I thought it just looked like garbage, and I couldn't understand what they were going for.
Right.
And then
that's what all the conversation on Twitter was like. What even is this? Like, what's going on here? Who is this for? What's the joke? And the movie's much better than that.
Much better. And then I don't understand. Like, I don't think it was a clean adaptation of Much Ado About Nothing, but it was clearly implied that it was at least influenced by it. And even, I don't know, that could have gotten some haters, but that would have made me way more interested in it early on.
If you make a movie that like in the movie, they're literally putting Shakespeare up. At times they quote Shakespeare, and they're like, that's just something I came up with. And the joke is that they're obviously quoting Shakespeare. And the movie says in the credits, based off Much Ado About Nothing. And they didn't, that's not how they promoted it really at all. And usually with these movies that are based off these modern day adaptations of things, that's much more a part of the way that they promote the film. So it's kind of odd. But anyway, if you like rom-coms, it is rated R. It's not a raunchy comedy, but it has very R-rated elements. Like,
And there's
it's
literally
designed
one
for adults.
one scene that is going to drastically determine who I will and won't recommend it for.
Right.
Like,
That,
there's one really bizarre choice.
They show a penis, like in the movie, which like as soon as you do it, it's like, whoa, that's pretty far into the. Well, we did that. Not a lot of movies do that. It's just like kind of like just happens in the film, and immediately there's a lot of people you won't recommend the movie to for this one. It's like half a second of the movie, but it's such a distinct thing.
It is shocking.
Right. Like you're watching the movie and you're like, it's uncomfortable because it's like they're around a shower and then it like cuts to that and you're like, whoa, they went for it. But it's not like there's a lot of F-bombs and stuff, but it's not actually like super raunchy at all. It just goes for it when it goes for it.
Yeah.
All right, number 47, and some of that one I didn't review that one, so talking about it a little bit longer makes more sense. Number 47, Operation Fortune. This was the first of the Guy Ritchie movies. This came out. Jennifer, you haven't seen this one. This one, maybe we actually should watch this film tonight. I think you'd have fun with this one. It's like a Guy Ritchie spy film that has Statham is in the lead, Audrey Plaza's on.
I remember the trailers. I wanted to see it. We just haven't.
And Josh Hutcherson is in it. My Josh is right. Hartnett. I got my Josh's one.
Oh,
he's had a great
Hartnett.
year. So he's in this one as a movie star, and so he's fun. And then he's in Oppenheimer, having the most screen presence he's ever had in his career. And Hugh Grant's in it. Like it's just like a lot of fun. Maybe I should put it higher up on the list. I don't know. Maybe I'll rewatch it. It's not perfect. It's not great. There's elements that can be a little bit derivative, but it's a genre that I like from a director that I like with a cast that I like, and it's a movie I've meant to watch with you for a while. But we always get busy, and so maybe that's with our first movie to watch this year is one that I've wanted to show you for a while. Number 46, The Little Mermaid. One of the culture wars of the year, The Little Mermaid. A movie that I don't know. It felt like I get some of it. If it was my choice, I think that Ariel has a very distinct, iconic look. Would I have race swapped her if I was making it? I wouldn't. But the actress that they cast did a great job. And so I think it works. And so much of the internet is judging it based off of all this other stuff. Culture wars, that's their primary concern, and not judging it on the movie that's actually there, or judging it on superficial things like the CGI sucks, which frequently it does. That is true. But it feels like that's like a criticism that because we've had so many movies that they should have better CGI, feel like bad CGI, bad VFX, bad compositions, bad green screen is almost being overly elevated in criticism as of recently, simply because it should be better. But like I once it got going and it got into we're on the land and the romance kicked in, I thought that it worked. First half dragged, but it worked once it got to the romance. I thought the lead actress was very charming, and I think she captured that wide-eyed optimism of Ariel really well, and of course she can sing. So, Jennifer, what did you think about this one? What did you have chime in on this one?
There's your.
Hey, Rhodey.
Yeah, they wanted to see him.
Come on up here, buddy. People have been Rhodey, you're on the wrong side. Here, there's the couch. Wrong side. That's where Rhodey's gonna go. What did you guys buy coffee or did you?
Yes.
Where did this coffee come from?
I don't know, Mom.
They don't
Just-
normally
I put
deliver
it-
coffee in coffee mugs.
I put it in your coffee mug.
Hey, here's Rhodey. No,
Hey.
hey, Rhodey, you're eating my tortilla.
Hey.
But buddy, what? Well, that didn't work at all. I was trying to introduce you guys to Rhodey, and instead he ate my tortilla. I should have doused it in the Apollo
Chloe,
preemptively.
can you go close the door upstairs?
I got it.
Okay, sorry. And I forgot I was not muted. Apologies.
If you guys don't know what it looks like behind me, I just have lights sitting on the floor. Where were we at? Little Mermaid? Oh, yeah. Jennifer, what did you think about Little Mermaid?
I liked it. I think it was really interesting being married to you and like
It's very
hearing
interesting being
all of,
married to you. What does this have to do with the Little Mermaid?
well, hearing all the chatter that you heard
Right.
in the movie Talking Circles and all the
Right.
drama and all the just so much conversation about it for so long that by the time I
Yeah.
went and saw it, I was like that was great. Like, what is wrong with everyone?
Like,
Like,
what are we
I
getting
don't
worked up
understand.
about? Like, come on now.
Like the Scuttlebutt song, sure. The bird being underwater, sure. There were some iconic scenes that they didn't include that was a bummer. I think the thing I was most upset about is that they didn't do the rainbow at the end. Like when they got married, Triton didn't just do the rainbow over the boat or whatever. But like, I mean, it was a good movie. It was fine. I didn't need it
Right.
like most live action Disney remakes, but it was good. And I thought
Yeah.
I thought they added things to it and made it its own thing without disrespecting the source material. People are crazy.
I mean, I like there's. I think sometimes obviously it's a culture wars movie. People are mad at Disney in general, so you kind of add that to the list. And there's too many of these live action remakes to where it's like your tolerance, your threshold, your patience, your aggravation at them is already kind of there's already some tension there, and so then you add into the mix that the culture wars stuff, and it amplifies it to where I think like we're making much of very little. And if you just watch the movie on its own merits, there are issues. It's not perfect, but it's much better than so much of the chatter. Number 45, Ferrari. This is a movie from Michael Mann about Ferrari, starring Adam Driver. And I liked it. There's things that are really cool about it that are really interesting. It played to me kind of like episode 8 of a 10-episode season or show about Ferrari. And so you're like just dropped into the middle of this one specific time in his life. And there's interesting stuff, and it's like, wow, that's what he was trying to do, the context, these accidents, all these things that I like really worked for me, but also felt like, you just dropped me into the middle. Like, you skipped over a bunch of really interesting stuff to get to here. You jumped over it. It seems like this is the other stuff afterwards is interesting. So it picked a weird way to do a movie about Ferrari, at least in my mind. Number 44, Naiad. This is I guess a sports movie about the first person ever, or I don't know what the exact one was, but to set the record crossing the swimming from Cuba to Florida. And the lady that did it was like 60 years old. And so kind of a classic sports movie formula of someone trying to do something extreme with the extra element being that she failed when she was in her prime, and now she's doing it in her 60s, many years later, and keep trying and trying to make it happen. And Jodie Foster and Annette Bening are leads here, so of course they're fantastic. Plays to the sports movie formula pretty well, but at the same time, the formula is the formula because it works. And so by the end of it, it pays off nicely. Number 43, Missing. This is the spiritual sequel to Searching from about 5 years back. And the idea here is it's a movie that's set entirely on a computer screen where everything you see is through technology. And it's a girl, a family member goes missing, and she's trying to figure out what happened. And so she's like researching where the parent went, and she's like FaceTiming them on her computer and texting with them. Same gimmick as the movie Searching. Both of them are surprisingly effective. Both of them do a really good job of using technology and finding clever ways to use technology and tell a story in that format, and use the technology to be able to withhold information from the audience and reveal it at specific points in time. Both of them are good at not overstaying their welcome, and both of them do a good job of having a clever mystery of what's going on. I liked Searching More, but this one is very good too, and interesting little films to a different way to do a movie, and always appreciate that when someone finds a way to tell a story that we haven't really done before, and they do it well. And they take a gimmick that's like, can you tell a movie that's set entirely on a desktop? Can you do that? They did it. They pulled it off. They found a way. 42, Evil Dead Rise. This is the latest Evil Dead film. I'm a big fan of the Evil Dead franchise. And I think, along with Scream, Evil Dead and Scream are like the two horror franchises that probably have the best batting average. And we got another good one this year. And there were kind of two things that they did with this new one that I thought worked really well. First one, putting it in a new setting. We're in a high-rise building and finding an excuse as to why people are stranded at the top of this building, and it's tough to get out of that floor of the building. And so it gives a sense of isolation in a new, different way from the movies that came before. And the other one is that they made the person that's possessed a mother, and her children are the ones stuck there. And so there's something so disturbing about a mother going after her children, and the inherent trust that children have in a mother that made that work really well. Some other stuff, like, it wasn't quite as good as I'd hoped, or as memorable, or as different, but the batting average is still up there. We're still making solid movies, bringing something new to the franchise. Final one of this section, Fair Play. This was a Netflix thriller about a couple that work in the same office, and they didn't disclose that they're dating. And so it's like a secret relationship that hasn't been disclosed, and one of them gets promoted, not the other one. And you kind of see all the ways that they're the negative side of the guy that doesn't get the job starts to come out, and kind of just like a tense thriller in a workplace as well as a relationship that just kind of plays differently. It was interesting. One that hadn't been on my radar, but it was one of my for your consideration films that I thought was a effective little relationship thriller, office place thriller. All right, if you want to throw some questions up there for a little bit, I'll drink some of my coffee, try and get my brain working again.
Yikes!
I'm wandering.
Not ready.
What? What? Were you not paying
I
attention?
know. I was paying attention. I just wasn't ready.
Flo says, I did not like Fair Play. Rare Nate says, Fair Play was great. Alden Ehrenreich was awesome. Yeah, he's one of these guys. He's the unfortunate position of being the guy that is remembered as the other Han Solo, where the movie wasn't accepted by the general public or underperformed, and so
I knew he looked familiar.
You didn't realize that?
No.
Yeah, he's the other Han Solo.
Crazy.
So I've only seen him in a few things, but I've only heard great things about his performances in other movies, and I don't think of the many problems with Solo, he was not the problem with the movie. Can people accept someone besides Harrison Ford playing the part? Seems like no, but yeah, like he's one of these guys that it's almost kind of like with the Twilight people, where they were part of something that, while successful and got them famous out there, it also kind of sticks to them for a while, and you have to like let enough time pass for that the smell to get off of you before people take you seriously in other roles or whatever. What would be your favorite performance of 2023? Favorite is different from best, and best is kind of a tough one to say. But even beyond that, I don't know what I'm not a performance guy. That's not.
Zac Efron, Iron Claw.
Okay, this is helpful if you can throw things at me. Right now, we'll say Zac Efron, Iron Claw. That, like, in particular, I was working with teenagers when High School Musical came out. You love those stories. Robert Pattinson, we just talked about, kind of in the same kind of situation as Kristen Stewart. These people that kind of like get tied to very teeny bop franchises, and they made them famous, but it also kind of hides away their actual talent because you just see the Edward Cullen, you just see High School Musical, and people figured out pretty quickly. I think they figured out High School Musical didn't have the same kind of negative baggage that Twilight had, but it was too good looking. He was such a pretty person that it was tough to realize that he was actually a really good actor. And it just took a certain amount of time, and then to get the right roles to where you would really see how good he is. So that's probably my favorite. That's probably a good pick. Some people thrown up here like Cillian Murphy, Oppenheimer. I don't think I'd go favorite on that one. Of course, he was fantastic. Like Bradley Cooper, I thought was great in Maestro, but favorite, I think it doesn't work. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Zac Efron. I mean, I thought that's what I thought. It's a great story of the guy that like you can't debate it anymore. Like, just it's a great gut wrenching performance, and then I mean the most painful line of dialogue in any movie this year, without question.
I think you teared up just telling me about it, which I
I did. I mean, so and that was after I'd waited to say it. I waited to say it because I wouldn't have been able to hold it together as well as I did when I was telling you about it, because like in the context of the movie, the last handful of lines of dialogue in the film are just they're soul crushing, and that's because you care so much about his character, and that's the performance, that's the delivery, that's the writing, it's the direction, it's all of it. But that's the one. Mr. Flickster, unrelated, do you plan on doing any more videos about The Office? I mean, I'm not opposed to doing more videos. It's just I don't know how many more there are to do that people are interested in. So like, I did the seasons ranked and the characters ranked, and both of those videos are, I believe, still of my long form videos, still in my top 10 most viewed. So obviously there was a lot of demand, and I started to do some other stuff at top 10 episodes, ranking the episodes of the seasons, and they're just significant diminishing returns of, and then when The Office left Netflix and went to Peacock, some of that mass appeal of The Office faded a little bit. And so I don't know if there's as much demand for it, and I don't know what the videos would be. I love The Office, but I don't have an infinite supply of ideas for a show that went off the air over 10 years ago. Hey, Sean, have you watched Twin Peaks before? I'm guessing David Lynch is probably not a director you naturally gravitate towards, but it's a pretty important TV show in history. No, I've never seen any of Twin Peaks at all. None of it. My introduction to David Lynch is I went to go see Mulholland Drive when it first came out, like opening weekend. Went to go see Mulholland Drive. Early zeros, or my late teens, early 20s. I was just checking everything out, trying to discover everything. And getting into indie, like there's movies that are good that don't cost $1 million, or don't cost tens of millions of dollars, that aren't about buildings and blowing up and skyscrapers and action movies. So I had to go see Mulholland Drive. No clue what it is. And you watch like the first 90 minutes of it, and then it's like, okay, it's like, how do all these storylines connect? Where's this kind of going? What? Wait a minute, was there like a demon monster? What? Where did that come from? What just happened there? Huh? Like, okay, what are these? I think the plots are about to merge together. And as soon as you think it's about to like tie together and get normal, it goes off the rails crazy. Like, I don't know what I'm watching. And it goes into full-blown dream storytelling. And everyone is like same actors, but they're different characters and different contexts. There's like, I had no idea who David Lynch is, what David Lynch movies are like. And this drifts off and this, like, what am I watching right now? So that was my introduction to David Lynch. But I have not watched Twin Peaks. Will you and your kids watch Miraculous Ladybug? I don't know what that is. I don't know. Denver, you know what that is?
I have no idea. I'd have to Google it.
Yeah, we don't know what that one is, Mr. Hickey. Sorry. Mike the Great Studios. Hey, Sean, young person here. The question has been on my mind. What caused Avatar to gross almost $3 billion? What exactly was going on back in 2009? I don't think there's a clear answer as to what exactly it is that James Cameron has been able to tap into 3 times in a row. 2 times making the highest grossing movie of all time by a tremendous margin. Because it's like, keep in mind, Avatar outgrossed Titanic, which was the previous highest grossing movie of all time, which was, at the time it came out, like astronomically ahead of anything else. And then Avatar outgrossed Titanic by an astronomical amount. It's the sort of thing that there's both such outliers that it doesn't, there's no formula, there's no template, there's no obvious explanation. Like, it's very easy to explain why Avengers Endgame made as much money as Avatar. That's easy to explain. It is not easy to explain why Avatar made that amount in 2009. But there's just something about James Cameron making these movies that you just felt like you had to see on the big screen, that earn the big screen, that get you talking, and everyone wanted to be a part of the conversation.
Well, and it was the first actually good. I don't want to make sweeping
3D
statements, but 3D, you had to go and experience it because it wasn't that gimmicky. Something just jumps out at you, and then that's it. Like, it was an immersive movie experience that had never before happened.
And also keeping in mind, the totally 3-dimensionally generated worlds of the VFX spectacle of that film was so far ahead of anything at the time, and it was in 3D. And so when you have so much of it with motion capture, and it was just like on this whole other level, and then he's designing it to see it in a different experience in 3D. It just felt like you had to experience it. And there's still, of CGI generated characters, there's a handful that are like in that upper echelons, and the Na'vi are in that category of, like, you're just looking at these blue people that you know aren't real, but there's just enough about them that there's no uncanny valley. You just believe them. Even though they're very human faces in a lot of ways, they're very human, but there's no uncanny valley, and you're like just staring at it in awe. And so there's just something that James Cameron was able to do. But there's not an answer I can give you that actually makes sense of it, because there's such extreme outliers. And like in 1999, when Phantom Menace came out, I was trying to be a part of the online movement of, let's get Phantom Menace to beat Titanic. Like, we're going to beat Titanic. But Star Wars couldn't beat Titanic. Now, that's Jennifer's fault. Jennifer went to go see Titanic 17 times in the theater because she was so in love with Leo DiCaprio, had the poster on the wall and everything like that, and still has a Kate Winslet poster on the wall in our room.
All of these are exaggerations.
How many times did you see Titanic?
I think I saw it 5 times.
5 times.
And Mom did buy me the poster book. But,
I thought I was making that up, but it's truer than I thought.
I didn't have it on my wall. It was like, but there's a whole
locker?
book of. No, I don't even know where it was.
Yeah.
But it was like that.
But I'll just say, like, that just he did something that was, tremendous. Just his ability to tap into, in the late 90s, getting every teenage girl to go to the movies 1 million times. As well as making a movie that every 60-year-old felt like they needed to see. Like, everyone went to go see Titanic, and then it was like, an opening weekend, this is the crazy part. Titanic made $25 million opening weekend. It cost $200 million, and it went on to make $2 billion. Like, it had insane legs. And whatever that is that James Cameron makes these movies, that Avatar opened at $75 million, which is not small, but was like, James, looks like you failed this time. And it went on to make $3 billion. Like, he just does something where because people talk about it and just everyone wants to be a part of that conversation. And was Avatar 2 as good as the first one? Does this make as much money? But there's no explanation that I can give you that would make sense to you, because it doesn't make sense to me. And in particular because I don't feel like I know a lot of people that love Avatar. Sometimes on the internet I find them, but I don't see a lot of people that love Avatar. And you don't see a lot of there's now like a Avatar video game. There's a little bit of that, but it doesn't have like the world of Star Wars with all the toys and spin-offs and everything. You don't have it as nearly as much of that. And it's not as beloved as a world or anything, or lore. And so it's just something about the theatrical experience that James Cameron, unlike anyone else has ever been able to do, gets people to show up. So I'm going to ask this is a quick question.
Yeah, there's several queued up.
Should be fighting with me. Have you done a Star Wars ranking? I have done a million Star Wars rankings. I've talked about all of it. I've done a review series of all the movies. I've covered Mandalorian, all of it. I've done all of it. So you have got a lot that you can binge over the next couple of days. Me on Star Wars, I have opinions on all of it. I don't know how to say your name, but Sean, keep watch burn. The Dark Knight, The Batman, Spider-Man 2.
Yikes.
I think this is actually pretty easy for me. I think it's pretty easy. I think it's pretty easy for me to say. I would burn The Batman. I think I'd safely say that. At this moment, I don't find it to be a rewatchable film. Like, it's not what I'm drawn back to.
It was really
now.
good, but I haven't watched it. I wanted to watch it right after we watched it the first night, and then I haven't.
Yeah, and I watched it 4 times in a week, so maybe I burned myself out on the Batman for a while. Really enjoyed it, but as for like an ongoing thing, it didn't have the way that The Dark Knight impacted me of like, whoa, the Batman didn't. I have issues with Spider-Man 2, but it's also very rewatchable. And when I say issues, it's an A movie, but it's not an A+ movie for me. So I think I would burn Batman. I would watch Spider-Man 2. I would keep The Dark Knight.
Hold on. I got one. My computer's just giving me a hard time.
Okay, we'll do one more, and then I'll dive into this deal.
Yikes. Hold on, I'm stuck. Here it is.
My head's starting to wobble.
That's not good.
The Disney Nerd, back at it again. Hey, thank you so much. Seems a lot of people are counting Zac Efron out for Best Actor nomination because the movie was released too late in the year. I hope he gets a nomination, though. He deserves it. Yeah, so I have an interesting perspective on this one as someone that actually voted for an award show that I'm going to this next weekend. Bought a suit and everything, and going to do myself a juice cleanse. I'm going to do that
for the love.
Kelly from The Office lemonade juice cleanse the next couple of days, so my pants will feel a little bit better. But so, like, we got sent all of these movies, and they're like on the floor right over there. Actually, there's a box over there for Maestro. I didn't get anything for Iron Claw. I would have nominated Iron Claw, like, on everything, and I would have voted for it on everything, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it until a few days ago. And part of the ways movies kind of get that momentum sometimes is by getting nominations. Like, for me to figure out which movies should I make sure that I have to watch was to look at other people's lists and what was getting nominated before. And I need to make sure I watch all of these ones. And so the more nominations you get, the more exposure you get for people to check it out and to think about it. It's not that I would vote for it because someone else voted for it, but I would be on my radar to absolutely pay attention to it, make sure I see it because of that. That's the issue that it might have, is that not enough people saw it early enough to vote for it and all these other things, and so then it gets lost. That's where that kind of came out too late in the year. If the movie comes out a few weeks earlier, if the movie played at film festivals earlier, more prominently, Maestro did its Austin press screening in November, a month before the movie came out. And several other movies did that too. Poor Things, its Austin press screening was at the beginning of November. And so other movies did stuff to bring attention to it in November so that they'd get nominated in all of these other things that gets the buzz and chatter that draws it to the attention of the Academy people and they vote for it. So I think that I would think that this could be an issue. I believe that it could be a problem that it opened too late. I don't know.
The only good news from that is I won't pass out from seeing Zac Efron in real life.
Yeah. Well, so we're fascinated to figure out who's actually going to be at this award show and figure out who's gonna cause you to pass out. That's a fun one.
More
All right.
or stop.
I'm gonna. What did you have one more question for me or something? Something.
Well,
queued up?
I think
Or
there's
is it gonna-
several. I've got one right here, but
Okay, I'll try
Yes?
and go quick. Okay, I'll try and go quick. John Acosta. Hey, Sean, one more super chat. With Scream being your favorite horror movie, what was your thoughts on Gale Weatherface's versus Ghostface battle in Scream 6? I think my problem with it is that in the trailer you watch it and you think, okay, they tease the fact that maybe she's going to die or something like that. There's going to be more to it than there was. And you think she's been battling ghost faces for 25 years. And I didn't feel like it fully lived up to the potential of it. Like, I mean, even to your point, like I talked about it just a little bit ago, I hadn't even thought about that. I hadn't thought about that that's a battle in it. And I think that's maybe the problem with the movie. Some of the sequences just kind of like, they have Gale versus Ghostface, and it didn't stick in my mind. That feels like that should be something that's like, oh, and it wasn't. So I guess that's my thoughts on it. Blazing Asian says Zac Efron as Sean Chandler in Sean Chandler movie. Only one problem. Now, well, so one problem, Zac Efron is not tall enough to play me, but he also just played a guy that's an inch taller than me in a movie. So I guess he can get away with it.
oh, someone asked earlier how tall you were.
Depends on in what mood I'm in. Let's go with 6'2" today. If you ask Austin Burke, every time he meets me, he makes me 1 inch taller than I was the previous time he saw me. So next time I see him, I'll be 6'3". Pretty excited for that. In my cowboy boots, I'm 6'4", so I like to wear those whenever I do meetups to trick people into thinking I'm taller than I actually am. But in Texas, you're supposed to wear cowboy boots, so it's acceptable behavior. Woo!
Jeepers, that was loud.
Yeah, we are. I might.
Are
need
we
to
doing
start
more?
going
Are
faster
you?
on here.
I don't.
I
Am I
know,
doing
my
more
brain-
questions?
You can't let me lead this thing anymore. I'm toast.
Okay, then move on
I'm
to the
gonna-
next
oh,
set of
I
numbers.
will rush through this next section. I will rush through the next section, and then we've literally been saying that for 100 movies now.
Yep.
I can't find my numbers. Where they're not in order, which is, and I can't read this. Is that it? Is that the right one? Yes.
I don't know.
Number 40, Solar. This is Indian film, non-Bollywood, that I watched just a couple weeks back. And what I really dug about this one is the director just has this ability to, with the use of the music, the editing, the use of these just like wide shots, the color scheme, which has like real high contrast between blues and oranges, warm and cool, that just makes everything feel epic. And the movie plays as if it's constantly building up. Like, just the whole movie's amping up, amping up, amping up. And then the music cuts out, pauses, and then it, like, explodes into action. So it's pretty fun. This was a cool one. And what was extra fun about this one is that, like, 2 hours before I saw it, I didn't know what I was debating between seeing this movie and a different one, different Indian film. And this fan of the channel messaged me, "Hey, man, I got an extra ticket for Solar. It's at this theater. Would you be interested in going?" And he happened to be at the theater that I go to see movies on the screen that I pick for movies. And it, like, dead center. It was like, if I could pick the theater, I would see it. The screen, I would see it. The seat I would pick. He had all of it. He's like, "I'll just give you the ticket." So I go to it, and he brought one of his friends who was also a fan of the channel that I've met before in a different movie, Leo, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And so it was like two fans that I met in two different places. It actually confused me at first, but it was fun. And so they kind of gave me some context on the director and some other stuff. But that was a pretty cool experience. I really enjoyed that. Number 39, Super Mario Brothers. This is an interesting one because like, it's a movie that is really enjoyable and great because it plays it so safe. It's like a movie where so many adaptations try to be clever, put a spin on it, turn it upside down. What are we going to do to make it interesting? This one just went, let's just play it straightforward. We don't need to reinvent Mario. We just need to do Mario right in a movie. And for that reason, it's a great Mario experience. It's fairly straightforward. There's not a lot of complexity to it, but it delivers a really fun time in Mario Land where you get some Mario Kart, you get all of our different characters, a little bit of all of it, and it was fun. And you get this great song, probably my favorite new song of the year. My wife actually has me sing this to her at nighttime to put her to sleep. This is the Peaches song. Every night before bed, I sit down with my keyboard. Peaches, peaches,
I hate that
peaches,
song.
peaches, peaches. What?
Hate it.
Then why do you have me sing it to you every night before bed?
I don't.
Fine. So anyway, just a safe but solid Super Mario Brothers movie. Hunger Games: Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I was not excited for this movie 2 weeks before it came out. Then we rewatched the other movies, and I liked them way more than I've ever liked them before. Probably because enough time had passed that they weren't like in like the popular thing anymore. So my antisocial side wasn't like pushing against them. Really enjoyed them. And I was like, maybe I am excited for this movie. And I thought
Chloe
it
also
delivered.
watched them with us. That made it more fun.
Yeah. Chloe joined in on that fun. And I thought it was a solid continuation that was like, yeah, that worked. It delivered the experience, but it was different enough. I dug it. Like it was a pleasant surprise that I was not expecting to be as into it as I was, and just some nice with the aesthetics and the production design that just made it feel different while giving me exactly what I wanted. You're like an expert on Hunger Games. You actually know how to read and have read the books. You dug it?
It's a trick question. I think it was well done and well made, and it was a good adaptation. And actually, I think I liked it better than I liked the book. But personal taste, it was just not the direction that I wished it had gone. I get why it went the way that it did. Thought it was
You
well
wanted
done.
Snow to end up being like a good guy. And
I mean,
like
I know
maybe
it
he
was
killed off.
It was never
and they
going to
cloned him,
happen.
and they made an evil clone of him, and that's the one that we see in the later movies. But the Snow that we like is actually like this hero.
You're going off the deep end there, Chandler. No.
All right.
I mean, it's just my personal taste. It's just, I thought it was well done. Again, I enjoyed the movie more than the book, which is extremely rare. But it was good. I just don't know that I enjoyed it, if that makes any sense.
I don't know. 37, Sound of Freedom, a movie a bunch of people have been asking me, or been seeing the comments in there. Sound of Freedom, another one of these culture war movies that was, this one was particularly funny because like on Twitter, there were people that if you reviewed the movie, they would like pounce on you like, how dare you support this QAnon conspiracy theory movie? And then there was a vein of people that in the comments section, like, if you didn't review the movie, it's probably because you support child trafficking. It was like, whoa, internet, calm down, calm down. Woo! Take the foot off the gas. So, as for me, I thought it was a movie that was very emotionally resonant because it's based in reality. That there's really dark stuff that happens in this world. And even in the movie, they show footage from some of the operations and stuff. And on the internet, like debating how much of what he said is true. And there's all of these hit pieces and everything like that. Even if things are exaggerated, there's also absolute truth to it, to other parts of it. And it's very potent because of that, where you're watching some of the darkest, most evil stuff in this world and seeing some of the efforts to put an end to it. And it does it in a way that like, I saw some people like, this is just the Christian version of Taken. If you think that, you haven't seen the movie or you haven't seen Taken. This is not a power fantasy. Like, Taken is a power fantasy. It's like every dude wants to think that if something happens to their wife or kids, I'll go into action and be the superhero that'll save the day with my set of skills. That's a fantasy. And this is a serious look at like really dramatic stuff. Number 36, When Evil Lurks. I think it's a Brazilian possession film. I saw it at Fantastic Fest. I don't remember. I think it was in Portuguese. But I mentioned earlier, In My Mother's Skin was, I believe, a Filipino possession film that kind of incorporates their lore in, and I didn't like that one that much. I saw this one like the next day, and I really liked this one, where it's like a possession film with its own kind of set of rules that are very different from what you get in Hollywood movies. Structurally, it feels kind of like a zombie outbreak movie where the possession is spreading and there's people trying to get away from it. And then it's really dark and bleak in some of the stuff that it does. So if you are looking for a horror movie that's got a different flavor to it and you like possession films, check out When Evil Lurks. I think it's on Amazon Prime or it's on some streaming. I can see it at my Amazon Prime. I don't remember if that's because I have the AMC upgrade or if it's on Amazon Prime, but it's available. Extraction 2. It's always a tricky one for me. So I had the same feeling with this one as I had with the first Extraction, which is watching it, loved it. Amazing. I interviewed the director, Sam Hargrave, when the first one came out, which was very cool. Like, we grew up watching the same movies. I actually, in my childhood, wanted to be a stuntman. And he actually went out and do martial arts and be a stuntman. He actually did what I wanted to do when I was a kid, and now he's directing movies. So he's like my real world guy that lived my fantasy life. But with both the Extraction movies, they have stunt work, choreography, matching the John Wick movies, but the stories, the movies are more generic. They don't pop. And so they're missing that element. Are you trying to confuse me?
Sorry, I hit a button.
Whoa!
I know.
And so every year they start higher up. And then as I look back, I kind of go, I'm not as drawn to it as I want to be. The action, Sam Hargrave is the star, but the actual story isn't strong enough to put it higher up on the list. But if you like action movies, you got to watch them. Number 34,
Your my favorite piece of trivia. Sam Hargrave is
America's. Well, no, that's not true.
His brother.
His brother.
He's the
is
brother.
America's ass in Endgame. So
Correct.
Sam Hargrave was a longtime stuntman in Hollywood for all the people. Hugh Jackman, Chris Evans, and then he became a second unit director, stunt choreographer. So he was very much that for Endgame. And so then during the big fight, the stand-in against Chris Evans was his brother. And so it's just one of those fun little details. But number 34,
Sorry.
Your Lucky Day. This is one that I saw at Fantastic Fest. I left it out of the list. I didn't. If you saw the first version of it, said 130 movies. I had 131. It was this one, Your Lucky Day. Someone else sent me a list. I missed out actually on Birdemic 3 as well. Tweeted about that, and then this guy messaged me to say, "Hey, here's a list of every." I kept a list of every movie you've watched. I was like, "Cool, wow, you're keeping better notes than I am apparently." And so I read through it and went, "Oh, Your Lucky Day. That's not in there. Did it come out?" And it did. I didn't realize this movie had actually released yet, but it did. And so it's Your Lucky Day. It stars, was it Agnes MacLeod? He died. I think he was from Euphoria. I'm not familiar with his other work, but I believe he was in Euphoria. And he died this year before this movie came out. And so it's one of the last things he's in. But so it's a movie about someone gets a winning lottery ticket at a gas station while like a robbery's going off, and it kind of turns into this like close quarters thing where everyone is trying to survive, where crimes have been committed. They have a lottery ticket and they're trying to figure out, how do we get out of this, survive without being turned over. Like it's all this stuff kind of going on, but it's like a great little thriller. If you like close quarters films like that, just kind of keeps you on the edge of your seat. Like, how are they going to get out of this? Oh, there's some twist and turn, and then somebody you think is good is bad. Somebody you think is bad actually isn't so bad, and you don't realize who the star of the movie is until you're in the back half of the film. And you're following along in the first half, and it's kind of an ensemble, and you think maybe it's this guy, maybe it's this person, and you get in the back half, and you start to realize, oh, it's this person. And so just like a movie that with a lot of kind of twists and turns to it. Number 33 on here, Wonka, Chloe's favorite movie of the year. A movie that when they announced it, I was like, a Wonka prequel? What are we doing? Why is this a thing? Why is this happening? And then the trailer came out, and I went, that actually worked for me. I actually kind of like that trailer. So I got kind of excited for it. Took Chloe because Chloe's a big Wonka fan, and it's just a charming, delightful little film. And that put a smile on my face. Another movie with Hugh Grant this year doing his thing, being great. So I thoroughly enjoyed Wonka. Number 32. Here's a underappreciated film this year, Polite Society. Jennifer, you might want to chime in on this one. So,
Woo-woo!
Yeah, there we go. So Polite Society, it kicks off, and for the first little bit of it, it plays a little bit kind of like, it's about this Pakistani British family trying to fit in polite society in England. And parents trying to arrange relationships, and the more middle-class family trying to get accepted by the upper class. And I'm saying all this, and it sounds like one type of movie. And the title, Polite Society, makes it sound like one type of movie. And at first I was thinking, like, maybe it's kind of like a modern-day version of, like, I don't understand this genre, but, like, Little Women, Jane Austen, upper-class people.
He really doesn't understand the genre.
I do not understand it. I really don't. I am deeply confused by it. It starts off kind of like that. This description I just gave you, while true, does not in any way prepare you for this movie. It's a martial arts film where the lead girl in it wants to be a stunt woman, so spends all of her time training in martial arts and like beats up bullies at school with flip kicks and stuff. It turns into like a conspiracy spy movie by the end of it. It is bonkers, weird, and unashamed. It just goes for it. So if you're looking for like something weird, wacky, and entertaining, like it's quirky, it's offbeat, but it's still very like mainstream in another sense. It's not like inaccessible or anything. Jennifer, tell us why people should watch it.
Well, I enjoyed it.
She enjoyed it, and
Yeah.
she didn't enjoy other movies on this list. There you have it.
That's true.
Oh,
That's what you want me to say.
do you have something more specific?
I mean, I think it was a little bit, the twist was a little unexpected for me, which, I mean, of course, that's what a twist
Yeah,
is.
it goes hard in the last third. Like, oh, they are going for it. Like, this is getting...
So it took a turn that I did not expect, and I don't know that I would have preferred that direction, but I still really like the movie.
Yeah, the conspiracy stuff, it goes so hard. And it, like, as the movie goes along, it just keeps leaning further and further into this stuff that you're not expecting. Number 31 on here, Talk to Me. This is an Australian horror film. A lot of people had this as one of the top horror films of the year. It's not really my brand of horror. Like I like kind of like slasher type stuff a little bit more than this kind of film. And it's like all about like this thing that, like, when you touch it, you kind of get possessed for a little while, and they start to lose themselves in what they're doing and the consequences that kind of come along with it, and then kind of like clever into it. The thing that stuck out to me about the movie is that it's very Australian. And what I mean by that is that so many Hollywood movies are so designed to appeal to as many people as possible in the United States as well as globally, that they remove specificity. They remove the things that make different cities, states unique entirely. And so it appeals to everyone. And when you watch Talk to Me, it felt very Australian without being alienating. I didn't feel like I was being held at arm's length. Like, I don't understand this slang. I don't get these references. But at the same time, I could tell that they're using very distinct slang. And I really enjoyed that about the film. And then it was kind of just a clever script that by the end of it was like, oh, cool. That worked. And I guess the other fun deal, I don't know too much about this side to it, but the people that made it are YouTubers. So it's an example of YouTubers that turned into filmmakers, and they made a movie that was a hit and that was well received by fans as well as critics. So that's always cool whenever that happens. All right, we're in our... Oh, here we go. CP joining in. Hey, CP. The most Australian thing about Talk to Me, the hairstyles. That's probably exactly what it's time to... There's some wild hairstyles in there. Like, oh, okay. I don't see a lot of ones at hairstyle on people here in the Texas. So, seeing this guy thrown in here. Operation Fortune number 31. I think we're going to rewatch that one tonight. It might shoot up my list after tonight. I might got a short change.
Didn't you see Babylon?
I never saw Babylon. My mom did,
Oh.
which is hilarious. So I haven't seen it, but I know enough.
Keep saying that you didn't see it, and I was like, I thought he did, but no, I was wrong.
No, my mom did.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like,
that
I think there's something like in the first 5 minutes, like a elephant pees on someone, or like it's really wild, just wild as can be. And my mom went to go see it. It's like all about Hollywood debauchery. And my mom, who's worked at a church for...
Didn't she go with church friends?
She went with her church friends to go see Babylon.
Did not
worked
go
at a church
well.
for 20 years. She actually worked for a church for over 20 years, and because she worked 20 years straight, and then before that worked several years separate from that, and went to see Babylon. Fun times. Did you have any questions lined up for me?
Oh, I guess did you do that, or did I do that?
I don't even know. Like, I don't even know where I'm at. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. I don't know who I'm talking to. Do you need me to tell you, or? No, I'm just so in the zone. Here we go. Here's one for Chloe. Any chance we'll get Chloe talks about My Hero Academia movies? I don't know. I don't know if she's interested in doing that. She seems very open to discussing movies after whenever I talk, and this year in particular, she's dramatically improved. It's like after years of kind of working with her, like huge bumps in quality of her analysis and articulation of her
her
thoughts.
Interest is increased this year.
Yeah,
which makes her feedback better.
And so, just in general, like some of it, but also for a long time, she'd be like, it was good. I liked the part where, and then she'd say a spoiler. And then I'd be like, that was a spoiler. And she goes, well, how am I supposed to talk about it without giving away spoilers? Which, first off, that's a problem that in general, many critics have just in general. But she's like figured out how to like talk about how she felt about it, how it made her feel and why, versus talking about, I liked when this happened. I liked when this happened, which is not really analysis. That's just listing things you liked. But yeah, I don't. She like everyone else under the age of 18. She wants to be a YouTuber, but I don't know what she wants to do. Liam has a YouTube channel and has actually had a really good week with 2 different videos get over 10,000 views, which is pretty wild to think about.
That is insane.
Mental capacity test. Who is the 15th governor of Texas? I don't know any of the numbers for the governors of Texas. So
you could have done the presidents.
Yeah, some of the there's some presidents that I could know the number on, but governors of Texas, I do not know the numbers on.
Don't you know all the presidents though, from beginning to now?
No.
Are you sure? You used to.
No, I didn't. I could, no. I could go back to 1928.
Oh.
And
further than I can go.
Yeah, I'd have to. I don't think I could do it from 28 at the moment, but I would just need a quick refresher, and I could do that again. But at the moment, I'd have to think about it a little bit. Still asking me about the 15th governor of Texas. I still don't know.
I changed it. Who
was the 15th governor of Texas?
Okay, mine says Sean Chandler talks about, I'm making a Spider-Man film. I'm developing, I'm doing the emotion, I'm doing it all. I think maybe animation, not
I don't know.
emotion. You don't see that?
No, I see that now. It just came up.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, like it came up when you were
Weird.
reading it. It was
Weird.
not there before.
Weird. I'm looking for more questions, but I'm way backwards now.
Yeah, me too. I need to do some push-ups. CP. All my exes live in Texas. Mine too. Oh, here we go. John Acosta. Will you be covering Night Swim? I don't know. Like
I will
leave
not be
town
watching
Wednesday.
it with you.
Like I leave town Wednesday to go to LA, and so that I'm missing it this week. And then there's not much coming out this month, but I also don't imagine that Night Swim is like this big rush out to like watch it kind of movie that I need to cover.
I was
Maybe I'll be
stoked when I
surprised.
thought it was a shark movie, and
Well,
then I was out.
Josh Hickey said it was a shark movie, but I'm like, it's a pool.
He was incorrect.
I don't think you can throw sharks in pools in your backyard like that. But like right now, I haven't finished watching What If. I'm behind on Reacher. I'm behind on Monarch. And so there's just a lot of other stuff that there's like a lot of stuff that like I need to catch up on, but I leave town in 2 days. So I just don't have time.
So much laundry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So much laundry.
Someone asked earlier if you know C3.
CP?
C3.
Oh, 3C.
I think it said C3, but yes, probably.
3C. Yeah, I mean, I've done videos with him. He was at MegaCon. We actually did Fan Expo back in 2021. So, like, I've met him in person 3 times. Is that right? Yeah, 3 times. One of them was for multiple days in MegaCon earlier. But, like, in October, I was in Dallas for a conference. And that was when the press screening was for Exorcist. So I messaged him, hey, is there a press screening for Exorcist Believer in Dallas? He gave me the info. I texted my PR people, and they got me on the list. So then I saw him in passing at like Exorcist Believer a few months back. So yeah, like I know him, and you could look it up. We've done several videos together. Yeah. Have you seen Mindhunter? Holt McCallany, who starred in Father and Ironclaw, is fantastic in that show. It's also produced by David Fincher. No, I have not seen any of it. I know what you're talking about, but I haven't seen any of it.
C. Yep, there it is. That was my bad. Someone said I heard he was a good friend of R2.
It's true. Hi, Sean. Are you thinking of ever doing meet and greets and Comic Cons around the world? Hopefully you will. You know, like I'm totally open to whatever. It's just it's easier to go to LA than it is to go to Europe. And like I know there's a lot of people in LA. I don't know if I do a meet and greet at a Comic Con in Europe. I don't know how many people show up. So I spend. Like, that's what makes it tough. Like, there's a cost analysis. Like, I'm paying for all of this out of pocket and trying to think what's the best way to meet the most people, what do the most interesting things. I've never been to Europe. So Europe would be the first place I'd be interested in going. So, like, at some point in time, I think that would be very cool. In particular, I know, like, Heavy Spoilers channel, over 1 million subscribers. Like, if there was a way to, like, do some sort of... What I try to do with the ones here is we're trying to do like mini YouTuber cons at like MegaCon and bring several movie YouTubers so you can like meet all of us together, do some panels together. That's what I did with 3C and Austin Burke, Cody Leach, John Flickinger, and that's what we're trying to do at MegaCon again in a month, at which Cody and I will be back at and trying to get more people to join us. But like if I could know where to do that in the UK, I would love to. If there's a way to justify it. Like if I knew you could get X amount of people to show up, but I just don't have connections. I don't know anything. I don't have anything to know to judge any of it, to know what to expect, what would actually happen. That's what makes it tough. And there's also just a lot of the world to go to that I just don't even. You think like, like I have a large fan base in India. Well, what if I did a Comic-Con in India?
That'd be
India's very
insane.
large. India's huge. India's massive. So even if there was a place to do it, even if I have tens of thousands of followers in India, India's huge, and there's multiple languages, and so that's what kind of makes it a little bit tough to think globally and kind of shut it down. So, here it is.
I got one more,
Yeah,
and then you
that's
need to
not
go to
bad.
your list.
Oh no.
Did we both click it at the same time?
Yeah, I think we're just both competing with each other. John Acosta, what's worse, Exorcist Believer or Halloween Resurrection? I mean, Exorcist Believer, I think, is substantially more disrespectful overtly to the legacy. I think Halloween Resurrection inadvertently is disrespectful. Like, it was just like sloppy bad ideas. Like, what if we beat Michael Myers by electrocuting his balls? Like, just stuff that's stupid that they thought was like the zeitgeist. That's where the people were at. They want that. And they were trying to like do something that was like with reality TV, and it just like didn't match. But it wasn't what they did in Exorcist Believer, which I thought was just so disrespectful to the franchise as a whole, overtly. And it was agenda based. It like you can't. That like they had a chip on their shoulder about the patriarchy, seemingly like the Exorcist franchise is filled with Catholic iconic imagery. Like the lore, it's Catholicism. Like I'm not Catholic, but that's what it is. And they were so overtly against that in this movie that it is offensive to me in the way that they did it, whereas Halloween Resurrection is just bad. So it's like one of them, like, that's just bad. These are dumb ideas. And the other one is like, these are offensive ideas. So I'm a lot more offended by Exorcist Believer, whereas Halloween Resurrection, it's like, how did you do something so stupid? All right, you said that's up times for me. Not even saying words anymore, just mumbling nonsense sounds.
Yeah, you just need to move to the next set.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I gotta go.
Oh.
Tinkle. So, all right, gonna run my next.
Hey,
Overshare.
everybody! Sean Chandler from the past here. You might not have recognized me because of my youthful glow from just a few hours back, but while future me or present me to you guys is taking a mini break, probably running to the bathroom, I thought I would let you know about some upcoming events I have. The first one, big gigantic one, this Friday, January 5th, I'm doing a live video recording and meet and greet in LA. I'll be recording my most anticipated movies of 2024, as well as a podcast with my friends Zach Pope and Griffin Schiller, where we'll be looking back at 2023, talking about what didn't work, but also what did work about last year's films, and then what we're excited about and what we're worried about for this next year. And then we'll be there to meet and greet for as long as you guys are interested in talking to us. We'll be there to hang out with you. That is this Friday, January 5th, in the Los Angeles area. If you're anywhere in California, the United States, planet Earth, you would be wise to be there. I'm really expecting 7 billion people to show up in this small meeting space at a hotel in the Los Angeles area. Anything below 6 billion people in that room, and I will be devastated. So book your tickets, rent your cars, learn how to fly, travel to Los Angeles this Friday night. The details are down below in the description. January 5th. Live video recording, meet and greet, all that fun stuff. Also, I will be in Florida for MegaCon, February 1st through 4th. A lot of different panels, a lot of guests joining me. But that's enough delay. Time for me in the future, or the present to you guys, to come back and continue ranking stuff.
Sean, you're muted.
And we're back. That was weird. I don't know if you guys know what happened. Like if anything was weird for you guys, but for us, it didn't show the video. Like I could see it on my second screen that it was playing the video for you guys, but for us,
That's what I saw too.
it just showed my chair. And so I was like, uh-oh, did we show an empty chair for a while? Well, I ran off for a little bit. Anyway, fun times. Number 30, Thanksgiving. This is the latest film in the grand I've lost the ability to talk. Latest adaptation of a Grindhouse trailer. So Thanksgiving, in some showings for the movie Grindhouse, the Quentin Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez film from 15 years ago, where they had fake trailers for movies such as Machete, that turned into the Machete film later on. One of them was Thanksgiving. 15 years later, they finally put this one out. And I think this is the best one yet. I think it's better than both of the actual Grindhouse movies. I think it's better than Machete. Certainly better than Machete Kills. Hobo with the Shotgun. All that fun stuff. And it's basically Eli Roth's like twisted Thanksgiving spin on Scream. Where it's a slasher whodunit. A little bit more violent. And I liked it more than this year's Scream movie. So if you like Scream, if you didn't say Thanksgiving, go check it out. 29, Sisu. This is a Finnish action movie that it's about a guy who finds some gold during the end of World War II, and then Nazis track him down and they try to steal his gold. And so he has to kill the Nazis to protect his gold. And it plays kind of like a live action cartoon, but it plays it dead serious. Like it's over the top. This guy does all this stuff you couldn't possibly do, just goes for it and plays it totally straight faced. And you have to kind of accept that about the movie, but if you can, it's pretty cool. And if you like action movies, want something a little bit different, that's just like goes for it intense, Sisu. 28, Past Lives. This someone asked earlier if someone said earlier they think this one might win Best Picture. So this movie has some serious fans out there that have it in the upper echelons. It's up for a lot of awards, things like that. I didn't completely love it like that, but it was a very interesting film about relationships. And it's not really a romantic film because of the nature of the relationship in the film and where the characters are at. But it's about relationships and how we connect to people and how we grow older and we change and they change and we lock on to a feeling from the past and we want to recapture it. And so it touches on a lot of really human stuff in an interesting way. And it plays almost like it's in this romantic genre while really not being that, not ever really teasing you into thinking it's heading in that direction. What did you think about this one? Did you think this one was your favorite film of the year?
No.
Oh.
It just made me
Well,
sad.
That was a short answer.
Well, I mean, this is again why I don't have a YouTube channel, but it's just not.
Don't spoil it too much, but.
It's melancholy.
Yeah.
And I don't.
But
I prefer
earned.
escapism.
Yeah.
It is earned. Yeah. It's
earned,
interesting and it's well made.
Real.
I don't know. I just prefer more brainless happy.
Yeah. You want the escape of like it delivered a certain experience, and the movie, it's a reflection on real life and the way that we really grow and change with time. Number 27, Totally Killer. This is Back to the Future as a slasher. I've pitched many times before that I think that Back to the Future actually would work well if being remade, because not that I want Doc Brown and but the idea of modern day high schooler going back in time and meeting their parents in high school is interesting, fresh, new, and different every generation. And I think this movie proved that. And maybe this movie is the compromise so that we don't need to do the thing that many of you find offensive, because we got this movie that kind of does it without totally doing it, where you have modern day politically correct teenager goes back to the 1980s, and the movie, some people took it as, to use the word I do not like to use, took it as too woke. Do not like the word. I don't find it to be a useful word. But people said that. I took the movie as making fun of everyone. Like, it was like making fun of both how sensitive this modern day high schooler was, as well as being like, goodness, the 80s were ridiculous. Like, how do we think any of this was okay? And at the same time, they show the modern day high schooler person like getting really worked up and behaving really weird about the wrong things. Like, I thought it was making fun of everyone. But then it was whodunit slasher with time travel, and it was pretty predictable. You could tell where it was going. So that the final reveal I didn't think was particularly satisfying, but the journey to get there, the poking fun at everyone, I had a lot of fun with this one. I saw it at its world premiere at Fantastic Fest, watched it a day or two later with Jennifer at home. I really dug it. What about you, Jennifer? Did you think it was too Mean Girls?
No, I don't know what I was expecting. I was really excited about it, and it didn't quite deliver to the level of excitement that I had for it. So it was good. It was interesting, but it wasn't, I don't know, maybe I was just too hyped.
That's too
I was so jealous you got to see it at the premiere. So jealous.
Number 26, Blackberry. Another one of our product movies this year. This one being about Blackberries, the pre-iPhone top smartphone. And yeah, I didn't know anything about the history of it was, well, you didn't think it was funny enough. Other people thought it was funny enough. But I didn't know anything about the backstory of them. I guess I got my first BlackBerry after they were already in the decline because I was that late to the party, growing up and getting a fancy adult phone with a keyboard on it. But I found it really interesting, fascinating to like watch this set of characters, these very, very weird, larger than life characters that really existed, and this stuff in some form or fashion actually happened, and it plays it like documentary style. And so it was I don't know, seemed like you were less impressed by it than I was, but I had a good time with it. 25, here's one he did enjoy. Leo, not the Netflix Adam Sandler animated film. This is the Indian film. This is the first Indian film that Jennifer saw opening night. And we bought tickets too late, and so we were in the front row, packed theater, subtitled movie, so we literally had to move our heads like this to be able to follow along in the plot. Your live recording will end automatically in 30 minutes due to plan limits. Uh-oh. Looks like we're going to start talking. No more pausing on this one. But saw it. It's based on a history of violence. I had such a fun time with this one. The audience was going nuts, crazy, yelling and screaming the entire time. And it's my kind of action movie. And so it did everything I wanted. It's a little bit more straightforward, so it was also easier for me to follow than some other Indian films that when they're kind of skipping around and a lot of plot lines, and it's just tougher to follow because there's so many cultural differences, reading subtitles, and other reasons like that. So Leo was my favorite Indian film that I saw this year. 24, Megan. This was the killer doll movie from earlier this year that turned out to be so much better than it had any right to be, where it's another killer doll movie. It's kind of following the same idea as Child's Play 2019, but it found a way to like add just enough extra layers into it. It was interesting, where it was about how parent figures use technology and the dangers of technology, of using that to raise kids and stuff like that. And Megan herself her personality and the way she's characterized is memorable, fun, and interesting. So she became iconic and stood out and popped. And I know some people were frustrated that it was too tame because it was PG-13. I didn't generally think of that as more of a positive, because it means it's an entry-level horror film. And especially as someone with kids, that I want them to get into movies about robots killing people. This is an on-ramp for them. So I like that.
Karis really likes the music.
She does. Karis loves the music. Number 23, The Killer, the new David Fincher film based off a French comic. And it's not one of the more complex David Fincher films. It doesn't have the layers and intricate plotting and storytelling. Much more straightforward. And that's kind of why I dug it. That it's telling this straightforward thriller, not action movie, about this killer where something goes wrong and you're like learning how he thinks, how he works, how he analyzes a situation, puts things together to try and get things done. And so a movie that, I don't know, just, I like David Fincher. I like these thrillers. I like assassin movies, so totally dig it. Number 22, this is Anatomy of a Fall. This is I believe a French film that is up for a lot of awards, probably get nominated for Best Picture. And it's about, at this isolated home, a husband falls to his death. And while the wife and child are there, and essentially it's unclear if he slipped and fell, committed suicide, or the wife killed him. And so the movie is essentially about the investigation and her trial, which apparently French courts are wild, and you don't know, is she an innocent woman who's just very unlikable because she's written to be deeply flawed, that did some very suspicious stuff, that has a hard time telling the truth? Or is she a killer that did a good job of covering some stuff up but left some evidence? Like, you don't know. And it leaves you in that the whole time. And so it was a real kind of captivating, different type of movie that I really dug. 21, A Man Called Otto. This is a Tom Hanks movie that kind of came out in 2022, kind of came out January of this year. That feels like a classic. It's the kind of movie that had it come out 20 years ago, it would have been a big hit, where these kind of like curmudgeon with an actual heart of gold, and you realize why he's the way that he is. Like, they used to make those all the time, and they'd make a ton of money. They're kind of going out of fashion, but it's one of those, just like great dramedy. Not the best one of the year. We'll get to that one in 10 slots. But if these are making a little bit of a comeback, I am all for it. We're not pausing. We're still going because we only got 25 minutes until this feed cuts out. Number 20, Are You There, God? The Judy Blume movie, which I didn't rush out to see it when it first came out because I don't know why I would. Not like a big Judy Blume fan or anything like that. Got great reviews, and so then I saw it because it was on my for your consideration list. And essentially, it's a sixth grade awkward puberty movie. And last year, I got myself in a lot of trouble because I didn't really like Turning Red, and I feel like this movie touched on the same stuff plus more, but did a much better job of it. Of having sixth graders be just as awkward, we're going just as uncomfortable of territory, but doing it in a way that I don't felt more earned. It didn't villainize the mother. And it added all this kind of stuff about trying to find your place with two parents from two different religions and all this stuff. And it was just like a great exploration on so many different levels. So, like it could be funny, it could be emotional, and it was thought-provoking. Number 19, one we actually watched just a couple days ago. My second time, wife's first time. Gran Turismo. This is a movie based off the racing simulator, not the racing game, but simulator, from Neil Blomkamp, who has not had the best run of movies over the last 10 years or so. And this is just like I don't know if this was like, they went, hey dude, we need you to do just like a normal movie. You need to make something that, something a little bit more straightforward. Just a classic crowd pleaser, and it's really enjoyable. Where it hits all the beats it's supposed to, but it's a crowd pleaser for a reason. Did we talk about, what did you think about it?
We did not talk about it. I enjoyed it just like you expected.
Yeah. Just like, it's just the kind of movie that, it has the drama, setbacks, comedy, like all the little things that you want for a movie like this. It just delivers. Number 18, Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. A movie whose trailers weren't so great, but the movie itself was very enjoyable. Earlier on in here, someone asked if I knew Austin Burke. I actually saw Dungeons & Dragons in Cleveland with Austin Burke and John Flickinger while we were there for Fan Expo Cleveland. This weekend, I'll actually be in LA doing a meetup. And then next month, February 1st to the 4th, I'll be at MegaCon. I like to meet people. Come out to meet me with all of these deals. But back in Cleveland, watched Dungeons & Dragons. Just a great, fun adventure. that was funny. It had action. It had wit to it. And it had characters that you liked that, you know, like had some drama to them, had some depth and everything to them. So I had a really good time with that one. You too? You like that one?
I did. Yeah. I enjoyed it a lot. I need to rewatch it, actually.
Yep. And it's the kind of movie you watch. I'd like to watch that again. It's like a very enjoyable, rewatchable film. It's from the creators of Game Night, another movie that's very rewatchable and very enjoyable. 17, American Fiction. This is one that just came out this last month. And the trailer's presented as a movie about a kind of a hoity-toity author that it's a black man that writes high-level novels that don't sell. And basically everyone's like, you need to write like something that's true to your people. And he's like, I'm a black man. This is a black story. What are you talking about? And so like out of spite, he writes this very stereotypical black story that ends up being eaten up by all the publishers in Hollywood. That's half of the movie. That's what the trailer sell it as, and that's there, and it's really funny. The other half of the movie is actually his actual family drama, what's going on with his family, and it works really well as using what's really going on with him and the actual real life story with this fictionalized version that all these producers are thinking this is the real true experience. And so a movie that kind of worked on several levels. It was the end that held it back. Why it's not higher on the list, because it was really funny, really well acted, a great drama. It ends on a weird note. It's like they didn't know exactly how to end it, and so they gave it. Well, I don't want to say too much, but they did a weird thing with the ending that, for some people, they probably loved that and thought it was very clever and subversive. I found it unsatisfying. Would you agree with that, Jennifer?
I would definitely agree with that. Yes.
Because you're like tracking along with it, and it's like, okay. And it goes for something pretty wild that nothing in the rest of the movie is set up. And it just feels like a cop-out. Like they couldn't commit to any one finale, so they went with this other thing. Number 16, The Creator. This was my most anticipated movie of the fall, I think. I think that's what I said in my anticipated fall video. But highly anticipated. Really liked it. With time, I didn't love it as much as I'd hoped to in my mind. Where it was like, that was cool. I'm glad it existed. I wish it did better. I wish it was I was hoping that this would be like a new Matrix or something like that got me very fresh new sci-fi. It's not really that. It's an original story that's a little bit familiar, very much my kind of thing. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Not quite top 10 material, which I was wanting it to be. Which sounds like I'm being negative, but it's also one of those ones that it's so something I so wanted to like more than I did. 15, Creed 3. Of course, Rocky's my favorite movie character of all time. And this is the first movie in the Rocky franchise without Rocky in the movie. And I think absolutely that's what they needed to do with Adonis, to let him carry his own franchise on his own without needing Rocky or Stallone. They found a way to tell a new type of story with a new type of antagonist. And I think it worked really well with what they were doing with Damien, the motivation there, the backstory. And then Michael B. Jordan directed it, and he brought some outside influences in that I thought really worked for the film to just do something very different. Number 14, Saw X. If you told me at the beginning of the year that they were going to put out a new Saw movie, and it was the best Saw movie out of all of them, be in your top 20, I'd be like, what? What are you talking about? But they did it. Like they changed the formula up just a little bit to where they actually made Jigsaw the star. And this shouldn't work because it's like set 20 years in the past. So the actor Tobin Bell is now in his 80s playing a man that's 60. That's a tough 20 years of aging right there. But it totally works. And they switched the formula up just enough where you're like, yeah, Jigsaw, torture these people. But also they what they do in the third act of it, with without wanting to say too much, if you happen to have seen it, where Jigsaw gets put into a trap himself with someone else, with what they do with that, with what was set up and Jigsaw's mastermind thinking, they make Jigsaw kind of heroic. Like, sure, he's a serial killer, sociopath, weirdo lunatic that has been torturing people to death, but that doesn't mean he's all bad. He's got a heart of gold on the inside, and he doesn't think that everyone should be put through this stuff. And they have him do stuff. You're like, this shouldn't work, but it absolutely does. Number 13 on here, other Guy Ritchie movie of the year. Jennifer, this is another one that I think you would like. You'd have fun with it. Maybe we'll do a Guy Ritchie double feature, The Covenant. So it's like total dad movie, uncle movie. People like me in their 40s, 50s, this is our kind of thing. But just about this soldier who gets injured, his translator saves him, and it's about the brotherhood, the covenant that they have to each other, where each of them goes to great lengths to save the other one. And it's just like classic, like, I don't know, that Band of Brothers type of, like, you care about that person that you served with. It's really powerful stuff. Number 12, maybe Jennifer's favorite movie of the year, Chloe's third favorite movie of the year, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem. I'm a lifelong Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan. When they said Seth Rogen was going to do it, I was like, I don't know about that. And then they showed the trailers, and there was something there that was like, I think that works. This might be it right here. I think you might be heading in the right direction. And they put the teenage into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They put the mutant into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And they told a coming-of-age story, so they found something fresh and new to do with this franchise that's been around a long time. And part of the thing that makes the Ninja Turtles so great is that they're so adaptable to different eras, different ways to approach them. And they found a new one that was really good with awesome animation. Number 11, The Holdovers, along with A Man Called Otto, our other curmudgeon dramedy about someone that at first comes off as just like this cranky old man, put it in a context where you realize there's a lot more kind of going on there, and just kind of like a uplifting, feel-good movie with tragedy in it at the same time, where you feel a lot of stuff and characters that feel fleshed out and real and authentic. It's the kind of movie, as I said before, that feels like we got a lot of them in the past, and they used to be real big hit films, and they're just not the way that they were before. And maybe with A Man Called Otto, Holdovers coming out, maybe there's a little bit of a revival kind of going on with these films. Number 10, Killers of the Flower Moon, the new Martin Scorsese film, a movie that feels like you get punched in the gut from beginning to end, but a movie that also, as soon as you watch it, you want to research the real life events and what happened there, because it's such a fascinating look at a point in time in American history to where you had these highs and these you had these very interesting power dynamics. And of course, Martin Scorsese is a top tier director, so it's a top tier film. Number 9, The Flash. Real quick, some of you guys have this in your worst of the year list. Jennifer, if you can tell the kids to bring me up another Dr. Pepper. We got to do one more hot take on here. We've only got 14 minutes before this stream cuts out, so got to be careful here. But yeah, Jennifer, you can get me another drink, because I'm going to go through my drink real quick. The Flash! A lot of you guys have this in your bottom of the year. A lot of you hated this movie or thought it was incredibly disappointing. Fair enough. But hear me out. Oh! Woo! Woo! Alrighty. Here's the deal. I love The Flash. I was looking forward to this movie. At the end of the day, the reason this movie's in my top 10 is it's a film that just resonated me on an emotional level. Hey, Liam, what was your favorite movie of the year again?
FNAF.
FNAF. Why was it awesome?
Because FNAF is a good series. FNAF is a good franchise.
What's the name of your YouTube channel?
Liam Animation.
There you go. We were talking about you just a second. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I said it before, but my dad died when I was 20. And when you lose a parent too young, you always long for more, to learn more, connect with them more. And that's what this movie's built around. Where the Flash has these powers to save all these people, and he hasn't been able to save his mom or his dad. And then he realizes a way for him to save his mother. And that's, for me, that's a deeply emotionally resonant plot line. And so the VFX to me, I get it. Like I can't defend the VFX. I've made videos saying how they're awful. But if you connect with the story, the VFX are secondary. If you care about the emotion, the arc, the journey, if there's something very primal and human that you latch onto, the VFX are like, okay, yeah, they're bad, I agree, but I cared about the emotion more, the story more, the arc more. And likewise, even the weirdness of the third act of like, does it even matter? Are we destroying a universe and the choices that are made? And there's a lot of stuff that I understand what you're saying. And I get you. But for me, I connected with the arc. I understood the desire of the hero. That's what mattered to me. And that's what I resonated with. That's what I left the movie with. Likewise, Batman 89, one of the first movies I remember seeing in the theater, my on-ramp into the movie nerddom that led to me doing this channel in some very early kernel form over 30 years ago. Seeing Michael Keaton again, that was huge for me. So I get it. I know why this movie wouldn't work for a lot of you. I know why it wouldn't resonate for a lot of you. But it did for me. Number 8, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, which is a hilarious title since the Part 2 will never happen because it's getting a different title besides Dead Reckoning Part 2. Not much to say here. Tom Cruise knows how to deliver stellar blockbusters. He puts his life on the line. He spends years prepping to do these incredible stunts. Each sequence is memorable. Every action sequence stands out in your mind. Each one is in an interesting location. So when you think back on the movie, you can remember the parts, the stunts, the moments. In so many movies this year, they're just blurs of, yeah, I've seen that before. Tom Cruise delivers something interesting. Number 7, John Wick, Guardians of the Galaxy. Blurring together. Number 7, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Love the first Guardians. Disappointed by the second one. Really enjoyed the Guardians in Infinity War. Enjoyed the holiday special a ton. And so happy James Gunn landed the ship with a satisfying conclusion. It was heartfelt, it was emotional, it was funny, it was gut-wrenching with all the Rocket backstory stuff. It made me like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 even more. And they didn't have to kill anyone off for me to be sad that it was ending, but felt earned, and it's just satisfying. Number 6 on here, John Wick Chapter 4. This is the premium action franchise for a reason. This is the series where they commit to delivering something new with action every single movie, every single action set piece. They're pushing the boundaries of what you can do, blending practical stunt work with VFX to show you things you've never seen before, where you don't know how they're doing it because it is practical, but they're augmenting it in a way where it's seamless. And it's a good magic trick where there's several things going on, so you don't know where the trick happens exactly. And the other thing that amplifies John Wick 4 over Extraction and Extraction 2 is that the world building, the color grading, the cinematography, the locations for everything, it just amplifies it and makes it a world you want to explore and a story that you remember and a character that's more iconic than Tyler Rake from the Extraction film. So I hope Sam Hargrave can bring his skill set to a franchise that pops more on a story level. Anyway, back to John Wick. Great action movie. Number 5, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Liam put this down as one of his favorite movies of the year, along with FNAF. Almost all of us, Chloe, Doug, Jennifer, me, all of us, we love Spider-Man, and it's a movie that did something fresh and new with animation. Did something fresh and new with the multiverse. Did something fresh and new with Spider-Man lore that celebrates the Spider-Man lore while also like deconstructing parts of it, like diving into what it means, the commonalities and stuff. So just something wild, fresh, and new. We've never seen these images before. We've never seen this blend of animation styles before. It's something special. Number 4, Oppenheimer. Christopher Nolan's one of my absolute favorite directors, and of present directors that are regularly putting out movies, I think Christopher Nolan is the top guy right now. And Oppenheimer is a perfect example of that. He made a movie about science and scientists sitting in circles in front of chalkboards talking about science, and politicians in Senate hearings talking. Compelling, interesting, entertaining, thought-provoking, all of the things. And it's probably Christopher Nolan's funniest film, which you don't normally... Did I put bottom 10? What am I doing? That's how my brain is mush now. I said bottom 10. Well, that's messed up. We're in the top 10. What was I thinking? What is that?
You were not.
No, I was not. Yeah, too much is going on. Hey, you gotta save me on those things when I do wacky stuff. Anyway,
I'm sorry,
we got 7 minutes
I didn't.
left. But
I knew what you
Oppenheimer,
were saying.
I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm just talking so fast. Oppenheimer, yeah, probably his funniest script, which his movies aren't known for being funny, so it's not actually a high bar to be his funniest film, but it's just like this cadence of funny bits. And it's a movie about like people indoors that still has great cinematography. Of course, it has amazing, like the explosion and the way they handle that and the usage of sound to make it beautiful and majestic and terrifying at the same time. And then you leave the movie afraid of the world that we live in. Nolan is the master. Number 3 on our list, The Iron Claw. This one almost didn't make it on the list. I hadn't seen it at a press screening. Made it to this last week. Cody Leach. We almost went to go see it at a date night when we saw Anyone But You. Glad I didn't do that. That wouldn't have gone well. But I asked Cody Leach, hey, do I need to see Iron Claw before I do my top 10? He goes, yeah, solid chance it makes it in there. Saw it. Fantastic sports drama about family, about brotherhood, and just a very interesting story about the real life events about this wrestling family that it's so tragic. They literally had to remove a brother to diminish how tragic it is. And it's still the most gut-wrenching, tragic film of the entire year. And it ends on a note, the most devastating final line of a movie that I can think of in a long time. Here, buddy. Do you want some tortilla? There you go, buddy. That I can think of in a long time. Just, I could barely even recite it to my wife without tearing up after watching the movie because she didn't want to watch.
Which is not at all a normal thing.
Yeah, not very normal, but it's so good. I hope it gets a bunch. Rhodey, what are you doing, buddy? That's a crime. You're stealing. Our runner-up, Air. One of our final product movie of the year about Air Jordans, a movie that is so entertaining, so crowd pleasing, so interesting. But we're kind of like closing this out right now. If you could just not do that, we've only got a few minutes left. That it makes Michael Jordan and Nike underdogs, which if you're able to do that, that's pretty remarkable. But I just thought it was just such a pleasant, rewatchable, inspiring movie. Last one on here, Godzilla -1. Went into this one without too many expectations. I barely had watched the trailer and was blown away from beginning to end. It's just a great movie about Japan, about survivor's guilt, about learning to move forward, about living with national shame. I understand computer. I've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes with this thing. It's going to cut me off. And so I just thought it was so profound and poignant, emotional. You cared about the characters. It's a great movie. And then it has Godzilla in it. And the most terrifying Godzilla I've ever seen. His atomic breath every time it happened was just like horrifying. So that was the movie to me that just like made me go, I love movies. I love that you can make a Godzilla movie that can make me feel this much and think about this much. And so it comes in at number 1. All right, let's grab some questions on here. If we got to find a little batch of questions before we have to cut this deal out. Cut me out. That's where my brain is at. Best YouTuber movie reviewer of 2023. Coming in at number 1, Sean Chandler. Yes. I'll take it. Remember, if you're in the California area, I will be in LA. Well, hey, buddy. You want to be on camera? You want to come on camera, buddy? I'll be in LA this Friday doing a live recording. Free parking for everything. The details are down below. Love to meet you there. And then next month, I'll be at MegaCon. And if you like live streams, I do them every single week on Patreon. Join at any level to have many more of these. Did you have more questions for me, Jennifer? More super chats?
I'm scrolling. I'm trying to see. I don't see any. I mean, there's a lot of people right now are listing their things. I know you're trying to.
You can throw them up. So. You can throw them up there if you want. Anyone giving me compliments, always a plus. Sean Chandler, A+. I'll take it. The animation TMNT was distracting. I didn't like it. Fair enough. Like
the people were super
different.
weird looking.
If you do something different, the same exact thing that makes it interesting can make it distracting. Oh, hey, buddy. Are you trying to get to this? There's a super chat that just came in.
Okay, well, if you see it, do it.
I mean, it's like the last one. Jennifer Sean, you made it to the end of the list. Everyone, make this great later. Let's get ready for A Quiet Place prequel. I love the first two, so I'm very excited for it. I actually saw someone that went to a test screening for it messaged me, not my normal guy, a different person, and they said it's slower, but not like it's just by design a slower film than the first two, but still really good.
Someone said Michael Keaton is their favorite actor. I'm scrolling and scrolling. I'm way behind in comments. Oh, wait. I saw one that was a compliment, I think. Hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, Sean is the absolute goat.
Yes. Billy Bob really wants to know my favorite boy band. I don't know why. My take on boy bands, I don't know why that would be interesting, because that's not like my thing at all. I think...
You used to look like you were in one.
Yeah, I did for a little bit. Backstreet Boys, but that's not. There's nothing interesting. It's not like I'm like super into the Backstreet Boys or anything like that. That I guess based on the definition of them, I'd have to go with that.
Oh,
what software do you use for live streams? This is EVMux. EVMUX is what I currently use for them.
What is happening? I'm trying to show one.
Rhodey's climbing on my table, and so he's wants to hang out with me. He's a good
Sean
friend of mine.
Chandler is an A+.
I think this is we're going to run out of time in a minute. So, okay. Hey, thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you're in California, I'm in LA this Friday. I would love to meet you. Am I boring you, buddy? You just got here. How are you bored already? Be in Florida next month. If you like these live streams, join on Patreon. Hey guys, thank you so much for joining. It means the world to me that you would watch my channel. That you would stick around for however long this has been. It means the world
almost
to me.
6 hours.
Thanks for the super chat. And I have more Indian reviews coming in 2024. I hope to do at least one every month, and keep talking movies and TV too much. Bye-bye.